Welcome to Mythical Dreams, where ancient legends soothe your mind and guide you to peaceful slumber. Before we begin, share where you're from and the time there. It's fascinating to see how far these timeless tales reach. If you enjoy drifting off to sleep with stories of gods and legends, don't forget to subscribe and hit the bell. You'll never miss our tranquil, sleep-inducing tales. Now settle in and relax. Let the gentle whispers of the past carry you away as we begin our journey into the realm of Greek mythology, where gods reign supreme and heroes rise to face impossible challenges. In the beginning, before the reign of the Olympian gods, there was a time of primordial chaos. From this chaos emerged the first deities, the Titans, led by Cronus and Rhea. Cronus, having overthrown his own father, ruled with an iron fist, determined to maintain his power at all costs. Cronus lived in constant fear of a prophecy that foretold his own downfall at the hands of one of his children. To prevent this, he devoured each of his newborn offspring whole, swallowing them into the depths of his immortal being. Rhea, his wife, watched in horror as 5 of her children disappeared into the maw of their father. But when her 6th child was about to be born, Rhea could bear it no longer. She devised a plan to save this child, who would come to be known as Zeus. In secret, she traveled to the island of Crete, where she gave birth in a hidden cave on Mount Ida. To deceive Cronus, she wrapped a stone in swaddling clothes and presented it to him as the newborn child. Cronus, none the wiser, swallowed the stone, believing he had once again thwarted the prophecy. Meanwhile, on Crete, the infant Zeus was entrusted to the care of nymphs, who nurtured him in secrecy. The young god was fed on the milk of the goat Amalthea and guarded by the Curetes, youthful warriors who would clash their weapons together to mask the cries of the divine child. As you listen to this tale, imagine the cool, damp air of the cave where Zeus was hidden. Let the rhythmic sound of the Curetes' shields wash over you like gentle waves, lulling you into a state of peaceful relaxation. Zeus grew strong and wise under the protection of his guardians. The nymphs taught him the ways of nature, while the Curetes instilled in him the principles of justice and leadership. As he matured, Zeus became aware of his true heritage and the destiny that awaited him. When Zeus reached adulthood, he was ready to fulfill the prophecy and challenge his father's tyrannical rule. But first, he needed to free his siblings from Cronus's belly. With the help of Medes, the Titaness of wisdom, Zeus concocted a special potion. Disguising himself as a cupbearer, he offered this brew to Cronus, who drank it without suspicion. The potion worked its magic, causing Cronus to regurgitate the stone, and Zeus's 5 siblings, Hestia, Demeter, Hera, Hades, and Poseidon. Imagine the relief and joy of these divine beings as they emerged, fully grown, into the world they had been denied for so long. Let this feeling of release flow through you, easing any tension in your body as you sink deeper into comfort. United at last, Zeus and his siblings prepared for the great battle that would decide the fate of the cosmos. This conflict, known as the Titanomachy, would rage for 10 long years. The young gods, led by Zeus, faced off against the mighty Titans in a struggle that shook the very foundations of the earth. During this time, Zeus freed the Cyclopes and the Hecaton chairs, monstrous children of Gaia, whom Cronus had imprisoned in Tartarus. Grateful for their liberation, these beings allied themselves with Zeus. The Cyclopes gifted Zeus with his legendary thunderbolts, weapons of immense power that would become synonymous with his rule. As you picture this epic battle, let the imagined rumble of thunder be a soothing backdrop to your relaxation. With each breath, feel yourself becoming more at ease, drifting gently on the cusp of sleep. The war between the Olympians and the Titans was fierce and cataclysmic. Mountains were hurled as weapons, and the very sky trembled with the force of their conflict. But in the end, it was Zeus and his allies who emerged victorious. The defeated Titans were cast into Tartarus, the deepest pit of the underworld, where they would be imprisoned for eternity. With the Titans vanquished, Zeus and his brothers divided the world among themselves. Zeus claimed the sky and the earth, becoming the king of gods and men. Poseidon took dominion over the seas, while Hades was given rule of the underworld. The sisters, Hestia, Demeter, and Hera, also took their places among the new pantheon of Olympian gods. Zeus established his throne on Mount Olympus, the highest peak in Greece. From this lofty perch, he could survey all that transpired in his realm. He ruled with wisdom and justice, though not without the occasional display of the tempestuous nature that earned him the epithet of the Thunderer. As the new order settled into place, Zeus took Hera as his wife, making her the queen of the gods. Together, they would oversee the affairs of both gods and mortals, shaping the course of Greek mythology for generations to come. Zeus's ascension marked the beginning of the age of gods, a time when deities walked the earth and directly influenced the lives of mortals. His reign brought a new stability to the cosmos, though it was not without its challenges and conflicts. As we conclude this tale of Zeus's birth and rise to power, take a moment to reflect on the themes of destiny and perseverance. Just as Zeus overcame great obstacles to fulfill his fate, you too have the strength within you to face life's challenges. Let the story of Zeus remind you that even in the darkest of times, TAs, you drift closer to sleep. Imagine yourself imbued with a spark of divine resilience, ready to face whatever tomorrow may bring with the courage of a god. Now, as the echoes of this ancient tale fade into the night, allow yourself to be enveloped by the peaceful silence. The reign of Zeus has begun, and all is right in the world. close your eyes, breathe deeply, and let the realm of dreams welcome you into its gentle embrace. With Zeus now ruling from Mount Olympus, a new era of divine governance began. The young god, having overthrown his father Cronus, set about establishing a new order among the immortals. Zeus divided the realms of the cosmos among his brothers. To Poseidon, he granted dominion over the vast seas and oceans. To Hades, the eldest, he assigned the shadowy Underworld. Zeus himself claimed the heavens and the earth, becoming the king of gods and mortals alike. But Zeus's rule was not without its challenges. The young god soon realized that governing the cosmos required more than just raw power. It demanded wisdom, justice, and sometimes compromise. One of Zeus's first acts was to release the Cyclopes and the 100-handed ones from their imprisonment in Tartarus. These ancient beings, grateful for their freedom, gifted Zeus with his legendary thunderbolts, weapons of immense power that would become symbols of his authority. As you listen to this tale, imagine the rumble of distant thunder. Let it not be a sound of fear, but a gentle reminder of the power that exists in the world around us. Allow it to lull you deeper into relaxation. Zeus's rule brought about a time of relative peace among the gods. He established Mount Olympus as their home, a place of unparalleled beauty and serenity. Picture in your mind a majestic mountain, its peak shrouded in clouds, its slopes adorned with lush forests and crystal clear streams. It was here that Zeus would hold court, seated upon his golden throne. The other gods would gather around him, each with their own domains and responsibilities. There was Hera, his wife, and the goddess of marriage and family. Athena, born from Zeus's own head, became the goddess of wisdom and strategic warfare. Apollo and Artemis, the divine twins, ruled over the sun and the moon respectively. Ares became the god of war, while Aphrodite embodied love and beauty. Hephaestus, the master craftsman, forged wondrous creations in his divine workshop. As you continue to relax, envision this pantheon of gods and goddesses, each unique, yet all part of a greater whole. Like the various aspects of our own personalities, they coexisted, sometimes in harmony, sometimes in conflict. Zeus, as the ruler of this divine family, often had to mediate disputes and maintain balance. His wisdom was tested time and again, as the gods, much like mortals, were prone to jealousies, rivalries, and ambitions. One such instance was the great contest between Athena and Poseidon for the patronage of a newly founded city. The people of this city sought divine protection and asked the gods to present gifts. Whoever offered the most valuable gift would become the city's patron deity. Poseidon, with his mighty trident, struck the ground and caused a spring to burst forth. But the water was salty and not fit for drinking. Athena, in her turn, planted an olive tree, offering the people food, oil, and wood. The citizens chose Athena's gift, and the city was named Athens in her honor. Poseidon, angered by the decision, flooded the Attic plain. It fell to Zeus to calm his brother's wrath and restore peace. This tale reminds us that even the mightiest beings must sometimes accept outcomes that are not in their favor. As you drift closer to sleep, reflect on how acceptance can bring its own form of peace. Zeus's rule was not just about maintaining order among the gods. He also took a keen interest in the affairs of mortals. He became known as the protector of justice, hospitality, and oaths. Those who broke sacred vows or mistreated guests could incur his wrath. Yet Zeus was not infallible. His power sometimes led him astray, particularly in matters of the heart. His numerous love affairs, both with goddesses and mortal women, often incurred the jealousy and anger of his wife, Hera. These relationships resulted in the birth of many heroes and demigods, beings of extraordinary ability who walked the line between the divine and mortal realms. Heroes like Heracles, Perseus, and Helen of Troy all traced their lineage back to Zeus. As you continue to relax, think of how these myths reflect the complexity of human nature. Even the king of the gods had flaws and made mistakes. This reminds us that perfection is not a requirement for greatness. Zeus's reign brought about a new cosmic order, but it was not without its threats. The Titans, though defeated, were not destroyed. Zeus imprisoned most of them in Tartarus, the deepest part of the underworld. But some, like Atlas, were given other punishments. Atlas was condemned to hold up the sky for eternity, a burden so great that it became a symbol for any overwhelming task. As you lie here, let any burdens you carry melt away. Like Atlas, you too can find strength in endurance. One of the most significant challenges to Zeus's rule came from the giants, the children of Gaia. Angered by the imprisonment of the Titans, Gaia urged the giants to attack Mount Olympus. This war, known as the Gigantomachy, was a fierce and terrible conflict. The giants were formidable foes, some even immune to the weapons of the gods. It was prophesied that the giants could only be defeated if a mortal fought alongside the Olympians. Zeus, in his wisdom, called upon Heracles, his mortal son, to aid in the battle. With Heracles' help, the Olympians were victorious, cementing Zeus's rule and the dominance of the Olympian gods. This myth teaches us that sometimes, to overcome our greatest challenges, we must seek help from unexpected sources. As you drift closer to sleep, remember that strength can be found in collaboration and humility. Zeus's rule brought about a golden age for both gods and mortals. He established the Olympian pantheon, a divine family that would be worshipped for thousands of years. Each god and goddess had their role, their strengths, and their flaws, much like the mortals they watched over. Under Zeus's guidance, the relationship between gods and mortals took on new dimensions. The gods could be benevolent, bestowing gifts and favors upon those they favored. But they could also be wrathful, punishing those who showed hubris or impiety. This complex relationship between the divine and mortal realms gave rise to countless myths and legends. Stories of gods walking among mortals, of heroes undertaking great quests, and of the consequences of divine intervention in human affairs. As you listen, allow these ancient tales to wash over you like gentle waves. Let them carry you to a realm of imagination and wonder, where the line between reality and myth blurs. Zeus, in his role as the father of gods and men, came to embody many of the qualities that ancient Greeks valued. He represented justice, albeit sometimes harsh. He was a protector of the weak and a punisher of the wicked. Yet, he was also capable of great compassion and love. One of the most famous tales of Zeus's compassion is the story of Philemon and Baucis. Zeus and Hermes, disguised as poor travelers, visited a town seeking shelter. They were turned away from every home except for the humble cottage of Philemon and Baucis. The old couple, though poor, offered the best of what little they had to the strangers. In return, Zeus revealed his true identity and granted the couple their greatest wish, to die together when their time came, so that neither would have to live without the other. This myth reminds us of the value of kindness and hospitality, virtues that transcend time and culture. As you relax, think of the small acts of kindness in your own life, how they've impacted you or others. Zeus's rule, while generally just, was not without its moments of wrath. When he felt mortals had overstepped their bounds or shown disrespect to the gods, his punishments could be severe. One such tale is that of Salmoneus, a mortal king who declared himself to be Zeus's equal. Salmoneus would ride through his city in a chariot, dragging bronze kettles behind him to mimic the sound of thunder. He would throw lit torches into the air, claiming they were lightning. Zeus, angered by this mockery, struck Salmoneus and his entire city with a thunderbolt, destroying them completely. This myth served as a warning against the dangers of hubris and the importance of respecting divine authority. As you drift closer to sleep, reflect on the balance between confidence and humility in your own life. Like the ancient Greeks, we too must find our place in the grand scheme of things. Despite his power, Zeus was bound by an authority greater than himself, that of the fates. Even the king of the gods could not alter the thread of destiny woven by these primordial beings. This concept of an overarching fate or destiny is a common theme in Greek mythology. It reminds us that there are some things in life beyond our control, a notion that can bring both comfort and anxiety. As you lie here, embraced by the night, let go of the need to control every aspect of your life. Like Zeus, accept that some things are in the hands of fate. This acceptance can bring its own form of peace. Zeus's reign, while marked by many triumphs, was not without its sorrows. Perhaps one of his greatest regrets was the fate of his son, Sarpedon. Though a mighty warrior, Sarpedon was fated to die in the Trojan War. Zeus, bound by the laws of fate, could not intervene to save his son. This myth reminds us that even the most powerful among us must sometimes face loss and grief. It humanizes Zeus, making him more relatable despite his divine status. As you continue to relax, remember that it's okay to feel vulnerable sometimes. Even the king of the gods experienced moments of helplessness and sorrow. The myths of Zeus and the Olympians have endured for thousands of years, captivating generations with their timeless themes and larger-than-life characters. They remind us of the complexity of human nature, the eternal struggle between order and chaos, and the enduring power of storytelling. As we conclude this tale of Zeus and the Olympian gods, allow the echoes of these ancient stories to lull you gently towards sleep. Let your mind drift among the clouds of Mount Olympus, secure in the knowledge that you, like the heroes of old, have the strength to face whatever challenges tomorrow may bring. May your dreams be filled with the wonder and magic of these timeless myths, and may you wake refreshed, ready to write your own legendary tale in the book of your life. Sleep well, and may the gods smile upon your slumber. In the vast expanse of the ancient Greek pantheon, few gods commanded as much respect and fear as Poseidon, lord of the seas. His domain stretched across the endless blue horizons, from the gentle lapping waves of coastal shores to the unfathomable depths of the ocean's abyss. Poseidon, brother to Zeus and Hades, was not content with simply ruling the waters. His power extended to the very foundations of the earth, causing it to quake and tremble at his will. With his mighty trident in hand, he could stir up tempests or calm the stormiest seas, a testament to his dual nature as both creator and destroyer. Born of the Titans Cronus and Rhea, Poseidon shared the fate of his siblings, swallowed whole by his father, who feared being overthrown. When Zeus finally defeated Cronus and freed his brothers and sisters, Poseidon emerged, filled with a thirst for power and recognition that would shape his reign for eons to come. As you listen to the tale of Poseidon, allow the gentle rhythm of the rain to wash over you, much like the endless tides of the sea god's realm. Let each word carry you deeper into a state of peaceful relaxation, floating effortlessly on the vast ocean of your imagination. In the division of the world among the three brothers, Poseidon was granted dominion over all the waters of the earth. His palace, a marvel of underwater architecture, lay deep beneath the waves, adorned with coral and pearls, and guarded by fearsome sea creatures loyal only to him. From this majestic seat of power, Poseidon would ride forth in his golden chariot, pulled by magnificent hippocampi creatures, with the head and forelegs of a horse and the tail of a fish. The sea would part before him, and all marine life would bow in reverence as he passed. Poseidon's temperament was as changeable as the sea itself. In moments of calm, he could be benevolent, blessing sailors with safe passage and fishermen with bountiful catches. But when angered, his wrath was terrible to behold. He could summon monstrous waves to swallow entire fleets, or create whirlpools that would drag ships to their doom. As you continue to relax, imagine the gentle sway of the ocean, its rhythmic motion lulling you into a deeper state of tranquility. Feel the tension in your body ebb away like the receding tide, leaving you peaceful and serene. One of Poseidon's most famous acts was the creation of the horse. In a contest with Athena for patronage of a great city, Poseidon struck the ground with his trident, and from the earth sprang the first horse. This magnificent creature, with its flowing mane and powerful legs, was a symbol of strength, speed, and freedom qualities that Poseidon himself embodied. Though Athena would ultimately win the contest with her gift of the olive tree, Poseidon's creation of the horse remained one of his proudest achievements. It was said that he would often take the form of a stallion, galloping freely across land and sea, reveling in the beauty and power of his creation. Poseidon's family life was as tumultuous as the stormy seas he commanded. His marriage to the sea nymph Aphrodite was not without its challenges. Like many of the Olympian gods, Poseidon had numerous affairs with both goddesses and mortal women, resulting in a vast and diverse lineage of children. Among his offspring were both wondrous and terrifying creatures. The winged horse Pegasus, born from the blood of Medusa, was one of his more famous children. But he also fathered monsters like the Cyclops Polyphemus, who would later clash with the hero Odysseus. As we delve deeper into the myth of Poseidon, allow yourself to sink further into relaxation. Imagine the gentle pressure of the deep sea around you, cradling you in its cool embrace, all worries and cares floating away on the currents. Poseidon's realm was not limited to the seas alone. He was also the god of earthquakes, known to the Greeks as Earthshaker. With a strike of his trident, he could cause the very ground to split open, creating chasms and valleys. This power made him both revered and feared by those who lived in coastal regions and on islands. One of the most famous tales involving Poseidon's earth-shaking abilities was the sinking of Atlantis. According to legend, when the people of Atlantis became corrupt and greedy, Poseidon, in his wrath, caused their entire island to sink beneath the waves, forever lost to the depths of the sea. Despite his often tempestuous nature, Poseidon was also known for his wisdom and fairness. He was often called upon to mediate disputes among both gods and mortals. His judgments, while sometimes harsh, were respected for their impartiality and insight. As you continue to listen, feel the weight of your body sinking deeper into your resting place, much like a stone gently settling on the ocean floor. Each breath you take is like a wave, slow and steady, carrying you further into a state of complete relaxation. Poseidon's influence extended far beyond the natural world. He was a key player in many of the great mythological sagas, including the Trojan War. When King Laomedon of Troy refused to pay Poseidon for building the walls of his city, the sea god sent a terrible sea monster to ravage the Trojan coast. This act set in motion a chain of events that would eventually lead to the famous conflict. Throughout the war, Poseidon sided with the Greeks, using his powers to aid their ships and hinder the Trojans. His involvement demonstrated the far-reaching consequences of either earning his favor or incurring his wrath. One of the most intriguing aspects of Poseidon's character was his role as a protector of seafarers. Sailors would often make offerings to him before embarking on voyages, seeking his blessing for calm seas and favorable winds. In this capacity, he was known as Poseidon Asphileos, the steadfast, a guardian against the perils of the deep. As we near the end of our tale, imagine yourself on a peaceful beach, the sound of gentle waves mixing with the soft patter of rain. Feel the cool sand beneath you, supporting you completely as you drift closer to the realm of sleep. In the end, Poseidon's legacy is as vast and complex as the oceans he ruled. He was a god of duality, capable of great benevolence and terrible destruction, a force of nature personified. His myths remind us of the awesome power of the natural world and the importance of respecting the delicate balance between land and sea. As we conclude our journey through the realm of Poseidon, carry with you the calm of the ocean depths, the steady rhythm of the tides, and the endless possibilities that lie beyond the horizon. Let these images guide you towards peaceful slumber, where you might dream of azure seas and golden chariots racing across the waves. Remember, like the ever-changing sea, life too has its ebbs and flows. But just as Poseidon maintained balance in his vast kingdom, so too can you find equilibrium in your own life, riding the waves of change with grace and strength. Now, as our tale of Poseidon comes to close, allow yourself to drift off into the welcoming embrace of sleep, cradled by the gentle sounds of rain and the memory of ocean waves. May your dreams be as deep and peaceful as Poseidon's calm seas, carrying you to new shores of rest and rejuvenation. In the vast pantheon of Greek gods, few could rival the power and majesty of Poseidon, lord of the seas. while we've explored his domain and temperament, there's much more to discover about this complex deity. Tonight, we delve deeper into the tales of Poseidon's contests and creations, stories that reveal the full scope of his influence over both land and sea. Our journey begins with one of the most famous contests in Greek mythology, the competition between Poseidon and Athena for the patronage of Athens. Long ago, when the city was still unnamed and unclaimed, the gods looked upon its potential with great interest. Both Poseidon and Athena desired to be the city's patron deity, a position of great honor and reverence. To settle the dispute, it was decided that each god would offer a gift to the city, and the people would choose which they preferred. Poseidon, confident in his power, struck the ground with his mighty trident. From the point of impact, a spring burst forth. But this was no ordinary spring. It gushed with salt water, a symbol of Poseidon's oceanic domain. Athena, in her turn, planted her spear into the earth. From this spot grew an olive tree, its silvery leaves shimmering in the sunlight. The people of the city gathered to witness these divine offerings, their fate hanging in the balance of their choice. After much deliberation, the citizens chose Athena's gift. The olive tree, they reasoned, would provide them with food, oil, and wood resources vital for their survival and prosperity. And so, the city was named Athens in honor of Athena, and she became its patron goddess. Poseidon, true to his tempestuous nature, was enraged by this decision. In his fury, he flooded the Attic plain, a stark reminder of his awesome power. Yet, as the waters receded, so too did Poseidon's anger. In time, he came to accept the people's choice, though he never forgot the slight. As you lie there, letting the gentle sound of rain soothe you, imagine the conflict between these two powerful deities. Feel the anticipation of the ancient Athenians as they watched godly powers manifest before their eyes. Let the tension of the moment wash over you, then release it, just as Poseidon eventually released his anger. But Poseidon's story doesn't end with this contest. His influence extended far beyond the sea, reaching into the very heart of the land. One of his most remarkable creations was the horse, a creature that embodies both the grace and power of the waves Poseidon commanded. Legend tells that Poseidon, seeking to create the most beautiful animal in the world, struck the ground with his trident. From this impact sprang forth the first horse, its mane flowing like sea foam, its hooves thundering like waves crashing upon the shore. The horse quickly became one of Poseidon's most beloved animals. He often took the form of a horse himself, galloping across land and sea with unmatched speed and majesty. In many of his temples, horses were sacrificed in his honor, a testament to the deep connection between the god and his creation. As you continue to relax, envision a herd of wild horses running along a windswept beach. Their manes and tails flow freely in the salty air. Their hooves kick up spray from the shallow waters. This image, a perfect blend of land and sea, captures the essence of Poseidon's dual nature. Poseidon's creative powers weren't limited to the horse alone. He was also said to have created the first bull. This magnificent creature, with its strength and virility, was another symbol of Poseidon's power. The bull, like the horse, became closely associated with the sea god in many myths and rituals. One such myth tells of Poseidon sending a magnificent bull from the sea to King Minos of Crete. The bull was meant to be sacrificed to Poseidon, but Minos, captivated by its beauty, decided to keep it for himself. This act of defiance against the god would later lead to dire consequences, including the birth of the fearsome Minotaur. As we delve deeper into the realm of sleep, let the rhythmic sound of the rain remind you of Poseidon's domain. Feel the gentle ebb and flow of your breath, like the tides governed by this powerful god. Allow yourself to drift, carried by invisible currents towards the shores of slumber. Another fascinating aspect of Poseidon's influence was his ability to create islands. It was said that with a strike of his trident, he could raise land from the depths of the sea. This power made him not just a god of the waters, but also a shaper of the very world itself. One tale speaks of how Poseidon created the island of Delos. This floating island became the birthplace of Apollo and Artemis, two of Zeus's children. By anchoring Delos to the seafloor, Poseidon played a crucial role in the birth of these important Olympian deities. Imagine, as you lie there, the awesome power required to raise an entire island from the sea. Picture the water churning, the earth trembling, as a new land mass emerges from the depths. Then, as the island settles, feel your own body settling deeper into relaxation, becoming as still and peaceful as a calm sea. Poseidon's contests weren't limited to his rivalry with Athena. He often found himself in competition with other gods and even mortals. One such contest was with Helios, the sun god, over the land of Corinth. Unable to reach an agreement, they called upon Briareus, a 100-handed giant, to mediate. Briareus decided that the Isthmus of Corinth would belong to Poseidon, while the Acropolis of the city would be sacred to Helios. This division satisfied both gods and showcased Poseidon's willingness to compromise when treated with respect and fairness. As you continue to relax, think about the balance struck in Corinth. Just as the land was divided between sun and sea, allow your mind to find a balance between wakefulness and sleep. Feel the weight of the day's concerns lifting from you, replaced by the soothing presence of night. Poseidon's creative powers extended even to the realm of mythical creatures. He was said to be the father of many fantastic beings, including the winged horse Pegasus. Born from the blood of Medusa when Perseus beheaded her, Pegasus was a creature of both sky and sea, embodying the vast reach of Poseidon's influence. Another of Poseidon's creations was the hippocampus, a creature with the head and front legs of a horse and the tail of a fish. These majestic beings were said to pull Poseidon's chariot across the waves, combining the god's love for horses with his dominion over the sea. As we near the end of our tale, imagine these mythical creatures swimming through the depths of your mind. Let them guide you towards deeper relaxation, their movements as fluid and graceful as the waters they inhabit. In reflecting on Poseidon's contests and creations, we see a god of immense power and complexity. He was a force of nature, capable of both destruction and creation. His influence touched not just the seas, but the land and the very fabric of myth itself. From the birth of horses to the raising of islands, from epic contests with other gods to the creation of fantastical creatures, Poseidon's legacy is as vast and deep as the oceans he ruled. As you drift towards sleep, carry with you the image of Poseidon's realm, a world of endless blue, teeming with life, both real and mythical. Feel the gentle rocking of waves, the soft spray of sea foam, the distant call of creatures of the deep. Let the rhythmic sound of rain blend with the whisper of the tides, carrying you further into the embrace of slumber. Remember, like the ever-changing sea, life is full of ebbs and flows. Sometimes we may feel as turbulent as a storm-tossed ocean, other times as calm as a still lagoon. But always, like the constant presence of Poseidon in his watery realm, T-Titan Thales. Now, as our story of Poseidon's contests and creations comes to close, allow yourself to sink deeper into relaxation. Let the worries and cares of the day dissolve like sea foam on the shore. Your body is a vessel, floating serenely on a calm, endless ocean. With each breath, you drift further into the peaceful depths of sleep, watched over by the benevolent spirit of Poseidon, Lord of the seas. In the depths of the earth, far beneath the realm of mortals, and even the seas ruled by Poseidon, lies a kingdom shrouded in mystery and whispered about in hushed tones. This is the domain of Hades, lord of the underworld and ruler of the dead. As we descend into this dark realm, let the gentle patter of rain above ground fade into the background, replaced by the soft echoes of the river Styx. Hades, unlike his brothers Zeus and Poseidon, did not seek the glory of the heavens or the vastness of the seas. Instead, he accepted the shadowy realm of the dead as his domain. But do not mistake his acceptance for weakness, for Hades is as powerful and complex as any of the Olympian gods. The underworld is not a place of eternal torment, as some might believe. Rather, it is a realm of justice and balance, where the souls of the departed find their final rest. Hades, with his stern but fair demeanor, ensures that each soul receives its due. As you listen to this tale, allow yourself to sink deeper into relaxation, knowing that even in the darkest of places, lofty Titan Thales. Picture, if you will, the grand palace of Hades. Its walls are hewn from obsidian and onyx, gleaming with a dark luster that seems to absorb light rather than reflect it. The air is cool and still, carrying the faint scent of asphodel flowers that bloom in the eternal twilight of the underworld. As you imagine this scene, feel the tension in your body begin to melt away, much like the shadows that dance on the walls of Hades' halls. Hades himself is a figure of contradictions. His appearance is regal and imposing, with a crown of darkness upon his brow and eyes that hold the wisdom of countless ages. Yet TA's ruler of the dead, Hades has seen the full spectrum of mortal existence, from the greatest triumphs to the deepest sorrows. One of the most famous tales involving Hades is the story of Persephone, daughter of Demeter, the goddess of harvest and fertility. Hades, struck by Persephone's beauty and vitality, brought her to the underworld to be his queen. This act set in motion a series of events that would change the very nature of the world above. Demeter, distraught at the loss of her daughter, wandered the earth in mourning. In her grief, she neglected her duties, causing the crops to wither and the land to grow cold. The world of mortals faced famine and hardship, all because of the absence of Persephone from the world above. As you listen to this tale, allow your mind to drift, much like Persephone's thoughts must have drifted to the world she left behind. Feel the weight of your body sinking deeper into your resting place, just as Persephone sank into the depths of the underworld. Zeus, seeing the suffering of mortals, and moved by Demeter's pleas, intervened. He decreed that Persephone must return to the world above. However, during her time in the underworld, Persephone had eaten 6 pomegranate seeds. This simple act bound her to Hades' realm, for it is said that those who eat the food of the dead must remain in the underworld. A compromise was reached. Persephone would spend part of the year in the world above with her mother, bringing spring and summer with her return. The other part of the year, she would reign as queen of the underworld alongside Hades, her absence marked by autumn and winter in the mortal realm. This cycle of departure and return, of death and rebirth, became the rhythm of the seasons. As you breathe deeply and slowly, imagine this eternal cycle. Inhale and feel the warmth of spring and summer fill your body. Exhale and let the coolness of autumn and winter wash over you. Allow this rhythm to lull you deeper into a state of peaceful relaxation. Hades, often portrayed as a grim and forbidding figure, showed a different side of himself in his love for Persephone. He who ruled over the end of all things found a new beginning in her presence. Their union reminds us that even in the darkest of places, love can bloom, bringing light and warmth to the coldest of realms. The underworld itself is a place of many wonders, not all of them dark or fearsome. The Elysian fields, where heroes and the virtuous find their eternal rest, are described as a place of perpetual spring. Here, the souls of the blessed enjoy peace and happiness, free from the cares and sorrows of mortal life. As you continue to relax, imagine yourself walking through these blessed fields. Feel the soft grass beneath your feet. Hear the gentle rustling of leaves in a warm breeze. The air is filled with the sweet scent of flowers in eternal bloom. This is a place of peace, where the troubles of the world above cannot reach you. But the underworld is also a place of judgment. At its heart stands the court of Hades, where the souls of the departed are weighed and measured. The three judges, Minos, Rhadamanthus, and Aeacus, sit in solemn council, determining the fate of each soul that comes before them. Imagine standing before these judges, not with fear, but with the calm assurance that comes from a life well lived. Feel the weight of your experiences, both good and bad, being gently lifted from your shoulders. As you listen, let go of any lingering worries or regrets, allowing them to dissolve like mist in the morning sun. Hades himself presides over this court, ensuring that justice is served. Unlike the capricious nature often attributed to other gods, Hades is known for his fairness and impartiality. In his realm, all souls are equal, regardless of their status in the world above. Kings and paupers alike must face the same judgment, their deeds speaking louder than any earthly titles or riches. As ruler of the underworld, Hades possesses great wealth. The riches of the earth, precious metals and gems, fall under his domain. Yet, he has little use for these treasures, preferring the company of the shades and the quiet solitude of his realm. This reminds us that true wealth lies not in material possessions, but in the richness of our experiences and the depth of our connections. Let your mind drift now to the banks of the 5 rivers that flow through the underworld. The Styx, river of hatred, whose waters the gods swear their most solemn oaths by. The Acheron, river of sorrow, which Charon the ferryman crosses with his boat of souls. The Cocytus, river of lamentation, its waters filled with the tears of the departed. Then Tiand finally, the Lethe, river of forgetfulness, from which the souls of the dead drink to wash away the memories of their mortal lives. As you imagine these rivers, feel any remaining tension in your body being washed away, carried off by their eternal currents. Among the denizens of the underworld is Cerberus, the 3-headed hound that guards its gates. This fearsome beast ensures that no living soul enters the realm of the dead, and that no shade escapes back to the world of the living. Yet, even this monstrous guardian has shown moments of gentleness, as when it was soothed by the music of Orpheus. As your body relaxes further, imagine the soothing melody that tamed Cerberus. Let this imaginary music wash over you, easing away any last vestiges of wakefulness. Feel yourself drifting deeper and deeper into a state of peaceful tranquility. Hades, though often feared by mortals, is not an evil god, He is a necessary part of the natural order, maintaining the balance between life and death. Without him, the cycle of existence would be incomplete. His realm provides rest for the weary, justice for the wronged, and peace for those who have completed their mortal journey. As our tale of Hades and the Underworld comes to a close, take a moment to reflect on the lessons it offers. Like the changing seasons brought about by Persephone's journey, our lives too are filled with cycles of beginnings and endings. Just as Hades found love in the darkness, we too can find light in our darkest moments. Allow yourself to be carried now on the gentle current of sleep, much like the souls that cross the Styx. Let go of the waking world, knowing that, like the shades in the Elysian fields, you too have found a place of peace and rest. As you drift off, remember that even in sleep, like in Hades' realm, Titan Thales. And so, dear listener, as the tale of Hades and his shadowy kingdom fades into the realm of dreams, allow yourself to sink deeper into slumber. May your sleep be as peaceful as the eternal rest of the blessed in Elysium. And may you awaken refreshed, like Persephone returning to the world above with the promise of spring. In the realm of the gods, where light and darkness dance in eternal balance, there lived a goddess whose story would shape the very seasons of our world. This is the tale of Persephone, daughter of Demeter, and how her journey between two worlds brought forth the cycle of life and death that we know as the changing seasons. Persephone was a young goddess, her beauty as radiant as the spring flowers she loved to tend. Her mother, Demeter, the goddess of agriculture and harvest, cherished her daughter above all else. Together, they walked the earth, bringing life and abundance to the mortal world. The fields flourished under their care, and the world was bathed in eternal summer. But in the shadows of the underworld, Hades, the god of the dead, watched Persephone from afar. His heart, long cold and isolated, stirred with a warmth he had never known. He yearned for the light and life that Persephone embodied, a stark contrast to his dark and solemn realm. One day, as Persephone gathered flowers in a meadow, the earth suddenly split open. From the chasm emerged Hades in his chariot of darkness. Before anyone could react, he swept Persephone into his arms and descended back into the depths of the underworld, the ground sealing shut behind them. Demeter, upon discovering her daughter's disappearance, was overcome with grief. She searched the world tirelessly, neglecting her duties as the goddess of harvest. As she wandered, the world began to wither. Crops failed, leaves fell from trees, and a chill settled over the land. For the first time, the mortal world experienced autumn and winter. In the underworld, Persephone found herself in a realm of shadows and whispers. The spirits of the dead drifted by like mist, and precious gems glittered in the cavernous halls. Hades, hopping to win her affection, offered Persephone his kingdom and a place by his side as queen of the underworld. As you listen to this tale, allow yourself to sink deeper into relaxation. Feel the weight of your body melting into your bed, just as Persephone sank into the depths of the earth. Let each breath carry you further into a state of peaceful calm. Days turned to weeks, and weeks to months. The mortal world continued to suffer under Demeter's neglect. Zeus, the king of the gods, realized that balance must be restored. He sent Hermes, the messenger god, to the underworld to bring Persephone back to her mother. But before Persephone could leave, Hades offered her a pomegranate, the fruit of the underworld. Unaware of its significance, Persephone ate 6 seeds. This simple act would have profound consequences, for by consuming the food of the underworld, she was bound to it. When Hermes arrived to escort Persephone back to the world above, Hades revealed the truth. Because Persephone had eaten 6 pomegranate seeds, she must return to the underworld for 6 months each year. For the other 6 months, she could live in the world above with her mother. As you continue to relax, imagine the gentle sway of pomegranate trees, their branches heavy with ripe fruit. Let the rhythm of their movement lull you deeper into tranquility, your mind drifting like a leaf on a calm stream. Persephone's return to the world above brought joy to Demeter's heart. As mother and daughter reunited, the earth bloomed once more. Spring returned, bringing with it new life and abundance. But as the time approached for Persephone to return to the underworld, Demeter's sorrow caused the world to once again grow cold and barren. And so the cycle of seasons was born. When Persephone dwells in the world above, we experience spring and summer, the earth flourishing under Demeter's joy. When Persephone returns to the underworld, we enter autumn and winter, as Demeter's grief causes the world to wither and sleep. This eternal cycle reminds us of the balance in all things. Just as the earth experiences times of growth and times of rest, so too do we in our lives. There are moments of brightness and joy, like the warmth of summer, and periods of introspection and renewal, like the quiet of winter. As you lie here, allowing sleep to gently approach, think of Persephone's journey. Like her descent into the underworld, you are entering a realm of rest and rejuvenation. And just as she returns to the world above, you too will emerge refreshed and renewed. The story of Persephone teaches us that change is a natural part of life. The seasons turn, just as our own circumstances shift and evolve. In times of darkness, remember that light will return. In moments of joy, cherish them, knowing that all things must balance. Let your breath become as steady as the rhythm of the seasons. With each inhale, imagine drawing in the fresh air of spring. With each exhale, release the old, like leaves falling in autumn. Allow your body to settle into this natural cycle, each breath bringing you closer to peaceful slumber. In Greek tradition, the Eleusinian mysteries, secret religious rites, were held in honor of Demeter and Persephone. Persephone. These ceremonies celebrated the cycle of life, death, and rebirth, much like the changing seasons. The mysteries were said to reveal profound truths about the nature of existence and the afterlife. As your mind drifts with these ancient tales, feel yourself becoming one with the eternal cycle. Your consciousness ebbs and flows like the seasons, gently guiding you towards the realm of dreams. Each thought that passes is like a leaf carried on an autumn breeze, floating away into the distance. Persephone's dual role as queen of the underworld and goddess of spring growth represents the harmony between life and death. In the dark months, she rules beside Hades, guiding the souls of the departed. In the light months, she brings forth new life, her very steps causing flowers to bloom. This duality reminds us that even in our darkest moments, the potential for growth and renewal exists. Just as a seed must be buried in the dark earth before it can sprout towards the sun, sometimes we must experience challenges to discover our true strength and beauty. As sleep begins to envelop you, imagine yourself as Persephone, moving seamlessly between two worlds. The weight of your body sinks into the bed, like her descent into the underworld. Yet your mind floats free, ready to explore the realm of dreams, much as she emerges each spring to walk among the flowers. The pomegranate, the fruit that bound Persephone to the underworld, became a symbol of life, regeneration, and marriage in many cultures. Its many seeds represent fertility and abundance. As you drift closer to sleep, envision the rich, red seeds of the pomegranate, each one a tiny jewel of potential, of dreams waiting to unfold. In some versions of the myth, Persephone's time in the underworld is seen not as a captivity, but as a necessary part of her growth. She transforms from a maiden of spring to a queen in her own right, gaining wisdom and power. This reminds us that our challenges often shape us, helping us discover strengths we never knew we possessed. As your consciousness wavers on the edge of sleep, like Persephone between two worlds, know that you carry within you the power of renewal. Each night's rest is a small journey to the underworld of dreams, from which you will return refreshed and reborn with the morning light. The changing seasons born from Persephone's journey remind us of the impermanence of all things. Winter's chill will always give way to spring's warmth. Summer's abundance will transition to autumn's harvest. In your own life, remember that no state, whether joyful or sorrowful, is permanent. All things change, flow, and transform. As you teeter on the brink of slumber, let go of any remaining tension. Allow yourself to be carried away by the currents of sleep, just as Persephone is carried between her two realms. Trust in the natural cycle, knowing that rest will lead to renewal, and darkness will always give way to light. And so, as our tale of Persephone and the seasons comes to close, allow yourself to fully embrace the peace of the night. Earth in winter's embrace, give yourself permission to rest deeply and completely. Tomorrow, you will emerge renewed, ready to bloom and grow once more in the eternal cycle of existence. In the annals of Greek mythology, few stories are as captivating as the birth of Athena, the goddess of wisdom and war. Her emergence into the world was as extraordinary as the power she would come to wield. As you listen, allow the gentle patter of rain to lull you into a state of tranquil relaxation, imagining the scene unfolding before you. Long ago, in the realm of the gods, Zeus, the king of Olympus, was troubled by a prophecy. It foretold that Medes, his first wife, would bear a child more powerful than its father. Fearing for his reign, Zeus devised a plan that would change the course of divine history. With cunning rivaling that of his unborn child, Zeus convinced Medes to transform herself into a fly. In this diminutive form, he swallowed her whole, believing he had averted the prophecy. But fate, as it often does, had other plans. As the days turned to weeks, and weeks to months, Zeus began to experience a headache, unlike any he had known before. The pain grew steadily, becoming so intense that it felt as though his skull would split open. The mighty god's cries of agony echoed across the heavens, shaking the very foundations of Mount Olympus. Desperate for relief, Zeus called upon Hephaestus, the divine blacksmith. With his mighty axe, Hephaestus struck Zeus's head, cleaving it in two. And from this extraordinary wound sprang forth Athena, fully grown and clad in gleaming armor. Imagine, if you will, the awe that swept through the divine assembly as Athena emerged. Her eyes, gray as storm clouds, held wisdom beyond measure. Her stance was proud and fierce, a spear gripped tightly in one hand, a shield in the other. The goddess let out a mighty battle cry that resounded through the halls of Olympus, announcing her arrival to the world. As you picture this scene, feel the tension in your body begin to dissipate. Let the sound of the rain outside blend with the imagined echoes of Athena's cry, washing away any lingering stress or worry. Allow your breathing to slow, matching the steady rhythm of the falling raindrops. From the moment of her birth, Athena possessed knowledge and skills that surpassed many of the elder gods. She was a master of strategy, weaving, and the arts of war. Yet, despite her martial nature, Athena was also a goddess of peace, using her wisdom to resolve conflicts and guide mortals towards enlightenment. One of Athena's most cherished symbols was the olive tree, a gift she bestowed upon humanity. This tree, with its silvery leaves rustling gently in the breeze, became an emblem of peace and prosperity. As you continue to relax, envision an ancient olive grove, its gnarled trunks standing strong against the test of time, much like the enduring wisdom of Athena herself. The goddess quickly became Zeus's favorite child, often seen at his side, offering counsel. Her judgment was revered by gods and mortals alike, for Athena could see beyond the surface of any problem, perceiving its true nature and the best path to its resolution. One of the most famous tales of Athena's wisdom involves her contest with Poseidon for the patronage of a great city. The two gods stood before the people, each offering a gift to win their devotion. Poseidon, with his mighty trident, struck the ground, causing a spring of salt water to burst forth. It was an impressive display of his power over the seas. Athena, however, took a different approach. With gentle hands, she planted a small seed in the earth. Before the astonished onlookers, it grew rapidly into a majestic olive tree, its branches heavy with fruit. The people marveled at this gift, recognizing its value for food, oil, and wood. In your mind's eye, picture the contrast between these two gifts. The salt spring, while powerful, offered little practical use to the city's inhabitants. The olive tree, however, promised sustenance and prosperity for generations to come. This was the essence of Athena's wisdom, the ability to see beyond the immediate and provide for the long-term well-being of those under her protection. The city's leaders chose Athena's gift, and in her honor, named their home Athens. To this day, the olive tree remains a symbol of the goddess and the city that bears her name. As you continue to relax, imagine walking through the streets of ancient Athens, the scent of olives carried on a warm breeze, feeling the presence of Athena's wisdom in every stone and structure. Athena's role as a protector extended beyond the city that bore her name. She was known to guide heroes on their quests, offering both practical advice and divine assistance. One such hero was Odysseus, renowned for his cunning and intellect. Throughout his long journey home from the Trojan War, Athena stood by his side, helping him overcome seemingly insurmountable obstacles. As you lie here, allowing the soothing sound of rain to envelop you, think of Athena as a guardian of your own journey through life. Just as she guided Odysseus home, let her wisdom guide you towards peaceful slumber. With each breath, feel yourself becoming more relaxed, more at ease. Another aspect of Athena's wisdom was her patronage of craftsmen and artisans. She was said to have taught humans the arts of weaving, pottery, and metalworking. Under her guidance, simple materials were transformed into objects of both beauty and utility. This transformation mirrors the way sleep can rejuvenate our minds and bodies, turning the chaos of our daily thoughts into the ordered wisdom of our subconscious. Athena was often depicted with an owl, a creature known for its keen sight in the darkness. This symbolism reminds us that true wisdom often comes from looking beyond the obvious, seeing clearly even in times of uncertainty. As you drift closer to sleep, trust in your own inner wisdom to guide you through the night. One of the most poignant stories of Athena's wisdom involves her relationship with a young woman named Arachne. Arachne was a talented weaver who boasted that that her skills surpassed even those of the goddess herself. Athena, hearing of this claim, decided to test the mortal's abilities. The goddess appeared to Arachne in the guise of an old woman, warning her against such hubris. But Arachne, confident in her abilities, insisted on a contest. And so, goddess and mortal sat down to weave, their fingers flying over the looms with supernatural speed. Athena's tapestry depicted the gods in all their glory, while also showing the fate of mortals who dared to challenge divine authority. Arachne, in contrast, created a work that highlighted the gods' misdeeds and failings. Both pieces were flawless in their execution, a testament to the skill of both weavers. Upon seeing Arachne's work, Athena was filled with a complex mix of emotions. She recognized the mortal's skill, but was angered by the disrespect shown to the gods. In a moment of divine wrath, she destroyed Arachne's tapestry and struck the young woman with her weaving tool. Overwhelmed with shame and despair, Arachne attempted to take her own life. It was in this moment that Athena's wisdom prevailed over her anger. Recognizing the tragedy of the situation, she transformed Arachne into a spider, allowing her to continue weaving for all eternity. This tale reminds us of the complexity of wisdom. It is not merely about knowledge or skill, but also about understanding, compassion, and the ability to find balance in difficult situations. As you continue to relax, reflect on how wisdom can guide us through our own challenges, helping us find creative solutions to seemingly impossible problems. Athena's wisdom was not confined to the realm of the gods. She often walked among mortals, sometimes in disguise, offering guidance and inspiration. In one such instance, she appeared to a group of craftsmen who were struggling to complete a monumental statue. Disguised as a young apprentice, she suggested a new technique that allowed them to overcome their difficulties. As the rain continues to fall outside, creating a soothing backdrop to our tale, imagine Athena's presence in your own life. Perhaps she walks beside you unseen, offering subtle guidance in moments of need. Her wisdom is not something distant or unattainable, but a force that resides within each of us, waiting to be awakened. The goddess was also known for her strategic mind, particularly in matters of war. Unlike Ares, who reveled in the chaos and bloodshed of battle, Athena approached conflict with a cool, analytical perspective. She taught that the greatest victory was one achieved through cunning and strategy, rather than brute force. In times of peace, Athena turned her strategic mind to matters of governance and justice. She was often called upon to mediate disputes among both gods and mortals. Her judgments were fair and insightful, always seeking to uncover the truth behind surface appearances. As you feel yourself drifting closer to sleep, let Athena's wisdom wash over you. Allow her strategic mind to help you organize your thoughts, sorting through the complexities of your day, and finding clarity in the quiet of the night. With each breath, feel yourself becoming more centered, more at peace. Athena's birth from Zeus's head has often been interpreted as a metaphor for the emergence of wisdom from thought. Just as she sprang fully formed from her father's mind, so too can moments of insight and understanding arise suddenly in our own consciousness. As you lie here on the cusp of sleep, remain open to the wisdom that may come to you in dreams. The goddess's dual nature, as a deity of both wisdom and war, reflects the understanding that true strength comes from knowledge and strategy, not just physical prowess. In your own life, consider how you might approach challenges with the balanced perspective of Athena, combining intellect with action. As our tale of Athena draws to a close, take a moment to reflect on the gifts of wisdom in your own life. Like the olive tree she bestowed upon Athens, wisdom grows slowly, but bears fruit for many years. Nurture your own inner wisdom and trust in its guidance as you navigate the complexities of life. Let the sound of the rain outside become Athena's lullaby, a gentle reminder of the constant flow of wisdom available to us. As you drift into sleep, know that, like the goddess, you too possess the power to face life's challenges with grace, strategy, and insight. May Athena's wisdom guide your dreams and greet you in the morning light. In the annals of Greek mythology, few stories are as captivating as the tale of Athena and the founding of Athens. This legend not only showcases the wisdom and power of the goddess, but also illustrates the importance of strategy and foresight in shaping the destiny of a great city. Our story begins on Mount Olympus, where the gods and goddesses resided in their celestial abode. Athena, daughter of Zeus, was known for her unparalleled wisdom, strategic mind, and fierce protection of those she favored. Born from Zeus's head, fully grown and armored, she embodied the perfect balance of intellect and strength. As you listen to this tale, allow the gentle patter of rain outside to lull you into a state of deep relaxation. Let each drop be a whisper of ancient wisdom, carrying you back to a time when gods walked among mortals and cities were born from divine contests. In those days, the land that would become Athens was a wild and unclaimed territory. Its beauty and potential had caught the eye of both Athena and her uncle, Poseidon, god of the sea. Each deity desired to be the patron of this promising land, to shape its future and receive the devotion of its people. Imagine, if you will, the rugged landscape of ancient Greece. Picture rolling hills covered in olive groves, their silver-green leaves shimmering in the Mediterranean sun. Visualize a coastline where azure waves lap against rocky shores, and inland, a great outcropping of stone rises majestically. The Acropolis, waiting to become the crown jewel of a magnificent city. As you envision this scene, feel the warmth of the sun on your skin. Hear the whisper of the wind through the olive branches and let the tension in your body slowly melt away. With each breath, sink deeper into this ancient world where the air is thick with the scent of salt and wild herbs. The contest between Athena and Poseidon was to be decided by the mortal king Cecrops and the people of the land. Each god would offer a gift, and the one whose offering was deemed most valuable would become the city's patron deity. The anticipation built as the day of the contest approached, the very air crackling with divine energy. Poseidon arrived first, his presence as powerful and unpredictable as the sea he commanded. With a mighty strike of his trident, he split the earth, and from the crack gushed a spring of salt water. The people marveled at this display of power, for water was precious in the arid landscape of Attica. As you picture this scene, let the sound of rushing water blend with the rain outside. Allow the rhythmic flow to wash away any lingering thoughts or worries, carrying them off like leaves on a stream. Feel your body becoming heavier, more relaxed with each passing moment. Then came Athena, her gray eyes shining with intelligence and purpose. She approached the Acropolis with grace and dignity. Kneeling, she planted something in the rocky soil, a small, unassuming sprout. As the people watched in wonder, the sprout grew rapidly, unfurling broad leaves and twisting branches until it stood as a majestic olive tree. The olive tree, with its silvery leaves rustling gently in the breeze, offered shade from the harsh sun and promised abundance. Its fruit would provide food, oil for cooking and lighting, and wood for building. In this simple yet profound gift, Athena demonstrated not just power, but foresight and care for the people's long-term well-being. As you contemplate the wisdom of Athena's gift, let your mind drift to the image of that olive tree. See its branches swaying gently, casting dappled shadows on the ground. With each sway, feel your own thoughts becoming calmer, your breathing deeper and more relaxed. King Cecrops and the people deliberated, weighing the merits of each gift. Poseidon's spring offered immediate relief from thirst, but its salty water was not ideal for drinking or irrigating crops. Athena's olive tree, on the other hand, promised sustained nourishment and prosperity for generations to come. In the end, the choice was clear. The people chose Athena as their patron deity, and the city was named Athens in her honor. This decision would shape the destiny of the city-state for centuries to come, establishing it as a center of wisdom, art, and democracy in the ancient world. Poseidon, true to his tempestuous nature, was angered by the decision. In his wrath, he flooded the Attic plain. But Athena, ever the diplomat, soothed his anger and convinced him to retreat. This compromise between the two powerful deities ensured that Athens would enjoy both the protection of Athena's wisdom and the benefits of Poseidon's proximity to the sea. As you listen, imagine the flood waters receding, leaving behind fertile soil ready for new growth. Let this be a metaphor for your own mind, allowing any turbulent thoughts to ebb away, leaving you in a state of calm readiness for peaceful sleep. Under Athena's guidance, Athens flourished. The Acropolis became the site of grand temples dedicated to the goddess, including the magnificent Parthenon. The olive tree, symbol of her victory and gift to the city, was said to have lived for centuries on the sacred hill, a constant reminder of the wisdom that had shaped Athens' beginnings. The story of Athena and the founding of Athens teaches us valuable lessons about the nature of true gifts and the importance of long-term thinking. Sometimes, the most powerful offerings are not those that provide immediate gratification, but those that nurture and sustain us over time. As you drift closer to sleep, consider the olive tree of your own life. What seeds of wisdom have you planted that will grow and provide for you in the future? Like the ancient Athenians, we all face choices between immediate gains and long-term benefits. Athena's example encourages us to look beyond the present moment and consider the broader impact of our decisions. Let the gentle rain outside remind you of Athena's gift, nourishing the soil of your mind with ancient wisdom. Feel your body becoming heavier, more relaxed with each breath. The troubles and concerns of the day begin to fade, replaced by a sense of peace and connection to the timeless stories of our shared human heritage. In Athens, the owl became a symbol of Athena, representing wisdom and watchfulness. As you prepare for sleep, imagine Athena's owl perched nearby, its wide eyes keeping vigil through the night. Let its presence reassure you, knowing that wisdom and protection surround you even as you rest. The legacy of Athena's gift to Athens continues to resonate through history. The olive branch remains a universal symbol of peace, while the principles of democracy and philosophical inquiry that flourished in ancient Athens continue to shape our world today. As you slip into slumber, carry with you the timeless wisdom of Athena, letting it infuse your dreams with insight and inspiration. Remember, like the olive tree that grew from a humble sprout to a majestic symbol of a great civilization, our own wisdom and strength often start as small seeds of potential. Nurture these seeds with patience and care, and they will grow to sustain and protect you throughout your life's journey. As our tale of Athena and the founding of Athens comes to a close, allow yourself to sink deeper into relaxation. The rain continues its gentle rhythm, a soothing lullaby from the natural world. Your breath slows, matching the peaceful cadence of the falling drops. Each exhalation carries you further into a state of tranquil rest, where the wisdom of the ages awaits in your dreams. May Athena's gift of the olive tree inspire you to cultivate peace, wisdom, and abundance in your own life. And may you find, like the ancient Athenians, that the most valuable treasures are often those that grow slowly, nourished by time and care. Sleep now, dear listener, and awaken refreshed, ready to face your day with the strategic mind of Athena and the nurturing spirit of her eternal olive tree. In the realm of the Olympian gods, there shone a deity whose radiance outshone even the sun itself. This was Apollo, the god of light, music, prophecy, and healing. Born to Zeus and Leto, Apollo's journey from birth to godhood was one of triumph and transformation. As the story goes, when Leto was pregnant with Apollo and his twin sister Artemis, she faced great hardship. Hera, Zeus's wife, in her jealousy, had decreed that Leto could not give birth on solid ground. For 9 days and nights, Leto wandered, seeking a place to bring her children into the world. Finally, she found refuge on the floating island of Delos. There, beneath the shade of a palm tree, Apollo and Artemis were born. The moment Apollo took his first breath, the island of Delos was said to have burst into bloom, transformed by the god's divine presence. From the very beginning, Apollo's destiny was clear. Even as a newborn, he demanded a bow and lyre, instruments that would become synonymous with his power and influence. Within days of his birth, Apollo set out on his first great quest to slay the monstrous serpent Python. Python was a fearsome creature that had long terrorized the people of Delphi. Its massive coils could crush buildings, and its venomous breath poisoned the land. Apollo, though still a child in appearance, approached the beast without fear. With his golden bow, he loosed arrow after arrow, each finding its mark in the serpent's scaly hide. The battle raged for days, the sound of Python's agonized roars echoing through the valleys. But Apollo's aim was true, and his resolve unshakable. Finally, with one last, perfect shot, Apollo struck Python through the heart. The great serpent fell, its massive body crashing to the earth with a thunderous impact. With Python defeated, Apollo claimed Delphi as his sacred site. There, he established his famous oracle, a place where mortals could come to seek divine guidance. The Pythia, Apollo's priestess, would enter a trance-like state and deliver prophecies in his name. These cryptic messages would shape the destinies of heroes and nations for centuries to come. As you listen to this tale, imagine the warmth of Apollo's light washing over you, soothing away any tension or worry. Let each breath draw you deeper into a state of peaceful relaxation, just as Apollo's presence brought peace to Delphi after Python's defeat. Apollo's influence extended far beyond prophecy. As the god of music, he was said to lead the muses in their celestial songs. His lyre, crafted by Hermes, could produce melodies so beautiful that they could heal the sick, calm the angry, and even make the trees and rocks dance. Picture yourself in a sun-dappled glade, the soft notes of Apollo's lyre floating on the breeze. Feel the gentle warmth on your skin, the tension melting from your muscles as the divine music washes over you. With each note, you sink deeper into a state of tranquil calm. Apollo was also known as a god of healing. His son, Asclepius, became the god of medicine, but it was Apollo who first brought the art of healing to mankind. He taught mortals the secrets of herbs and healing practices, bringing hope and relief to those suffering from illness and injury. In your mind's eye, envision Apollo's healing light enveloping you, a warm golden glow that soothes any aches or pains. Feel it spreading through your body, from the crown of your head to the tips of your toes, leaving you feeling refreshed and renewed. Despite his many benevolent aspects, Apollo could also be a force of destruction when angered. During the Trojan War, it was Apollo's arrows that rained disease upon the Greek camp, punishment for their disrespect towards one of his priests. This duality, the power to heal and to harm, was a reminder of the complex nature of the gods. As you continue to relax, consider the balance in your own life. Just as Apollo embodied both light and shadow, so too do we all contain multitudes. Accept all aspects of yourself, knowing that each has its place and purpose. One of the most famous myths associated with Apollo is the story of Daphne. Apollo, struck by Eros's golden arrow, fell deeply in love with the beautiful nymph. Daphne, however, had been struck by Eros's lead arrow, causing her to spurn Apollo's advances. Apollo pursued Daphne tirelessly, his heart aflame with passion. Daphne fled, her feet barely touching the ground as she raced through forests and across meadows. As Apollo closed in, Daphne cried out to her father, the river god Peneus, begging for help. Peneus heard his daughter's plea, and in an instant transformed her into a laurel tree. Apollo, reaching out to embrace his love, found his arms filled with rough bark and delicate leaves. Heartbroken, but moved by Daphne's beauty, even in this new form, Apollo declared the laurel his sacred tree. From that day forward, Apollo wore a wreath of laurel leaves, a reminder of his lost love. The laurel became a symbol of victory and honor, used to crown poets, athletes, and heroes. As you listen to this tale of transformation, allow yourself to sink deeper into relaxation. Like Daphne, let go of any need to flee or fight. Instead, root yourself in the present moment, feeling supported and protected. Apollo's influence extended to the realm of art and poetry as well. He was the patron of the Muses, the 9 goddesses who inspired creativity in all its forms. Poets, musicians, and artists would pray to Apollo for inspiration, seeking to channel even a fraction of his divine creativity. Imagine a soft, golden light illuminating your mind, sparking creativity and inspiration. Even as you relax, feel a sense of potential and possibility flowing through you, like the first notes of a beautiful melody, yet to be played. Among mortals, Apollo had many lovers and children. One of his most famous sons was Orpheus, whose music was said to be so beautiful that it could charm even the stones and trees. Orpheus's tragic tale of love and loss in the underworld is a testament to the power of music and the depth of human emotion. Another important aspect of Apollo's worship was the Pythian Games, held every 4 years at Delphi. These games, second only to the Olympics in importance, included not just athletic contests, but also competitions in music, poetry, and dance. Winners were crowned with a wreath of laurel, honoring both their achievement and Apollo himself. As we near the end of our tale, picture yourself at these ancient games. Feel the warmth of the sun on your skin. Hear the distant sound of lyres and flutes, the murmur of the crowd. Let the peaceful atmosphere envelop you, drawing you ever deeper into a state of calm relaxation. Apollo's worship continued for centuries. His influence felt in art, medicine, and prophecy long after the ancient Greek civilization had faded. Even today, we see echoes of Apollo in our culture, in our pursuit of truth and beauty, in our faith in the healing power of light and music. As you drift towards sleep, carry with you the light of Apollo. Let it shine in your dreams, illuminating paths of wisdom and creativity. Remember that, like Apollo, you too contain multitudes, the power to heal and create, to seek truth and inspire others. May Apollo's golden light guide you to peaceful slumber, where the music of the spheres plays softly in the background, and the wisdom of the ages is whispered on the night breeze. Sleep now and awaken renewed, inspired, and ready to face whatever challenges the new day may bring. In the realm of the gods, where beauty and tragedy often intertwine, there lived Apollo, the god of light, music, and prophecy. His golden hair shone like the sun itself, and his presence brought warmth and inspiration to all who beheld him. Yet, even the most radiant of gods can be humbled by the arrows of love. Our tale begins with a moment of pride, a boast that would set in motion a chain of events that would forever change the course of 2 lives. Apollo, flush with victory after slaying the great serpent Python, came across Eros, the god of love, practicing with his bow and arrow. With a smirk playing on his lips, Apollo called out to the young god, his voice carrying the confidence of one who believes himself above the follies of the heart. "Little Eros," he said, "what business have you with such mighty weapons? Leave the bow to those who can wield it with true skill, like myself. Your arrows are fit only for inspiring love's frivolous games, not for great deeds of valor." Eros, though small in stature, possessed a power that even Apollo underestimated. The god of love's eyes flashed with mischief and a hint of righteous indignation. Without a word, he reached into his quiver and drew forth 2 arrows, one tipped with gold to inspire love, the other with lead to repel it. With a flick of his wrist, faster than Apollo could perceive, Eros loosed his arrows. The golden shaft found its mark in Apollo's heart, while the leaden one struck a nearby nymph named Daphne, daughter of the river god Peneus. In that instant, the seeds of both love and tragedy were sown. Apollo, his heart suddenly aflame with desire, turned his gaze upon Daphne. She was a vision of grace and beauty, her long hair flowing like the river her father commanded, her eyes as deep and mysterious as hidden pools in the forest. But as their eyes met, Daphne felt only an inexplicable urge to flee. And so began a chase that would become legend, a pursuit that would test the limits of both divine determination and mortal resolve. Apollo, consumed by a love he had never known before, called out to Daphne as he followed her through the lush forests of Greece. "Wait, fair Daphne," he cried, his voice carrying the melody of 1,000 lyres. "Why do you run from me? I am not some common suitor to be feared. I am Apollo, god of the sun, patron of the arts. I bring light to the world and inspiration to poets and musicians alike. Surely, you must see that we are meant to be together." But Daphne, her heart hardened by Eros's leaden arrow, felt only fear and revulsion at Apollo's words. She ran faster, her feet barely touching the ground as she darted between trees and leaped over fallen logs. Her breath came in ragged gasps, her heart pounding not with love, but with the desperate need to escape. As you listen to this tale of pursuit and transformation, allow the rhythm of the chase to lull you into a state of peaceful relaxation. Feel your own breath slow, your body becoming as still as the forest through which Daphne runs. Let the tension of the day melt away, replaced by the soothing cadence of this ancient story. Apollo, driven by a love he could not control, continued his pursuit. His godly speed allowed him to gain on Daphne, and soon he could almost feel the softness of her hair slipping through his fingers. But just as he thought he might finally catch her, Daphne realized she could run no further. In desperation, she cried out to her father, the river god Peneus. "Father," she pleaded, her voice carried on the wind, "help me. Save me from this fate I do not desire. Take away this form that has brought me such unwanted attention." Peneus, hearing his daughter's anguished cry, felt his heart break. He knew he must act quickly to save Daphne from a destiny she did not choose. And so, just as Apollo's hand was about to close around Daphne's wrist, a remarkable transformation began. Daphne's feet, once fleet and nimble, began to sink into the soft earth. Her toes elongated, becoming roots that burrowed deep into the soil. Her legs, slender and strong, merged together and began to thicken, bark forming around them as they became a sturdy trunk. Apollo watched in astonishment as Daphne's arms stretched upward, fingers splaying out into branches and twigs. Her hair, which had streamed behind her like a banner, became a crown of leaves rustling in the gentle breeze. In mere moments, Where once stood a beautiful nymph, there now grew a majestic laurel tree. As you picture this scene of transformation, let yourself sink deeper into relaxation. Imagine your own body becoming as rooted and peaceful as Daphne's new form. Feel a sense of security and stillness washing over you, much like the calm that finally came to Daphne in her arboreal state. Apollo, his heart filled with both awe and sorrow, approached the tree that had once been his beloved Daphne. He placed his hand upon its smooth bark, feeling the life that still pulsed within. Though she could no longer run from him, neither could she return his love. In that moment, Apollo realized the folly of his pride and the price of underestimating the power of love. Speaking softly to the tree, Apollo made a solemn vow. "Oh, Daphne," he said, his voice thick with emotion, "if you cannot be my wife, you shall at least be my tree. Your leaves, ever green, shall crown the heads of champions and poets. You shall stand as a symbol of victory and honor, eternally youthful and beautiful, just as you are now." And so it came to be that the laurel became sacred to Apollo. Its leaves were fashioned into wreaths that adorned the brows of victors in the Pythian games, held in honor of Apollo's defeat of Python. Poets and musicians sought the inspiration of the laurel, believing it could impart the divine gift of prophecy. As our tale draws to a close, reflect on the lessons hidden within this myth. Consider how pride can blind us to the feelings of others, and how the pursuit of love cannot be forced. Like Apollo, we must learn to accept that not all desires can be fulfilled, and sometimes the greatest act of love is to let go. Allow these thoughts to drift through your mind like leaves on a gentle stream. Feel the weight of the day's concerns lifting from your shoulders, replaced by the timeless wisdom of this ancient story. Your body becomes as still as Daphne's tree, rooted in comfort and tranquility. In the quiet of the night, imagine the soft rustle of laurel leaves in a distant forest. Perhaps, if you listen closely, you might hear the faint echo of Apollo's lyre, still playing a bittersweet melody for his lost love. Let this gentle sound guide you towards the realm of dreams, where myths and reality intertwine. As sleep beckons, know that, like Daphne, you too have found a safe haven. Here, in the comfort of your rest, you are protected from the cares of the world. The story of Apollo and Daphne fades into the background of your consciousness, leaving behind a sense of peace and the subtle fragrance of laurel leaves. May your dreams be as eternal and green as Daphne's leaves, and may you wake refreshed, crowned with the quiet victory of restful sleep. Until our next tale, dear listener, may the gods grant you peaceful slumber and the wisdom to appreciate the beauty of transformation in all its forms. In the depths of the ancient forests, where moonlight dapples the forest floor and the air is thick with the scent of pine, there dwells a goddess as fierce as she is beautiful. Artemis, the divine huntress, twin sister to Apollo and daughter of Zeus himself. Her domain is the wild places of the world, where her arrows fly true and her hounds bay at the moon. Artemis was born on the island of Delos, moments before her twin brother Apollo. Even as a child, she knew her calling. When Zeus asked what gift she desired, young Artemis did not hesitate. She asked for a silver bow and arrows, a pack of hounds to accompany her on the hunt, and the freedom to roam the wilderness. Zeus, amused and proud of his daughter's spirit, granted her wishes. As you listen to the tale of Artemis, imagine yourself in a moonlit clearing. The soft grass beneath you cushions your body, and the gentle rustling of leaves in the night breeze soothes your mind. Let the story of the huntress guide you deeper into relaxation as we explore the realms where mortals seldom tread. Artemis grew to embody the wild spirit of nature itself. She ran with her hounds through moonlit forests, her feet barely touching the ground. Her arrows, tipped with silver, could pierce the heart of any beast or bring down the mightiest of trees. But Artemis was not merely a huntress. She was also a protector of the young, both animal and human. In one tale, Artemis came upon a mother bear who had been slain by hunters, leaving her cubs defenseless. The goddess, moved by compassion, took the young bears under her protection. She raised them in the sacred forests, teaching them the ways of survival. From that day forward, the bear became one of her sacred animals, a symbol of both ferocity and maternal care. As you breathe deeply, feeling the calm of the forest around you, let the duality of Artemis's nature settle into your bones. Like the goddess, you too contain multitudes, strength and gentleness, fierceness and compassion. Allow these seeming contradictions to harmonize within you, bringing balance and peace. Artemis was known for her unwavering commitment to maidenhood. She swore never to marry, dedicating herself instead to the hunt and the protection of her wild domains. This decision brought her both admirers and challengers. Many sought to win her heart or her hand, but all who tried found themselves facing the wrath of the goddess. One such tale speaks of Orion, the great hunter. Orion was one of the few who could match Artemis's skill with a bow, and for a time they hunted together as companions. Some say Orion began to boast that he could slay any creature on earth, a claim that angered Gaia, the Earth Mother. Others claim that Orion attempted to win Artemis's affections, breaking his vow of companionship. Whatever the reason, Artemis was forced to act. She sent a great scorpion to challenge Orion. The battle between hunter and beast was fierce, but in the end, the scorpion's sting proved fatal. As Orion fell, Artemis, perhaps in a moment of regret or honor for her former companion, placed him among the stars as a constellation. As you lie here, drifting towards sleep, imagine looking up at the night sky. The stars of Orion twinkle above you, a reminder of the complex tapestry of choices and consequences that make up our lives. Like Artemis, we too must sometimes make difficult decisions, balancing our personal desires with our responsibilities and values. Artemis's role as a protector extended beyond the animals of the forest. She was also the guardian of young women, watching over them as they transitioned from childhood to adulthood. Many young girls would make offerings to Artemis, seeking her blessing and protection during this vulnerable time in their lives. In one story, a young woman named Atalanta was abandoned in the wilderness as an infant. Artemis took pity on the child and sent a she-bear to nurse and raise her. Under the goddess's distant but watchful eye, Atalanta grew to become a skilled huntress in her own right, embodying the strength and independence that Artemis valued. As the goddess of childbirth, Artemis also eased the pains of women in labor. It was said that women who honored Artemis would have easier births, their children coming into the world under the protection of the goddess. This aspect of Artemis reminds us that even the fiercest among us have the capacity for nurturing and care. Let the gentle strength of Artemis flow through you now. Feel the solid earth beneath you, supporting you just as the goddess supports the creatures under her care. With each breath, imagine drawing in the crisp, clean air of the forest, filling your lungs with the vitality of the wild. Artemis was not only a protector, but also an enforcer of natural law and divine justice. She punished those who desecrated her sacred spaces or harmed the innocent creatures under her protection. Her arrows could bring swift death to wrongdoers, but they could also deliver mercy to those suffering needlessly. One of the most famous tales of Artemis's justice involves the hunter Actaeon. While hunting in the forest, Actaeon stumbled upon Artemis bathing in a secluded pool. Outraged at this invasion of her privacy, the goddess transformed Actaeon into a stag. His own hunting dogs, no longer recognizing their master, turned on him and tore him apart. This tale, while harsh, speaks to the importance of respecting boundaries and the sanctity of nature. As you continue to relax, reflect on the spaces in your own life that are sacred to you. Just as Artemis fiercely guarded her domain, it is important for us to establish and maintain healthy boundaries in our lives. Despite her sometimes stern nature, Artemis was beloved by many. Hunters would pray to her for success in the chase, but also for the wisdom to take only what was needed. Young women looked to her as a symbol of strength and independence. Even cities sought her protection, building grand temples in her honor. One of the most famous of these was the Temple of Artemis at Ephesus, considered one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world. This magnificent structure stood as a testament to the goddess's importance in the ancient world, its columns reaching towards the sky like the great trees of her forests. As our tale of Artemis draws to a close, imagine yourself once more in her sacred forest. The moon hangs full and bright in the sky, casting a silver glow over the landscape. In the distance, you hear the soft padding of animal feet and the rustle of leaves. These are the sounds of Artemis's realm, a place of both danger and profound peace. Let the spirit of Artemis guide you now towards restful sleep. Like the goddess herself, moving silently through the forest, allow your thoughts to quiet. Feel the tension leave your body, melting away like mist in the morning sun. You are safe here, under the watchful eye of the divine huntress. Remember the lessons of Artemis as you drift off. Embrace your inner strength, respect the balance of nature, and know that it is possible to be both fierce and compassionate. Like the goddess, you have the power to protect what is precious to you and to stand firm in your convictions. May your dreams be filled with moonlit forests and the quiet wisdom of the wild. And may Artemis, in her eternal vigil, watch over your sleep, keeping at bay any troubles that might disturb your rest. Good night, dear listener, and may you wake refreshed, carrying with you the indomitable spirit of Artemis, goddess of the hunt. In the verdant forests of ancient Greece, where sunlight filtered through emerald leaves and crystal streams whispered secrets of the divine, there lived a goddess whose very essence was intertwined with the wild. This was Artemis, the maiden huntress, twin sister to Apollo and daughter of Zeus himself. Her domain was the untamed wilderness, and her companions were the creatures of the wood and the silver light of the moon. Artemis was known for her fierce independence and her unwavering commitment to the protection of the natural world. She moved through the forests with the grace of a deer and the stealth of a panther, her footsteps leaving no trace on the forest floor. Her silver bow, a gift from the Cyclops, was always at the ready, its arrows finding their mark with unerring accuracy. But Artemis was more than just a skilled hunter. She was a guardian of the young, a protector of women in childbirth, and a symbol of chastity. Her beauty was as wild and untamed as the forest she roamed, and many sought to win her favor. Yet Artemis had sworn never to marry, dedicating herself instead to the preservation of the natural world and the pursuit of the hunt. As you listen to this tale, imagine yourself resting in a peaceful glade, surrounded by the soothing sounds of nature. Let the gentle rustling of leaves and the soft gurgle of a nearby stream lull you into a state of deep relaxation. Feel the cool forest air on your skin, carrying with it the scent of pine and wildflowers. Allow yourself to become one with the tranquil forest, just as Artemis was one with her domain. Our story begins on a warm summer's day, when the sun hung high in the azure sky, and the forest was alive with the sounds of birds and insects. A young hunter named Actaeon, grandson of Cadmus, had set out with his loyal hounds to seek game in the lush woods of Boeotia. Actaeon was known far and wide for his skill with the bow and his passion for the hunt, traits that in many ways mirrored those of Artemis herself. As you picture Actaeon moving through the forest, let your own body sink deeper into relaxation. Imagine the dappled sunlight playing across your closed eyelids, warm and soothing. With each breath, feel yourself becoming more and more at peace, your muscles releasing any tension they may be holding. Actaeon had been hunting since dawn, and as the day wore on, he found himself growing weary. The heat of the summer sun beat down upon him, and his throat was parched with thirst. As if guided by some unseen hand, he stumbled upon a secluded glade, hidden deep within the heart of the forest. At its center lay a crystal-clear pool, fed by a gently cascading waterfall. The young hunter's heart leapt with joy at the sight of the cool, inviting water. But as he approached the pool's edge, he suddenly froze in his tracks. There, bathing in the sacred waters, was Artemis herself, surrounded by her nymphs. The goddess had chosen this secret spot to refresh herself after a long day of hunting, believing herself safe from mortal eyes. As you envision this scene, let the sound of the waterfall in your mind's eye blend with the gentle rain sounds around you. Allow the rhythmic patter to wash away any lingering thoughts or worries, leaving your mind as clear and calm as the pool in the story. Actaeon stood transfixed, unable to look away from the divine beauty before him. Artemis, sensing his presence, turned her gaze upon the mortal hunter. Her eyes, as silver as the moon she embodied, flashed with a mixture of surprise and fury. For no man was ever meant to see the virgin goddess in such a vulnerable state. In her anger, Artemis reached for her bow, but then paused. A different punishment came to her mind, one that would serve as a lasting reminder of the sanctity of her domain. With a flick of her wrist, she sent droplets of water flying from her fingertips towards Actaeon. As the enchanted water touched his skin, a terrible transformation began to take place. Actaeon felt a strange, tingling sensation spread throughout his body. To his horror, he watched as his hands began to change, elongating into hooves. His skin sprouted a coat of dappled fur, and great antlers burst forth from his brow. In mere moments, where once stood a man, there now stood a magnificent stag. As you listen, allow yourself to surrender to the story, just as Actaeon surrendered to his transformation. Let go of any tension in your body, feeling a wave of relaxation flow from the crown of your head down to the tips of your toes. You are safe, comfortable, and at peace. Artemis, her vengeance complete, spoke to the transformed Actaeon. "Go now," she commanded, her voice as cold and clear as a mountain stream. "Run with the beasts you once hunted. But know this, the hunter has become the hunted." Confused and afraid, Actaeon fled from the glade, his new hooves carrying him swiftly through the underbrush. But as he ran, he heard a terrifying sound that made his blood run cold. The baying of hounds. His own hunting dogs, unable to recognize their master in his new form, had caught his scent and were in hot pursuit. Actaeon ran with all his might, his heart pounding in his chest. He tried to call out to his dogs, to make them understand, but all that emerged from his throat were the grunts and bellows of a stag. On and on he ran, through streams and over fallen logs, the sound of the pursuing pack growing ever closer. As you picture Actaeon's flight, let the rhythm of his running merge with the steady beat of the rain. Allow this consistent, soothing sound to carry you deeper into a state of calm and tranquility. Your breathing is slow and steady, your body completely at ease. At last, exhausted, and with nowhere left to run, Actaeon found himself cornered against a sheer cliff face. He turned to face his pursuers, seeing in their eyes the same fierce determination he had once felt during the hunt. With a final, mournful cry, Actaeon met his fate at the jaws and claws of his own beloved hounds. As the last echoes of the chase faded away, Artemis looked down upon the scene from her celestial perch. Her anger had cooled, replaced by a solemn understanding of the harsh lesson she had imparted. For in Actaeon's fate lay a powerful reminder of the importance of respecting the boundaries between the mortal and divine realms. The tale of Artemis and Actaeon serves as a poignant allegory for the unpredictable and sometimes unforgiving nature of the wild. It reminds us that in the realm of gods and mortals, actions often carry unforeseen and far-reaching consequences. Just as Actaeon's curiosity led to his downfall, so too must we be mindful of the delicate balance that exists in the natural world. As our story draws to a close, take a moment to reflect on the lessons it imparts. Consider the importance of respecting boundaries, both in nature and in our interactions with others. Let the wisdom of this ancient tale settle into your mind, becoming a part of your own inner landscape. Now, as you lie here, allow the gentle rain sounds to wash over you like the waters of Artemis's sacred pool. Feel yourself becoming one with the tranquil forest of your imagination, safe and at peace. Your body is completely relaxed, your mind calm and clear. With each breath, you sink deeper into a state of restful slumber, carried on the wings of myth and legend into the realm of dreams. As you drift off, know that like the forests under Artemis's protection, you too are watched over and kept safe through the night. May your sleep be deep and rejuvenating, filled with the wonder and mystery of the ancient world. Good night, dear listener, and sweet dreams. In the realm of the gods, there was one who moved with unparalleled swiftness and grace. Hermes, the messenger of the gods, was born with an innate cleverness that would shape his destiny and make him one of the most beloved deities in the Greek pantheon. Hermes was the son of Zeus and Maia, one of the Pleiades. From the moment of his birth, he displayed an extraordinary intellect and mischievous nature. As a newborn, barely a day old, Hermes crept from his cradle and embarked on his first adventure. with nimble fingers and a cunning mind, the infant god fashioned a lyre from a tortoise shell and strings made from cow intestines. The sweet music that emanated from this instrument would later become one of his most cherished gifts to the world. But Hermes' mischievous nature was not content with merely creating beautiful music. On that same day, he set out to play a trick on his half-brother Apollo, the god of music and prophecy. Hermes stole a herd of cattle belonging to Apollo, cleverly revering their hoofprints to confuse anyone who might try to track them. When Apollo discovered the theft, he was furious. He immediately suspected Hermes and brought the young god before Zeus to face judgment. But Hermes, with his silver tongue and quick wit, managed to charm both Apollo and Zeus. To appease Apollo, Hermes offered him the lyre he had crafted. Apollo, enchanted by the instrument's beautiful sound, agreed to forgive Hermes. In exchange for the lyre, Apollo gave Hermes a golden staff and taught him the art of prophecy. This exchange marked the beginning of a deep friendship between the two gods, and it also established Hermes' role as a god of trade and commerce. His ability to negotiate and find mutually beneficial solutions would become legendary among both gods and mortals. As Hermes grew, so did his responsibilities. Zeus, recognizing his son's unique talents, appointed him as the official messenger of the gods. With his winged sandals and cap, Hermes could travel between the realms of the gods, the mortal world, and even the underworld with incredible speed. Hermes' swift nature and ability to cross boundaries made him the patron god of travelers, merchants, and even thieves. He was known for his ability to guide souls to the underworld, earning him the title of Psychopomp. One of Hermes' most famous roles was as the protector of boundaries and crossroads. Travelers would often leave offerings at Hermes, pillar-like markers topped with Hermes' bust, seeking his protection on their journeys. Hermes was also known for his inventiveness. Besides the lyre, he was credited with creating the panpipes, a musical instrument he gifted to the god Pan. His quick thinking and creativity made him a valuable ally to both gods and heroes alike. In one tale, Hermes aided the hero Perseus in his quest to slay the Gorgon Medusa. He lent Perseus his winged sandals, allowing the hero to fly and approach Medusa safely. This act of generosity helped Perseus complete his seemingly impossible task. Hermes' role as a trickster god often put him in amusing situations. In one story, he engaged in a contest with Apollo to see who could herd cattle better. Hermes, true to his nature, used his wit to outsmart Apollo, driving the cattle backwards and confusing his competitor. Despite his mischievous nature, Hermes was deeply loved by both gods and mortals. His quick wit and charm made him a welcome presence on Olympus, and his protection was sought by travelers and merchants across the ancient world. As you listen to these tales of Hermes, let his swift and nimble nature inspire you to find clever solutions in your own life. Like the god of travelers, you too can navigate the crossroads of life with wit and grace. Imagine yourself wearing Hermes' winged sandals, feeling light and unburdened as you drift towards sleep. Let each breath carry you swiftly and gently into a peaceful slumber, just as Hermes glides effortlessly between realms. In another famous myth, Hermes played a crucial role in one of Zeus' love affairs. When Zeus became enamored with Io, a beautiful priestess of Hera, he transformed her into a white heifer to protect her from Hera's jealousy. However, Hera, suspicious of the beautiful cow, demanded it as a gift. Zeus, unable to refuse without raising suspicion, reluctantly gave Io to Hera. The goddess then tasked Argus, a giant with 100 eyes, to guard the heifer. It seemed that Io was doomed to remain a cow forever, constantly watched by the sleepless Argus. But Zeus called upon Hermes to rescue Io. Using his skills as the god of thieves and trickery, Hermes disguised himself as a shepherd and approached Argus. He began to play soothing music on his pipes and tell long, boring stories. Gradually, Argus' many eyes began to close, one by one, until finally the giant fell into a deep sleep. Seizing the opportunity, Hermes swiftly slew Argus and freed Io from her bovine form. This myth showcases Hermes' ability to use his various skills, music, storytelling, and cunning, to overcome seemingly insurmountable obstacles. It also highlights his role as Zeus' trusted aide, capable of handling delicate and dangerous situations. As the patron god of language and communication, Hermes was often called upon to mediate disputes between gods and mortals. His eloquence and diplomacy made him an ideal peacemaker, able to find common ground between even the most stubborn parties. In one lesser-known tale, Hermes was tasked with resolving a conflict between two neighboring cities that were on the brink of war. Using his gift of persuasion, he convinced the leaders of both cities to engage in a contest of skill rather than a bloody battle. The contest Hermes proposed was a race between the swiftest runners of each city. The winning city would gain the disputed territory, while the losing city would have to provide a year's worth of olive oil to the victors. As the race began, Hermes whispered words of encouragement to both runners, inspiring them to push beyond their limits. The race was so close that when the runners crossed the finish line, no one could tell who had won. Rather than allowing the uncertainty to reignite the conflict, Hermes proposed a solution. He suggested that the two cities share the disputed land, working together to cultivate it and sharing the harvest equally. The leaders, impressed by Hermes' wisdom, agreed to this peaceful resolution. This story illustrates Hermes' role not just as a trickster, but as a god of wisdom and peaceful resolution. His ability to find creative solutions to complex problems made him an invaluable member of the Olympic pantheon. As you contemplate these stories of Hermes, let his resourcefulness and adaptability inspire you. In your own life, you too can approach challenges with creativity and find unexpected solutions to problems that seem unsolvable. Imagine Hermes Caduceus, his staff entwined with two serpents, symbol of commerce and negotiation. Picture it gently waving back and forth like a pendulum, lulling you into a state of deep relaxation. Let the rhythm of Hermes' swift footsteps become the rhythm of your own breathing, steady, calm, and effortless. With each breath, feel yourself becoming lighter, as if you too were wearing Hermes' winged sandals. In the realm of dreams, Hermes serves as a guide, helping souls navigate the complex landscapes of the subconscious. As you drift closer to sleep, imagine Hermes walking beside you, his presence bringing a sense of safety and adventure to your journey into the world of dreams. Remember, like Hermes crossing boundaries between worlds, you are now crossing the boundary between wakefulness and sleep. Let go of the day's concerns and allow yourself to be carried gently into the realm of restful slumber. As we conclude our tale of Hermes, the messenger god, let his stories of wit, speed, and diplomacy inspire your own dreams. May your sleep be as swift and peaceful as Hermes' flight across the sky, and may you wake refreshed, ready to face life's challenges with creativity and grace. In the realm of the gods, where divine beings wielded immense power, there lived a young god named Hermes. Born to Zeus and Maya, Hermes was known for his quick wit, cleverness, and mischievous nature. From the moment of his birth, it was clear that this god would be unlike any other. On the very day he was born, Hermes emerged from his cradle, filled with an insatiable curiosity about the world around him. As he stepped out of the cave where he was born, his eyes fell upon a tortoise slowly making its way across the ground. With a gleam in his eye, Hermes picked up the tortoise and brought it back to his cave. With nimble fingers and a mind full of invention, Hermes hollowed out the tortoise shell and strung it with 7 strings made from cow gut. And thus, the first lyre was created. The sweet music that emanated from this new instrument filled the air, captivating all who heard it. But Hermes' adventurous spirit was not satisfied with this creation alone. As night fell, the young god's mind turned to thoughts of mischief. He decided to embark on a daring escapade, one that would test his cunning and bring him face to face with one of the most powerful Olympian gods. Under the cover of darkness, Hermes slipped away from his cave and made his way to the lush meadows where Apollo, god of music, light, and prophecy, kept his prized herd of cattle. These were no ordinary cattle, but divine beings with coats that shimmered like gold in the moonlight. As you listen to this tale, imagine the soft rustling of grass beneath Hermes' feet, the gentle lowing of the cattle in the distance. Let the peacefulness of the night wash over you, allowing your body to sink deeper into relaxation. With great care and stealth, Hermes began to lead the cattle away from their pasture. But the clever god knew that he must cover his tracks. So he fashioned shoes for the cattle out of branches and leaves and put them on backwards. This way, the tracks would lead in the opposite direction, confusing anyone who might try to follow. As you picture this scene in your mind, feel the cool night air on your skin. Hear the soft padding of the cattle's unusual footwear on the earth. Let each breath you take deepen your sense of calm and tranquility. Hermes successfully led the cattle far from their home, hiding them in a cave. Pleased with his clever theft, he returned to his own cave and innocently tucked himself back into his cradle, as if he had never left. But Apollo, being the god of prophecy, soon discovered the theft of his beloved cattle. Furious, he began to search for the culprit. His quest led him to the cave where Hermes lay, pretending to be a harmless newborn. Apollo confronted the young god, demanding the return of his cattle. Hermes, with wide, innocent eyes, denied any knowledge of the theft. But Apollo, not fooled by the child's act, insisted on searching the cave. As you listen, allow the tension of this confrontation to wash over you and then dissipate like waves lapping at a shore. Let any worries or stresses in your own life fade away, just as this ancient dispute would soon find its resolution. Seeing that his ruse was failing, Hermes decided to change tactics. He reached for his newly created lyre and began to play. The music that flowed from the instrument was so beautiful, so enchanting, that Apollo's anger began to melt away. Imagine the soothing melody filling the air, its harmonious notes weaving a spell of peace and tranquility. As you listen to my words, let that imaginary music wash over you, easing any tension in your body and calming your mind. Apollo, god of music himself, was captivated by the lyre's sweet sound. He had never heard such an instrument before, and his curiosity overcame his anger. He asked Hermes about the wonderful creation, and Hermes, seeing an opportunity, offered to give Apollo the lyre in exchange for keeping the cattle he had stolen. Apollo, so enchanted by the lyre, agreed to the trade. And so, from this act of mischief and subsequent negotiation, Hermes not only kept the cattle, but also gained recognition among the gods for his cunning and inventiveness. This tale of Hermes and Apollo's cattle teaches us about the power of creativity and quick thinking. Even in the face of conflict, Hermes found a way to turn the situation to his advantage, not through force, but through art and negotiation. As you rest and drift towards sleep, consider how you too might approach challenges in your life with creativity and flexibility. Like Hermes, you have the power to transform difficult situations into opportunities for growth and understanding. Zeus, impressed by his young son's cleverness, officially recognized Hermes as the god of thieves, travelers, and commerce. Hermes' ability to mediate between Apollo's anger and his own mischief also earned him the role of divine messenger, carrying communications between gods and mortals alike. Let the wisdom of this ancient tale settle over you like a warm, comforting blanket. As your breathing slows and your body relaxes, picture Hermes and Apollo, two powerful gods, finding harmony through music and mutual understanding. In the quiet of your room, with the gentle sound of rain in the background, allow your mind to wander through the meadows where Apollo's cattle once grazed. Feel the soft grass beneath you. See the starry sky above, and let the peace of this mythical world envelop you. Remember, like the ever-changing melodies of Hermes' lyre, life presents us with constant variations and challenges. But within each challenge lies the potential for a harmonious resolution if we approach it with creativity and an open mind. As you drift closer to sleep, carry with you the image of Hermes, the clever young god who turned a potential conflict into an opportunity for creation and exchange. Let his ingenuity inspire your dreams, filling them with possibilities and ingenious solutions to any obstacles you may face. And now, as our tale of Hermes and Apollo's cattle comes to close, allow yourself to sink deeper into relaxation. The gods have settled their dispute. The lyre's music has faded into the night, and all is peaceful in the realm of Olympus. Let that divine peace wash over you, guiding you gently into a deep and restful sleep. In the vast expanse of Greek mythology, few tales are as captivating as the birth of Aphrodite, the goddess of love and beauty. Her origin story is as unique as she is enchanting, a testament to the power of creation that emerges from the most unexpected places. Long ago, in the time before mortals walked the earth, there was a primordial god named Uranus, the personification of the sky. Uranus was married to Gaia, the Earth Mother, and together they had many children. However, Uranus was a cruel father, fearful of his offspring's power. He imprisoned his children deep within the earth, causing Gaia great pain and sorrow. Gaia, unable to bear the suffering of her children, devised a plan. She crafted a great adamantine sickle and beseeched her children to rise against their father. Only one among them was brave enough to answer her call, Cronus, the youngest of the Titans. As you listen to this tale, allow yourself to sink deeper into relaxation. Feel the weight of your body melting into your bed, just as Gaia sank into a restful state, knowing her plan was in motion. Cronus took the sickle from his mother and waited for the right moment to strike. When Uranus descended to lay with Gaia, Cronus emerged from his hiding place. With a swift and terrible motion, he used the sickle to castrate his father, severing Uranus's manhood and casting it into the sea. The violence of this act sent ripples across the cosmos. But from this moment of chaos, something beautiful was about to emerge. As Uranus's essence fell into the sea, it mixed with the foam of the waves, creating a swirling, iridescent froth that danced upon the water's surface. Imagine, if you will, the gentle lapping of waves against the shore. Let the rhythm of the water soothe you, carrying away any lingering tension in your body. With each wave, feel yourself drifting further into a state of peaceful tranquility. From this divine sea foam, a figure began to take shape. Slowly, gracefully, a woman of incomparable beauty rose from the waters. This was Aphrodite, born not from a mother's womb, but from the union of sky and sea, of violence and beauty, of endings and beginnings. Aphrodite's beauty was so radiant that flowers sprang up in her footsteps as she walked upon the shore. The gentle breeze caressed her golden hair, and her eyes sparkled with the light of 1,000 stars. She was love incarnate, desire given form, beauty beyond mortal comprehension. As Aphrodite emerged from the sea, the whole of creation seemed to hold its breath in awe. The waves calmed, the winds stilled, and even the sun seemed to shine a little brighter in her presence. Nature itself recognized the birth of a goddess who would come to embody the very essence of love and beauty. Let yourself be enveloped by this sense of wonder and tranquility. As you lie there, imagine the warmth of the sun on your skin, the soft sand beneath your feet, and the gentle caress of the sea breeze. Allow these sensations to wash over you, bringing you deeper into a state of relaxation. The newly born Aphrodite was greeted by the Houri, the goddesses of the seasons and natural order. They clothed her in shimmering garments and adorned her with golden jewelry, preparing her for her ascension to Mount Olympus, where she would take her place among the gods. As Aphrodite made her way to Olympus, her influence began to spread across the world. Everywhere she went, love blossomed. Flowers turned their faces to follow her passage. Animals paired off in tender embraces, and even the hardest of hearts softened in her presence. The other gods and goddesses were immediately captivated by Aphrodite's beauty and charm. Zeus, recognizing the power she held, sought to prevent conflict among the gods by arranging her marriage to Hephaestus, the god of fire and craftsmanship. Yet Aphrodite's heart was as free as the sea from which she was born, and her love could not be contained by the bonds of marriage alone. As you continue to relax, let Aphrodite's essence of love and beauty fill your mind. Feel a sense of warmth spreading through your body, from the tips of your toes to the crown of your head. This is the gentle, nurturing love that Aphrodite brings to the world. Aphrodite's influence extended far beyond the realm of the gods. She became a central figure in countless myths and legends, her power to inspire love and desire shaping the fates of gods and mortals alike. From the legendary beauty of Helen of Troy to the tragic love of Adonis, Aphrodite's touch could be felt in every tale of passion and romance. In art and poetry, Aphrodite was celebrated as the ideal of feminine beauty and grace. Sculptors sought to capture her perfect form in marble, while poets composed verses praising her unparalleled loveliness. Her symbols, the dove, the swan, the rose, and the scallop shell, became synonymous with love and beauty throughout the ancient world. As we delve deeper into the story of Aphrodite, allow your mind to drift peacefully. Imagine yourself on a secluded beach, the same shore where Aphrodite first stepped foot on land. The sand is warm beneath you, the sun gentle on your skin. With each breath, you inhale the salty sea air, feeling more and more at ease. One of the most famous tales involving Aphrodite is the Judgment of Paris, where she competed with Hera and Athena for the title of the most beautiful goddess. Paris, a Trojan prince, was tasked with awarding a golden apple to the fairest among them. Aphrodite, promising him the love of the most beautiful mortal woman, won the contest, a decision that would eventually lead to the Trojan War. This myth illustrates the dual nature of Aphrodite's influence. While she brought love and beauty into the world, her power could also incite conflict and strife. Like the sea from which she was born, Aphrodite could be both gentle and tempestuous, nurturing and destructive. Yet despite the occasional chaos that followed in her wake, Aphrodite remained a beloved figure among gods and mortals alike. Her ability to inspire love in all its forms, romantic, familial, platonic, was recognized as a fundamental force of nature, as essential to life as the air we breathe or the earth beneath our feet. As you continue to relax, consider the role of love and beauty in your own life. Like Aphrodite emerging from the sea foam, these forces can arise from unexpected places, bringing joy and wonder into our everyday existence. Allow yourself to be open to the beauty that surrounds you, to the love that flows through all things. In some traditions, Aphrodite was also associated with the sea and seafaring. Sailors would pray to her for safe passage, and coastal cities often built temples in her honor. This connection to the sea reminds us of her origins and the vast, unpredictable nature of love itself. Aphrodite's birth from the sea foam also symbolizes the idea of love as a force of renewal and rebirth. Just as she emerged from the chaos of Uranus's demise, love has the power to bring new life and hope even in the darkest of times. This is a comforting thought to hold on to as you drift closer to sleep. As our tale of Aphrodite's birth draws to a close, imagine once more the gentle lapping of waves upon the shore. Let the rhythm sync with your breathing, slow and steady. Feel the last traces of tension leaving your body, replaced by a deep sense of peace and contentment. Remember that, like Aphrodite, you too carry within you the capacity for love and beauty. As you journey through your dreams tonight, may you be blessed with visions as lovely as the goddess herself, and may you awaken renewed, like Aphrodite rising from the sea foam, ready to bring more love and beauty into the world. And so, with the story of Aphrodite's miraculous birth fresh in your mind, allow yourself to slip gently into the realm of dreams. May your sleep be as peaceful as the calm seas, and may your dreams be filled with the beauty and love that Aphrodite embodies. Good night and sweet dreams. In the realm of the gods, where beauty reigns supreme, there lived a goddess whose allure was unmatched. Aphrodite, born from the sea foam, possessed a charm that could bewitch both mortals and immortals alike. But even the goddess of love would find herself entangled in a tale of passion and tragedy. Our story begins not on Mount Olympus, but in the mortal world, where a young man named Adonis captured the heart of the divine Aphrodite. Adonis was a mortal of extraordinary beauty, his features so perfect that they rivaled those of the gods themselves. His skin was as smooth as polished marble, his eyes as deep and blue as the Aegean Sea, and his hair as golden as the rays of the sun. Aphrodite first laid eyes on Adonis when he was but a babe, left in her care by the goddess Persephone. As she gazed upon the infant, she was struck by a vision of the man he would become. She entrusted him to Persephone to be raised in the underworld, safe from the dangers of the mortal realm. Years passed, and Adonis grew into a young man of unparalleled beauty. When Aphrodite returned to claim him, she found herself captivated by his charm and grace. The goddess of love, who had inspired countless tales of passion and desire, now found herself falling deeply in love with a mortal. Persephone, however, had also grown fond of Adonis during his time in the underworld. She refused to relinquish him to Aphrodite, leading to a dispute between the two goddesses. Their quarrel was so fierce that Zeus himself had to intervene, decreeing that Adonis would spend 1/3 of the year with Aphrodite, 1/3 with Persephone, and 1/3 with whomever he chose. Adonis, drawn to Aphrodite's beauty and warmth, chose to spend his free time with her. Together, they would wander through lush forests and blooming meadows, their love blossoming like the flowers that sprung up in their wake. Aphrodite, usually capricious in matters of the heart, found herself experiencing a deep and abiding love for the mortal youth. But even as their love flourished, a shadow loomed over their happiness. Adonis was an avid hunter, and despite Aphrodite's warnings, he insisted on pursuing the most dangerous game. The goddess, fearing for his safety, would often accompany him on his hunts, her divine presence offering some protection against the perils of the wild. One fateful day, as Adonis prepared for a hunt, Aphrodite felt a sense of foreboding. She pleaded with him to stay, to forsake the hunt, and remain in the safety of her embrace. But Adonis, young and full of vigor, laughed off her concerns. He kissed her tenderly, promising to return with a prize worthy of her beauty. As you listen to this tale of love and loss, allow yourself to sink deeper into relaxation. Feel the gentle weight of your body against the softness beneath you, each breath drawing you further into a state of peaceful calm. The story of Aphrodite and Adonis reminds us of the delicate balance between love and fate, a universal theme that touches all our lives. Adonis set out into the forest, his hunting dogs bounding ahead, eager for the chase. As he ventured deeper into the woods, the trees seemed to close in around him, their branches reaching out like grasping fingers. The air grew thick with tension, as if nature itself sensed the impending tragedy. Suddenly, a great boar burst from the underbrush, its tusks gleaming in the dappled sunlight. Adonis, emboldened by his many successful hunts, raised his spear and charged at the beast. But this was no ordinary boar. Some say it was sent by Ares, the god of war, jealous of Adonis's place in Aphrodite's heart. Others claim it was Artemis, goddess of the hunt, punishing Adonis for his hubris. The boar, with unnatural speed and ferocity, dodged Adonis's spear and turned on him. In a moment of terrible violence, it gored the beautiful youth, its tusks tearing through flesh and bone. Adonis's anguished cry echoed through the forest, reaching Aphrodite's ears and filling her with dread. The goddess rushed to the scene, her heart pounding with fear. As she broke through the tree line, she saw Adonis lying on the forest floor, his life's blood staining the earth crimson. With a cry of despair, Aphrodite gathered him in her arms, her tears falling upon his pale face. As you continue to relax, let the ebb and flow of the story wash over you like gentle waves upon a shore. Allow any tension in your body to melt away, surrendering to the soothing embrace of rest. The tale of Adonis reminds us of the fleeting nature of life and the enduring power of love. In her grief, Aphrodite decreed that the earth would forever remember Adonis. Where his blood had spilled, delicate anemone flowers blossomed, their petals as red as the lifeblood of the fallen youth. These flowers, both beautiful and fragile, would serve as a lasting reminder of Adonis's beauty and the tragedy of his untimely death. But Aphrodite's love for Adonis was so great that she could not bear to let him pass entirely from the world. She pleaded with Zeus to allow Adonis to return from the underworld for part of each year. Moved by her sorrow, Zeus agreed. And so, like Persephone before him, Adonis would spend part of the year in the realm of the living and part in the underworld. Each spring, as the earth awakens from its winter slumber, Adonis returns to the world above. His arrival is heralded by the blooming of the anemone flowers, their delicate petals, a symbol of renewed life and the enduring nature of love. For a brief time, Aphrodite and Adonis are reunited. Their joy is radiant as the spring sunshine. But as summer fades into autumn, Adonis must return to the underworld. His departure is marked by the withering of the anemone flowers, their petals falling to the earth like tears. Aphrodite's sorrow at their parting is reflected in the changing of the seasons, as the world turns from the warmth of summer to the chill of winter. This cycle of joy and sorrow, of life and death, continues eternally. It serves as a reminder of the transient nature of mortal life and the enduring power of divine love. Aphrodite, in her immortality, experiences the pain of loss and the joy of reunion again and again. Her love for Adonis, unchanging through the ages. As you drift closer to sleep, consider the lessons hidden within this ancient tale. The story of Aphrodite and Adonis teaches us about the beauty and fragility of life, the power of love to transcend even death, and the cyclical nature of all things. In your own life, you may experience moments of joy and sorrow, of union and separation. Like the changing seasons, these experiences are part of the natural rhythm of existence. Let the gentle rise and fall of your breath mirror the cycle of Adonis's return and departure. With each inhalation, imagine the joy of reunion, the blossoming of new life. With each exhalation, release any tension or sorrow, allowing it to fade away like autumn leaves in the wind. Your body becomes heavier, more relaxed with each breath, as you sink deeper into a state of peaceful rest. The tale of Aphrodite and Adonis reminds us that even in loss, there can be beauty. The anemone flowers, born from tragedy, bring color and life to the world each spring. In your own life, consider how moments of hardship or sorrow might lead to unexpected beauty or growth. As you rest, allow any worries or fears to transform, blossoming into hope and renewal like the anemones of Adonis. As our story draws to a close, imagine yourself in a beautiful meadow, surrounded by delicate anemone flowers. Their petals sway gently in a warm breeze, their color as vibrant as Adonis's life force. Feel the soft grass beneath you, supporting your body as you relax completely. The air is filled with the sweet scent of flowers and the distant sound of waves, reminiscent of Aphrodite's sea-born origins. In this peaceful place, between the realms of mortals and gods, allow yourself to drift gently towards sleep. Like Adonis in his cyclical journey, you too are transitioning from one state to another. Embrace this journey, knowing that rest and renewal await you in the realm of dreams. The love of Aphrodite and the beauty of Adonis will watch over you, ensuring your slumber is deep and restful. As you teeter on the edge of sleep, remember that like the eternal love between Aphrodite and Adonis, the cycle of rest and awakening is constant and renewing. Each night, as you surrender to sleep, you embark on your own journey of rejuvenation. And each morning, like Adonis returning from the underworld, you will arise refreshed and renewed, ready to embrace the beauty and challenges of a new day. Now, as the last whispers of this mythical tale fade into the night, allow yourself to surrender completely to sleep. The story of Aphrodite and Adonis will continue to play out in the theater of your dreams, a timeless reminder of the power of love and the beauty of life's eternal cycle. Rest now, dear listener, and may your dreams be as sweet as the love between a goddess and her mortal beloved. In the pantheon of Greek gods, few were as feared and misunderstood as Ares, the god of war. Born to Zeus and Hera, Ares embodied the raw, chaotic nature of conflict, a force both destructive and necessary in the balance of the world. Imagine, if you will, a figure clad in gleaming bronze armor, his eyes blazing with the fire of 1,000 battles. This was Ares, his very presence inspiring both dread and awe. Unlike his half-sister Athena, who represented the strategic and intellectual aspects of warfare, Ares was the personification of the physical brutality and bloodlust that war brings. As you rest and listen to this tale, allow the tension in your body to release, much like a warrior laying down his arms after a long campaign. Let each breath bring you closer to a state of peaceful relaxation, even as we explore the tumultuous nature of the war god. Ares was not always welcomed among the other Olympians. His father, Zeus, once proclaimed, "You are the most hateful to me of all the gods who hold Olympus. Forever quarreling is dear to your heart, wars and battles." This sentiment was shared by many, both divine and mortal, who saw Ares as a bringer of strife and suffering. Yet Ares was not without his complexities. In times of peace, he was known to retreat to Thrace, a land of rugged mountains and fierce warriors who honored him above all other gods. There, in the misty valleys and on the windswept plains, Ares found a measure of peace, away from the judgmental eyes of his fellow Olympians. As you sink deeper into comfort, picture these Thracian landscapes. Feel the cool mountain air on your skin. Hear the distant clash of practiced swords, the rhythmic beat of war drums fading into the soothing patter of rain outside your window. Allow these images to wash over you, carrying away any lingering tension or worry. One of the most famous tales involving Ares speaks of his love affair with Aphrodite, the goddess of love and beauty. This union of love and war produced several children, including Phobos, fear, and Deimos, terror, who often accompanied their father into battle. This myth reminds us that even in the heart of conflict, there can be passion and creation. Their affair, however, was not without its consequences. Hephaestus, Aphrodite's husband, crafted an unbreakable, invisible net to catch the lovers in the act. When he sprung his trap, he invited all the gods to witness their shame. Most of the male gods laughed at the spectacle, while the goddesses stayed away out of modesty. As this tale unfolds, allow your mind to drift, like clouds passing across the sky. There's no need to hold onto any particular thought or image. Let them come and go, as gentle as a summer breeze. Despite his fearsome reputation, Ares was not invincible. During the Trojan War, he was wounded by the mortal hero Diones with the aid of Athena. The war god's roar of pain was said to be as loud as 10,000 men, shaking the very foundations of the earth. This moment of vulnerability showed that even the mightiest could fall, a humbling reminder of the unpredictable nature of conflict. In your own life, you may face moments of conflict or challenge. Remember that like Ares retreating to Thrace, you too can find moments of peace amidst turmoil. Take a deep breath now, feeling the calm settle over you like a protective cloak. Ares' influence extended beyond the battlefield. In Athens, he was tried on the Areopagus, or Ares' Hill, for the murder of Poseidon's son, Halorotheus. Though acquitted, this myth became the foundation for the Athenian court system, showing how even the god of war could be subject to justice and law. As you continue to relax, imagine justice and peace spreading through your body, from the top of your head to the tips of your toes. Each breath brings more tranquility. Each exhale releases any remaining tension. In Sparta, a militaristic society, Ares was honored not as a bringer of chaos, but as a protector. His statue was kept chained, symbolizing that the spirit of war should never leave the city. This dual nature of Ares' destroyer and protector reminds us of the complex role conflict plays in our world and in our lives. While Ares was often depicted as cruel and bloodthirsty, he was also a father and a lover. His relationship with Aphrodite and his children shows a softer side to the war god, one capable of affection and care. This complexity reminds us that no one, not even a god, is purely one thing or another. As we near the end of our tale, let your mind wander to a place of perfect peace. Perhaps it's a quiet glade in a Thracian forest, or the calm after a storm has passed. Whatever image brings you comfort, allow it to fill your mind, bringing you ever closer to restful sleep. In the end, Ares represents a necessary, if often unwelcome, aspect of existence. Conflict, in its many forms, can lead to growth, change, and even peace. Just as the clash of sword against shield eventually fades, so too do our daily struggles give way to moments of tranquility. As you drift towards sleep, remember that like Ares finding solace in Thrace, you too can find your own peaceful retreat within yourself. Let the rhythmic sound of the rain outside be your lullaby, carrying you gently into the realm of dreams. May your sleep be deep and restful, free from conflict, and filled with peace. Good night and sweet dreams. In the realm of the gods, where beauty and grace were often prized above all else, there lived a god who found his strength in the fires of creation. This is the tale of Hephaestus, the divine craftsman, whose story teaches us that true power often lies in the hands that shape the world. Hephaestus was born to Zeus and Hera, the king and queen of the gods. But from the moment of his birth, it was clear that he was different from his divine siblings. He was not blessed with the physical perfection that seemed to be the birthright of the gods. Instead, Hephaestus was born with a twisted foot, causing him to walk with a pronounced limp. In a realm where physical beauty was revered, Hephaestus's imperfection was seen as a flaw. Legend has it that Hera, upon seeing her newborn son, was so distraught by his appearance that she cast him from Mount Olympus. As you listen to this tale, let the gentle patter of rain outside soothe you, reminding you that even in moments of rejection, Thales, Hephaestus fell for 9 days and 9 nights, plummeting through the sky until he finally crashed into the sea. But fate had not abandoned him. He was rescued by Thetis and Eurynome, sea nymphs who took pity on the young god. They brought him to the island of Lemnos, where he would find his true calling. On Lemnos, Hephaestus discovered the art of metalworking. In the fires of the island's volcanic forges, he found solace and purpose. His hands, strong and skilled, learned to shape metal with a mastery that surpassed all others. As you relax deeper into your comfortable position, imagine the warmth of those forges, the rhythmic sound of hammer on anvil, like a lullaby of creation. Hephaestus's talent soon became legendary. He crafted wonders beyond imagination, armor that could withstand the mightiest blows, weapons that could channel the very power of the gods, and intricate mechanisms that seemed to have a life of their own. His workshop became a place of wonder, filled with bellows that breathed on their own, and golden handmaidens that moved and spoke as if alive. As your breathing slows and your body relaxes, picture the golden glow of Hephaestus's forge. Feel the warmth of creativity and innovation surrounding you, cradling you in its gentle embrace. Let the story of Hephaestus remind you that our perceived flaws often lead us to our greatest strengths. Word of Hephaestus's incredible craftsmanship spread, eventually reaching Mount Olympus. The gods, who had once rejected him, now sought his creations. Zeus himself requested that Hephaestus forge his thunderbolts, the most powerful weapons in existence. With each masterpiece he created, Hephaestus proved that true worth lies not in outward appearance, but in the fire of one's spirit and the skill of one's hands. Hephaestus's return to Olympus was marked by both triumph and challenge. He was welcomed back into the pantheon, his skills now recognized and revered. Yet, the memory of his initial rejection lingered. In your own moments of doubt or insecurity, remember Hephaestus. Let his story be a comfort, a reminder that our unique qualities, even those that others might see as flaws, can become our greatest assets. Among his many creations, Hephaestus crafted a magnificent golden throne for Hera, his mother. But this was no ordinary seat. Hidden within its ornate design was a clever trap, a reminder of the pain of his rejection. When Hera sat upon it, she found herself unable to rise. The other gods pleaded with Hephaestus to release her, but he refused, demanding justice for the way he had been treated. As you sink deeper into relaxation, consider the complexity of Hephaestus's feelings. His actions were born from pain, yet they also demonstrated his incredible skill and cunning. In our own lives, we too may face moments where we must confront past hurts. But like Hephaestus, we have the power to channel those experiences into creating something remarkable. Eventually, Dionysus, the god of wine, succeeded in persuading Hephaestus to release Hera. He did so by intoxicating the craftsman god and bringing him back to Olympus on the back of a donkey, a comical sight that diffused the tension and allowed for reconciliation. This moment reminds us that sometimes the path to healing can come from unexpected places, and that laughter and joy can mend even the deepest wounds. Despite the challenges he faced, Hephaestus found love and companionship. He was married to Aphrodite, the goddess of love and beauty. While their relationship was complex and often troubled, it symbolized the union of inner beauty and skill with outward grace. As you rest, reflect on the balance of these qualities within yourself, appreciating both your inner strengths and your outer charms. Hephaestus's workshop became a central part of Olympus, a place where gods and heroes alike would come to request his aid. He forged the shield of Achilles, a piece of art so intricate and beautiful that it told the story of all human life. He created the armor of Aeneas, ensuring the survival of the Trojan hero. His works were not just tools or weapons, but masterpieces that carried within them the very essence of divine craftsmanship. As your mind drifts peacefully, envision the wonders of Hephaestus's forge. Imagine the soft glow of celestial metals, the gentle hiss of cooling blades, the delicate tinkling of golden chains. Let these soothing images carry you towards the realm of dreams, where creativity knows no bounds. One of Hephaestus's most famous creations was the gift he made for the mortal Pandora. At Zeus's command, he sculpted her from clay, breathing life into the first human woman. With this act, Hephaestus showed that his skills extended beyond metal and fire. He could create life itself. This gift, while ultimately leading to unforeseen consequences, demonstrated the immense power and responsibility that came with Hephaestus's talents. In many ways, Hephaestus represents the spirit of human ingenuity and perseverance. He took what others saw as a weakness and transformed it into his greatest strength. His story teaches us that our challenges do not define us. Rather, it is how we respond to them that shapes our destiny. As you continue to relax, let Hephaestus's determination inspire you, filling you with a sense of your own inner strength and potential. The tale of Hephaestus reminds us that true beauty and worth come from within. His creative fire, his resilience in the face of rejection, and his unparalleled skill all combined to make him one of the most respected and necessary gods in the Greek pantheon. In your own life, consider the unique gifts you possess, the inner fire that drives you. Like Hephaestus, you too have the power to shape your world, to create beauty from adversity. As our story of Hephaestus draws to a close, let the rhythmic sound of rain outside blend with the imagined sounds of his divine forge. Feel the warmth of creativity and the strength of perseverance flowing through you. Allow yourself to drift gently towards sleep, knowing that within you lies the power to overcome any obstacle, to create wonders beyond imagination. Remember, like the creations of Hephaestus, you too are a masterpiece, uniquely crafted and infinitely valuable. Let this thought cradle you as you journey into the realm of dreams, where your own divine spark of creativity can flourish and grow. Sleep now and awaken renewed, ready to shape your own destiny with the skill and determination of Hephaestus, the divine craftsman. In the realm of the gods, where beauty and skill intertwine like golden threads in a tapestry, there exists a tale of unlikely love and betrayal. This is the story of Hephaestus and Aphrodite, a union that would challenge the very foundations of Mount Olympus. Hephaestus, the divine craftsman, was born to Zeus and Hera. Yet his entrance into the world was far from glorious. As the flames of the forge flickered in the depths of Olympus, Hera gazed upon her newborn son and saw not the perfection she expected of a god, but a child with a twisted, lame leg. In a moment of cruel disappointment, Hera cast the infant Hephaestus from the heights of Olympus. As he fell, the sea nymphs Thetis and Eurynome caught the child in their gentle arms, cradling him in the safety of the ocean's depths. For 9 long years, Hephaestus remained hidden in a secret cavern beneath the ocean. There, amidst the constant rhythm of waves and the whisper of sea foam, he honed his craft. His fingers, once small and weak, grew strong and nimble as he fashioned wonders from bronze, silver, and gold. As you listen to this tale, imagine the soothing sound of waves lapping against the shore. Let the rhythm of the ocean calm your mind, washing away the worries of the day like gentle tides erasing footprints in the sand. In time, Hephaestus's skill became legendary. He created marvels that no mortal or god had ever seen before. Trinkets of exquisite beauty, weapons of unparalleled power, and armor that could withstand the mightiest of blows, all emerged from his underwater forge. One day, as Hera sat upon her throne, she noticed a gift of incomparable beauty, an intricately crafted golden throne. Overcome with awe, she sat upon it, only to find herself suddenly bound by unbreakable chains. The throne was a trap, a creation of vengeance by the sun she had cast aside. The gods of Olympus were in an uproar. None could free Hera from her bindings. In desperation, they called upon the maker of this masterpiece, the god they had shunned. Hephaestus emerged from the sea, his powerful arms glistening with the salt of the ocean, his eyes burning with the fire of his forge. As you picture this scene, feel the tension in your body begin to release. Like Hera bound to the throne, let go of any tightness or discomfort. Allow yourself to sink deeper into relaxation, your body becoming as fluid and free as the waters that once sheltered Hephaestus. Zeus, in his wisdom, saw an opportunity to right an ancient wrong. He offered Hephaestus a place among the Olympians and the hand of the most beautiful goddess in marriage if he would release Hera. Hephaestus, his heart softened by this recognition, agreed. And so it was that Hephaestus took his place on Mount Olympus, no longer the cast-off child, but the god of fire and forge. His workshops blazed with creativity, producing wonders that would become the stuff of legend. But what of the promised bride? Zeus decreed that Aphrodite, the goddess of love and beauty, would be wed to Hephaestus. It was a match that seemed to balance the scales of cosmic justice. The god once rejected for his appearance, now married to the embodiment of beauty itself. Aphrodite, born from the sea foam and desired by all, found herself bound to the lame smith god. Their union was a study in contrasts. Her delicate grace paired with his powerful, work-worn hands, her radiant beauty alongside his scarred visage. As we delve deeper into this tale, allow the contrasts to wash over you. Like the meeting of fire and water, of beauty and skill, feel the opposites in your own body harmonize. The tension between wakefulness and sleep, between thought and stillness, begins to blur and soften. Hephaestus, overjoyed with his bride, lavished Aphrodite with gifts of unparalleled beauty. Golden girdles that enhanced her already magnificent allure, necklaces that shimmered like starlight, and diadems that would make the sun itself jealous, adorned the goddess of love. Yet, despite the devotion of her husband, Aphrodite's heart was restless. Her gaze often wandered to Ares, the god of war, whose fierce passion and strong, unblemished form stirred desires that Hephaestus's gentle devotion could not quench. In the quiet moments of the night, when Hephaestus was lost in the creative fires of his forge, Aphrodite would steal away to meet her lover. Their trysts were filled with the heat of forbidden desire, a stark contrast to the steady warmth of her marriage. As you listen, feel the steady rhythm of your own breath, like the bellows of Hephaestus's forge. In and out, steady and deep, each breath drawing you further into a state of calm and peace. But even gods cannot keep secrets forever. Helios, the all-seeing sun god, witnessed their clandestine meetings, and in his loyalty to Hephaestus, revealed the betrayal to the cuckolded husband. Hephaestus, his heart burning with the heat of 1,000 forges, devised a plan. With all the skill at his command, he fashioned a net of golden threads, so fine as to be nearly invisible, yet strong enough to hold even the mightiest of gods. This net he strung above his marriage bed, a trap lying in wait for the unsuspecting lovers. Then he announced to all of Olympus that he was leaving for a journey to the island of Lemnos, one of his favored earthly forges. No sooner had Hephaestus departed than Aphrodite sent word to Ares. The god of war, eager for the embrace of the goddess of love, hurried to her chamber. As they entwined on the bed, lost in their passion, the net fell, ensnaring them in its unbreakable grasp. Hephaestus, who had only pretended to leave, returned to find the lovers trapped. In his anger and hurt, he called upon all the gods to witness his shame and their betrayal. The Olympians gathered, but their reactions were not what Hephaestus had expected. As this tale unfolds, let any feelings of tension or unease dissolve. Like the gods viewing this scene, observe your own thoughts and emotions without judgment. Allow them to simply be, neither holding on nor pushing away. Instead of condemnation, many of the gods laughed at the spectacle. Some even envied Ares, jesting that they would gladly endure such embarrassment to spend a night with Aphrodite. Poseidon, however, took pity on the ensnared couple and persuaded Hephaestus to release them, promising that Ares would pay a fine for his transgression. Reluctantly, Hephaestus agreed. He loosened the golden net, allowing Ares and Aphrodite to flee, Ares to his homeland of Thrace, and Aphrodite to her sanctuary in Cyprus. The marriage of Hephaestus and Aphrodite, however, was not dissolved. They remained husband and wife, their union a complex tapestry of duty, betrayal, and an odd form of understanding. This tale of Hephaestus and Aphrodite reminds us that even among the gods, relationships are complex and often imperfect. It speaks to the enduring power of creativity and skill, which can elevate even those whom others have rejected. It also cautions us about the destructive nature of betrayal and the unexpected consequences of our actions. As we conclude this myth, reflect on the nature of acceptance and forgiveness. Hephaestus, once cast out for his imperfections, became essential to the gods through his unparalleled skill. Despite the pain of betrayal, he found a way to continue, his creative fire undiminished. Let the complexities of this tale fade now, like the last embers of a forge fire dying down. Allow your mind to quiet, your thoughts to slow like cooling metal. Feel the weight of your body sinking deeper into restfulness, each breath drawing you closer to the peaceful realm of sleep. As you drift towards slumber, know that like Hephaestus's creations, you too possess unique strengths and abilities. Your perceived flaws, like his lameness, do not define you. In the realm of dreams that awaits, may you forge your own path, creating beauty and wonder in your own distinctive way. Now, let the rhythmic sound of gentle rain accompany you into the world of dreams, where gods and mortals alike find rest and renewal. Sleep well, and may your dreams be as wondrous as the creations of Hephaestus himself. In the realm of the gods, where divine powers shape the very fabric of existence, there lived a goddess whose influence touched every mortal life. This is the story of Demeter, the goddess of agriculture, harvest, and fertility. Her tale is one of nurturing abundance, profound loss, and the cycle of life that governs our world. Demeter, daughter of the Titans Cronus and Rhea, was one of the original Olympian deities. Her domain was the earth itself, the fertile soil from which all life springs. With her golden hair like ripening wheat and eyes as green as summer leaves, Demeter embodied the vitality of nature. In the early days of her reign, Demeter walked among mortals, teaching them the secrets of agriculture. She showed them how to plow the earth, sow seeds, and tend to crops. Under her guidance, barren lands transformed into lush fields, and humanity learned to cultivate the bounty of the earth. Demeter's most precious gift was her daughter, Persephone, whose beauty rivaled the most delicate of spring blossoms. Together, mother and daughter would roam the meadows, their laughter echoing through the valleys as flowers bloomed in their wake. But even in the realm of the gods, joy can be fleeting. One fateful day, as Persephone gathered flowers in a sun-dappled field, the earth suddenly split open. From the chasm emerged Hades, the grim lord of the underworld, who had long admired Persephone from afar. In an instant, he seized the young goddess and carried her away to his shadowy kingdom beneath the earth. Demeter's anguish upon discovering her daughter's disappearance was immeasurable. She searched tirelessly, neglecting her divine duties in her desperate quest. As she wandered the earth, her sorrow manifested in the world around her. The once fertile lands began to wither, crops failed, and a great famine settled upon the mortal realm. For 9 days and 9 nights, Demeter searched without rest. The earth grew cold and barren, mirroring the goddess's grief. It was then that Helios, the all-seeing sun god, took pity on Demeter and revealed the truth of Persephone's abduction. Enraged and heartbroken, Demeter withdrew from Olympus, vowing never to return until her daughter was restored to her. She disguised herself as an old woman and wandered among mortals, her divine light dimmed by sorrow. As you listen to this tale of loss and longing, allow yourself to sink deeper into relaxation. Let the weight of your own cares drift away, much like the leaves falling in Demeter's autumn of grief. Your body becomes as still as the barren fields, waiting for the return of spring. In her travels, Demeter came to the city of Eleusis, where she was welcomed by the royal family. There, she found solace in caring for the young prince, Demophan. Grateful for their kindness, Demeter decided to make the child immortal. Each night, she would secretly place him in the hearth fire to burn away his mortal nature. But one night, the queen discovered this ritual and cried out in terror. "Not understanding the goddess's intentions. Demeter revealed her true identity and, in her frustration, demanded that a temple be built in her honor. The people of Eleusis obeyed, constructing a magnificent shrine where Demeter continued to dwell, her sadness casting a pall over the land. As the earth continued to wither under Demeter's neglect, the cries of hungry mortals reached Mount Olympus. Zeus, understanding the gravity of the situation, sent Hermes to the underworld to bring Persephone back to her mother. However, the situation had become complicated. During her time in the underworld, Persephone had eaten 6 pomegranate seeds, binding her to Hades' realm. This act meant she could not fully return to the world above. A compromise was reached. Persephone would spend 6 months of the year with her mother in the world above, and 6 months with Hades in the underworld. This arrangement gave birth to the seasons as we know them. As you continue to relax, imagine the cycle of the seasons flowing through you. Feel the warmth of spring and summer when Persephone walks the earth with Demeter. Then, as your body sinks deeper into comfort, envision the cooler embrace of autumn and winter when Persephone returns to the underworld. When Persephone returned to her mother, Demeter's joy caused the earth to bloom once more. Fields that had lain fallow burst into life. Trees that had stood bare sprouted new leaves, and flowers carpeted the meadows in a riot of color. But with each passing year, as Persephone descends to the underworld, Demeter's sadness returns. The leaves turn golden and fall, the air grows chill, and the earth prepares for its winter slumber. This is why we have seasons, a reflection of a mother's love and loss, eternally played out in the cycle of nature. Demeter's tale reminds us of the profound connection between the divine and the natural world. Her story became the foundation of the Eleusinian mysteries, one of the most important religious rites in ancient Greece. These secret ceremonies celebrated the cycle of life, death, and rebirth. Offering initiates the promise of a blessed afterlife. As guardians of agriculture, Demeter and Persephone were honored at harvest time. The ancient Greeks would leave offerings of grain, fruit, and honey to ensure bountiful crops, and the goddess's continued favor. Demeter's influence extended beyond the fields and into the very fabric of Greek society. As the goddess who taught humanity to cultivate crops, she was seen as a foundational figure in civilization itself. The ability to grow food allowed people to settle in one place, leading to the development of cities, culture, and complex societies. In art, Demeter was often depicted as a mature woman, crowned with a wreath of wheat. She typically held a torch, symbolizing the light of knowledge she brought to humanity, and a basket of grain or fruit, representing the abundance she bestowed upon the world. As you continue to drift towards sleep, envision yourself walking through Demeter's golden fields. The warm sun caresses your skin, and a gentle breeze carries the sweet scent of ripening wheat. With each step, you feel more connected to the earth beneath your feet, grounded and secure. The story of Demeter and Persephone also speaks to the unbreakable bond between mother and child. It reminds us that even in our darkest moments, hope endures. Just as spring always follows winter, joy can be found again after periods of sorrow. In many ways, Demeter's journey mirrors our own experiences of loss and renewal. We all face times of hardship when the world seems cold and unforgiving. But like the earth awakening after a long winter, we too have the capacity to bloom again, often emerging stronger and more resilient than before. As you lie here, allow Demeter's story to wash over you. Let go of any tension or worry, just as the earth releases its bounty at harvest time. Your body becomes heavy and comfortable, sinking deeper into relaxation with each breath. Remember that, like the eternal cycle of the seasons, all things in life are temporary. Challenges will pass, giving way to periods of growth and abundance. Trust in this natural rhythm, finding peace in the knowledge that renewal is always possible. As our tale of Demeter draws to a close, carry with you the wisdom of the harvest goddess. Nurture the seeds of kindness and growth in your own life, and trust in the cycle of renewal that governs all things. May your dreams be as bountiful as Demeter's fields, and may you awaken refreshed, ready to embrace the gifts each new day brings. In the lush valleys and sun-drenched hills of ancient Greece, there lived a god unlike any other. Dionysus, the god of wine, revelry, and ecstasy, was born not of the heavens, but of the earth itself. His story is one of transformation, of joy and sorrow intertwined like vines on a trellis. Dionysus was the son of Zeus and a mortal woman named Semele. Their union was destined to be both passionate and tragic. Hera, Zeus's jealous wife, tricked Semele into asking Zeus to reveal himself in his true divine form. The sight of Zeus's unfiltered godhood was too much for mortal eyes to bear, and Semele was consumed by his radiance. But Zeus, in his grief and love, rescued the unborn child from Semele's ashes. He sewed the infant Dionysus into his own thigh, where the child grew to term, nurtured by the essence of the king of gods himself. This unusual birth marked Dionysus as different from the start, a being of both divine and mortal heritage. As you listen to this tale, let the warmth of Dionysus's story envelop you like a soft blanket. Feel your body sink deeper into relaxation, each breath drawing you further into a state of peaceful calm. When Dionysus was born for the second time, emerging from Zeus's thigh, he was immediately in danger. Hera, still consumed by jealousy, sought to destroy this reminder of her husband's infidelity. Zeus, to protect his son, transformed the infant into a young goat and entrusted him to the care of nymphs on Mount Nyssa. There, in the lush forests and fertile valleys, Dionysus grew into a young god. He discovered the art of winemaking, crushing grapes, and fermenting their juice into a drink that could bring both joy and madness to those who consumed it. This discovery would become his greatest gift to humanity and the source of his power among the gods. Imagine yourself walking through a sun-dappled vineyard, the sweet scent of ripening grapes filling the air. With each step, feel the tension in your muscles melting away, replaced by a gentle warmth that spreads from your core to your limbs. As Dionysus grew into his power, he began to travel the world, spreading the gift of wine and the art of viticulture. He journeyed far and wide, from Greece to India, teaching mortals how to cultivate grapes and make wine. Everywhere he went, he was accompanied by a retinue of satyrs, maenads, and other woodland spirits, filling the air with music, dance, and wild abandon. But Dionysus's path was not always easy. Many rulers feared the power of his wine and the freedom it represented. They saw the uninhibited celebrations of his followers as a threat to their ordered societies. In some places, Dionysus was welcomed with open arms, while in others, he faced hostility and violence. One such encounter occurred in Thebes, where King Pentheus refused to acknowledge Dionysus's divinity. The young king saw only a troublemaker, a foreigner inciting his people to abandon their duties in favor of drunken revelry. Pentheus sought to imprison Dionysus, but the god's power proved far greater than the mortal king could have imagined. As you continue to relax, let the tension of conflict melt away from your mind. Like Dionysus transforming water into wine, allow your worries to transform into a soothing sense of peace. Dionysus used his divine powers to drive Pentheus mad, compelling the king to dress as a woman and spy on the Bacchic rites in the forests outside Thebes. There, in a twist of tragic irony, Pentheus was discovered by his own mother, Agave, who in her Dionysian frenzy mistook her son for a wild animal and tore him to pieces with her bare hands. This dark tale serves as a reminder of the dual nature of Dionysus's gifts. Wine and revelry could bring joy and liberation, but they could also lead to madness and destruction if not respected. Dionysus embodied both the light and shadow of the human experience, the ecstasy of losing oneself and the terror of losing control. As this story settles in your mind, allow your breath to deepen. With each inhale, draw in the calm of a starlit vineyard. With each exhale, release any remaining tension, letting it flow away like wine from an overturned cup. Despite the challenges he faced, Dionysus eventually took his place among the Olympian gods. His unique perspective as a god who had lived among mortals made him a powerful advocate for humanity. He understood their struggles and joys in a way that many of the other gods did not. Dionysus became known not just as the god of wine, but as a liberator, a breaker of chains, both literal and metaphorical. His worship offered an escape from the mundane, a chance to touch the divine through ecstatic ritual and communal celebration. In his temples, all were equal slave and free, rich and poor, man and woman. The god's influence extended beyond mere revelry. He became associated with the theater, that great Greek invention where the lines between reality and illusion blurred. The mask of the actor was sacred to Dionysus, representing the transformative power of stepping outside oneself, of becoming something other. As you drift closer to sleep, imagine yourself seated in an ancient Greek theater. The stone beneath you is warm from the day's sun, and a gentle breeze carries the scent of distant vineyards. On the stage before you, actors move in a hypnotic dance, their masks gleaming in the fatting light. Dionysus's story is also one of redemption and reunion. In one of his greatest acts, he descended into the underworld itself to rescue his mortal mother, Semele. Against all odds, he convinced Hades to release her, bringing her back to the world of the living and elevating her to divine status on Mount Olympus. This act of love and devotion showcased another side of Dionysus, not just the wild reveler, but a being of deep compassion and loyalty. It reminds us that even in our darkest moments, Titan Thales, let this thought of renewal wash over you, cleansing away any last vestiges of worry or stress. Feel a gentle warmth spreading through your body, like the first sip of sweet wine on a cool evening. As our tale of Dionysus draws to a close, remember that his gifts to humanity were not just the vine and wine, but the reminder that life is to be celebrated. In the rhythm of the seasons, in the cycle of growth, harvest, and rebirth, Dionysus taught us to find joy in the present moment. His story encourages us to embrace both the light and shadow within ourselves, to find balance between order and chaos, restraint and abandon. Like the vine that must be pruned to bear the sweetest fruit, sometimes we must face challenges to grow stronger. As you lie here on the cusp of sleep, let Dionysus's wisdom seep into your dreams. May your slumber be as sweet as the finest wine, and may you awaken renewed, ready to savor all the richness that life has to offer. Close your eyes now, and let the gentle sound of rain mingle with the echoes of distant revels. The world fades away, leaving only the peaceful darkness and the promise of rest. Sleep now, and dream of sun-drenched vineyards and the timeless dance of the cosmos. In the warm, golden light of a Mediterranean afternoon, a young man with curly hair and eyes that sparkled like wine stood on a beach. This was Dionysus, the god of wine, revelry, and ecstasy. Though he appeared as a mortal, his divine nature was about to be revealed in a most extraordinary way. Dionysus had decided to travel to the island of Naxos, and as he stood on the shore, he spotted a ship approaching. He raised his hand, calling out to the sailors, his voice carrying over the gentle waves. The ship drew near, and the crew, a group of Tyrrhenian pirates, saw what they believed to be a wealthy young man, alone and vulnerable. The pirates' captain, a grizzled man with a scar across his cheek, grinned wickedly as he ordered his men to bring the stranger aboard. They had no idea that they were about to encounter a god, let alone one as unpredictable and powerful as Dionysus. As Dionysus stepped onto the ship, the pirates surrounded him, their eyes gleaming with greed. The god maintained his calm demeanor, a slight smile playing on his lips. He spoke to them in a voice as smooth as the finest wine, asking to be taken to Naxos. The captain, however, had other plans. With a laugh that echoed across the waves, the captain declared that they would instead sail to Asia, where they would sell this fine-looking youth into slavery. Dionysus, hearing this, simply smiled wider, his eyes twinkling with a mixture of amusement and something darker, more dangerous. As the ship set sail, strange things began to happen. The wind filled the sails, yet the ship remained motionless. The pirates, confused and increasingly fearful, urged their captain to release the young man. But the captain, blinded by greed, refused to listen. Suddenly, the air was filled with the sweet scent of wine. It poured from the mast and rigging, flowing across the deck in rivers of deep purple. The pirates watched in amazement as vines began to sprout from the wooden planks, growing at an impossible speed, wrapping around the oars and mast. Dionysus stood at the center of this miraculous transformation, his form shifting and changing. His hair became a crown of vine leaves, his eyes glowing with divine power. The god raised his arms, and the vines grew thicker, entangling the ship and the terrified pirates. As you listen to this tale, imagine the scent of sweet wine filling the air around you, the gentle rocking of a ship on calm seas. Let the tension in your body release, flowing away like water over the side of a ship. The pirates, now truly afraid, began to leap overboard, preferring the mercy of the sea to the wrath of the god they had unwittingly offended. As they hit the water, a final miracle occurred. The men began to change, their bodies elongating, their skin becoming sleek and gray. Where once there were pirates, now a pod of dolphins leapt and played in the waves. Dionysus had transformed them, punishing their greed, but also granting them a new life in the sea. Only the helmsman, who had urged the captain to release Dionysus, was spared this fate. As for the captain, Dionysus reserved a special punishment. The vines wrapped tightly around him, binding him to the mast of his own ship. There he would remain, a living figurehead and a warning to all who would dare to cross a god. With a wave of his hand, Dionysus calmed the magical storm he had created. The ship, now covered in lush vines heavy with ripe grapes, began to move once more through the water, heading towards Naxos as the god had originally requested. As you drift deeper into relaxation, picture yourself on this enchanted ship. Feel the warm sun on your skin. Hear the gentle lapping of waves against the hull. The sweet scent of grapes surrounds you, and a sense of peace settles over you like a warm blanket. This tale of Dionysus and the pirates reminds us of the unexpected turns life can take. It teaches us about the consequences of greed and the rewards of kindness. The helmsman who showed compassion was spared, while those who sought to profit from cruelty were transformed. But beyond these lessons, the story speaks to the transformative power within all of us. Just as Dionysus changed the pirates and the ship, we too have the ability to transform our circumstances, to find beauty and wonder in unexpected places. As you continue to relax, think of the ways you might transform the challenges in your own life into opportunities. Like the pirates becoming dolphins, free to swim and play in the vast ocean, you too can find freedom and joy in change. Dionysus, as the god of wine and revelry, also reminds us of the importance of joy and celebration in our lives. While we shouldn't overindulge, Titan Thales, let the rhythm of your breathing match the gentle rise and fall of the waves in your imagination. With each breath, feel yourself becoming more and more relaxed, drifting peacefully like Dionysus's ship on its journey to Naxos. The story of Dionysus and the pirates is also a tale of appearances being deceiving. The pirates saw only a wealthy young man, not recognizing the god before them. In our own lives, we too can be quick to judge based on outward appearances, missing the true nature of those we encounter. As you continue to relax, consider the hidden depths within yourself and others. Like the sea that holds secrets beneath its surface, every person contains multitudes. Embrace the mystery and potential within yourself and those around you. Imagine now that you are one of the dolphins, transformed by Dionysus's power. Feel the freedom of gliding through the cool water, the joy of leaping into the air and splashing back down. This is the liberation that comes with letting go of our preconceptions and embracing change. The vine-covered ship sails on towards Naxos, Dionysus standing proudly at its helm. The sea sparkles around him, dolphins playing in the wake. This image of beauty born from conflict reminds us that even in difficult times, Titan Thales. As your body sinks deeper into relaxation, envision yourself on the island of Naxos, waiting for Dionysus's arrival. The beach is warm and inviting, the sand soft beneath you. The gentle sound of waves mingles with the distant laughter and music of the gods' followers. In Greek mythology, Naxos is often associated with Ariadne, whom Dionysus would later marry. It was a place of new beginnings and divine encounters. As you lie here, allow yourself to be open to new beginnings in your own life, to the magic and potential that each new day brings. The tale of Dionysus and the pirates, like many Greek myths, reminds us of the power of the gods and the importance of respecting divine forces. In our modern world, we can interpret this as a reminder to respect the forces of nature and the mysteries of the universe that surround us. As your mind drifts peacefully, consider the transformations in your own life. Like the ship that became a floating vineyard, or the pirates who became playful dolphins, change can bring unexpected beauty and freedom. Embrace the possibility of positive change in your life. The warmth of the sun, the gentle rocking of the waves, the sweet scent of grapes. Let these sensations from our story surround you, creating a cocoon of tranquility. Feel yourself becoming heavier, more relaxed with each passing moment. Dionysus, in his wisdom, chose to transform rather than destroy. Even in his punishment of the pirates, he granted them a new form of life. This teaches us about the power of forgiveness and the possibility of finding new paths, even after making mistakes. As we near the end of our tale, imagine the ship finally reaching the shores of Naxos. Dionysus steps onto the beach, the sand warm beneath his feet. He turns, and with a wave of his hand, releases the captain from his bonds, giving him a chance at a new life. This act of final mercy reminds us that it's never too late for redemption, never too late to change our course. As you drift towards sleep, carry with you this message of hope and the endless possibilities that each new day brings. And so, our story of Dionysus and the pirates comes to close. As you lie here, completely relaxed, let the gentle waves of sleep begin to wash over you. Like the transformed pirates diving into their new life in the sea, allow yourself to dive deep into peaceful, restful slumber. Remember, within you lies the power to transform your world, to find joy in unexpected places, and to navigate the seas of life with grace and wisdom. May your dreams be as sweet as Dionysus's wine, and may you wake refreshed, ready for whatever transformations your new day may bring. In the annals of Greek mythology, few heroes loom as large as Heracles, the son of Zeus, and a mortal woman named Alcmene. His legendary strength and courage were matched only by the trials he faced, chief among them the famous 12 labors. Tonight, we delve into the first part of this epic tale, a story of redemption, perseverance, and superhuman feats. Our story begins not with triumph, but with tragedy. Heracles, blessed with divine strength from birth, lived a life of great adventure and acclaim. He married the beautiful Megara and fathered several children. But the goddess Hera, ever jealous of Zeus's infidelities, harbored a deep hatred for the hero. In a fit of madness sent by Hera, Heracles committed an unspeakable act. He he slew his own wife and children, believing them to be enemies. When the fog of insanity lifted, Heracles was overcome with grief and horror at what he had done. Seeking redemption and purification, he journeyed to the Oracle of Delphi for guidance. The oracle, speaking with the voice of Apollo, declared that Heracles must serve King Eurystheus of Tiryns for 12 years. During this time, he would need to complete 10 labors of the king's choosing. These labors were designed to be impossible, a sentence of death rather than redemption. But Heracles, determined to atone for his crimes, accepted his fate. As you listen to this tale of trials and tribulations, allow the weight of your own burdens to lift. Like Heracles embarking on his journey, let yourself sink deeper into relaxation, knowing that even the greatest challenges can be overcome. The first labor assigned to Heracles was to slay the Nemean lion. This was no ordinary beast, but a monstrous creature with a hide so tough that no weapon could penetrate it. The lion terrorized the hills of Nemea, devouring anyone who dared to cross its path. Heracles journeyed to Nemea, his heart heavy with the weight of his past, but resolved to face whatever challenges lay ahead. As he entered the lion's territory, the very air seemed to grow thick with tension. The hero's keen senses were alert to every rustle in the underbrush, every shadow that might conceal the deadly predator. For days, Heracles tracked the lion through the rugged terrain. He studied its habits, its favorite hunting grounds, and the caves where it sought shelter. Finally, he devised a plan. Using his incredible strength, Heracles fashioned a massive net from sturdy vines and set a trap at the entrance of the lion's lair. As you envision Heracles patiently waiting for his prey, allow your own muscles to relax. Feel the tension melting away from your body, just as the hero remained calm in the face of danger. Let each breath bring you closer to a state of peaceful tranquility. When the Nemean lion emerged from its cave, Heracles sprang into action. The net ensnared the beast, but its claws easily shredded through the vines. Realizing that no weapon or trap could subdue the creature, Heracles knew he had to rely solely on his legendary strength. In a titanic struggle, Heracles grappled with the lion. The beast's claws raked across his skin, but the hero's determination never wavered. With a mighty effort, Heracles wrapped his powerful arms around the lion's neck and began to squeeze. The battle seemed to last an eternity, but finally, the Nemean lion's struggle ceased. Victorious, but exhausted, Heracles attempted to skin the lion, only to find that his knife could not penetrate its hide. In a moment of inspiration, he used the lion's own claws to remove its pelt. Donning the impenetrable skin as a cloak, Heracles had gained not only a trophy, but a powerful form of armor for his future labors. As Heracles returned to King Eurystheus with proof of his success, the monarch was astonished. He had not expected the hero to survive, let alone triumph. From that moment on, Eurystheus forbade Heracles from entering the city when presenting the results of his labors. So great was his fear of the hero's strength and cunning. Reflect on this tale of perseverance and adaptability. Like Heracles facing the seemingly impossible task of defeating the Nemean lion, you too have the strength within you to overcome life's challenges. As you continue to relax, let this story remind you of your own resilience. The second labor that King Eurystheus assigned to Heracles was to slay the Lernaean Hydra. This monstrous serpent dwelled in the swamps near the city of Lerna, its very breath poisonous enough to kill any who came near. But it was the Hydra's most fearsome feature that made it truly terrifying. For every head that was cut off, 2 more would grow in its place. As Heracles journeyed to Lerna, he brought with him his nephew and faithful companion, Iolaus. The hero knew that this task would require not just strength, but strategy as well. Upon reaching the foul-smelling swamps, Heracles and Iolaus could hear the hissing of the hydras, many heads echoing through the mist. Picture the murky swamps of Lerna, the mist swirling around Heracles as he cautiously approaches the hydra's lair. As you imagine this scene, allow your own body to sink deeper into relaxation. Feel the comfort of your bed beneath you, supporting you just as the earth supported Heracles on his quest. The battle with the Hydra was fierce and prolonged. Heracles soon discovered the creature's regenerative ability, watching in dismay as 2 heads grew for each one he severed. The poisonous fumes from the Hydra's breath made it difficult to breathe, and its multiple heads snapped at Heracles from all directions. In this moment of crisis, Heracles called upon his wit as well as his strength. He instructed Iolaus to bring him a burning brand. As Heracles cut off each head, Iolaus quickly cauterized the wound with fire, preventing new heads from growing. Slowly, but surely, they whittled down the Hydra's defenses. Finally, Heracles reached the Hydra's immortal central head. With a mighty swing of his club, he crushed this last head and buried it beneath a massive rock, ensuring that it could never regenerate. The Lernaean Hydra, terror of Lerna, was no more. As you continue to relax, consider the lesson of the Hydra. Sometimes, the challenges we face seem to multiply the more we struggle against them. But like Heracles, we can find creative solutions, often with the help of others. Let this thought comfort you as you drift closer to sleep. Heracles, ever resourceful, dipped his arrows in the Hydra's poisonous blood, creating a deadly weapon for future battles. But as he returned to King Eurystheus, the monarch refused to count this labor, claiming that Heracles had received help from Iolaus. This injustice only steeled Heracles' resolve to complete his penance, no matter the cost. The third labor assigned to Heracles was to capture the Cyrenian hind alive. This was no ordinary deer, but a magnificent creature with golden antlers and hooves of bronze. It was said to be sacred to Artemis, the goddess of the hunt, and could run so swiftly that it seemed to fly. Heracles knew that this task would require patience and endurance rather than brute strength. For an entire year, he pursued the hind across Greece, through forests and over mountains. The chase led him to the land of the Hyperboreans, far to the north, where the sun never set in summer. As you envision Heracles' tireless pursuit, allow your own body to grow still and peaceful. Let the restlessness of the day fade away, replaced by a deep sense of calm. Like the hero patiently tracking his quarry, allow yourself to settle into a state of quiet relaxation. Finally, Heracles found an opportunity to capture the hind. As the creature paused to drink from a stream, Heracles loosed an arrow, grazing its leg just enough to slow it down without causing serious harm. With his incredible speed, he overtook the wounded hind and carefully lifted it onto his shoulders. As Heracles made his way back to Turns with his prize, he encountered Artemis and her brother Apollo. The goddess was furious that her sacred animal had been captured, but Heracles humbly explained his penance and promised to return the hind unharmed after showing it to Eurystheus. Moved by his honesty and the nobility of his quest, Artemis allowed him to continue. This labor teaches us the value of persistence and respect for the natural world. Like Heracles pursuing the hind, we too must sometimes chase our goals with unwavering determination. Yet, we must also be mindful of the balance in nature and the importance of treating all living things with care. As our tale of Heracles' labors comes to pause, allow yourself to reflect on the hero's journey thus far. His trials have been great, but his strength, both of body and character, has proven greater. In your own life, you may face challenges that seem insurmountable, but remember that within you lies the strength to persevere. Let the rhythm of your breath become as steady as Heracles' footsteps on his long journey. With each inhale, draw in the hero's courage and determination. With each exhale, release any tension or worry that may be lingering in your body. Allow yourself to be carried on the currents of sleep, knowing that, like Heracles, you have the power to face whatever tomorrow may bring. As you drift towards slumber, know that the tale of Heracles and his labors will continue in your dreams. The hero's journey is far from over, with many more trials and triumphs ahead. But for now, rest easy, cradled in the arms of myth and legend. Let the soft patter of rain outside be a lullaby, soothing you into a deep and restful sleep. Good night, and may the gods watch over your dreams. As we continue our journey through the legendary labors of Heracles, let us delve deeper into the trials that tested his strength, wit, and courage. The night is still young, and the gentle patter of rain outside your window serves as a soothing backdrop to our tale. Close your eyes, dear listener, and allow yourself to be transported to the world of ancient Greece, where gods and heroes walk among mortals. The seventh labor of Heracles brought him face to face with the Cretan bull, a magnificent beast that was causing havoc on the island of Crete. This bull was no ordinary creature, but one sent by Poseidon himself. Its breath was said to scorch the earth, and its hooves could shake the very foundations of the island. Heracles approached the bull with caution, his muscles tense and ready for action. The beast charged at him, its horns gleaming in the sunlight. But Heracles, with his incredible strength, grasped the bull by its horns and wrestled it to the ground. He then rode the bull across the sea to the mainland, where he released it to roam free. As you listen to this tale, imagine the strength coursing through Heracles' body, the determination in his eyes. Let that strength flow into you, relaxing your muscles one by one, from your toes to the crown of your head. Feel the tension melt away, just as Heracles' tension eased after completing this task. The eighth labor took Heracles to Thrace, where he was tasked with capturing the man-eating mares of Diones. These horses were no ordinary steeds, but fierce beasts that had developed a taste for human flesh. Their owner, King Diones, had fed them on the flesh of unsuspecting travelers, making them wild and uncontrollable. Heracles approached the stables where the mares were kept, the air thick with the scent of blood and fear. With his quick thinking, he lured Diones to the stables and fed him to his own horses. Once they had feasted on their master, the mares became docile, allowing Heracles to lead them away. As we pause in our story, take a deep breath. Feel the air filling your lungs, just as the sea breeze might have filled Heracles' lungs as he led the now tamed horses away from Thrace. With each exhale, let go of any tension or worries, allowing them to drift away like leaves on a gentle stream. The ninth labor brought Heracles to the land of the Amazons, a tribe of fierce warrior women. His task was to retrieve the golden girdle of Hippolyta, their queen. Unlike his previous labors, this one began peacefully. Hippolyta, impressed by Heracles' reputation, agreed to give him the girdle. However, Hera, ever jealous of Zeus's son, disguised herself as an Amazon and spread a rumor that Heracles intended to kidnap their queen. The Amazons, enraged, attacked Heracles' ship. In the ensuing battle, Heracles was forced to fight and ultimately slay Hippolyta, taking the girdle from her lifeless body. This labor reminds us that even in moments of peace, conflict can arise. But just as Heracles faced this unexpected challenge, you too can face life's surprises with courage and resilience. As you lie there, feeling the comfort of your bed beneath you, know that you have the strength within you to overcome any obstacle. For his 10th labor, Heracles journeyed to the far western edge of the known world, to the island of Earthea. There, he was to capture the cattle of the monster Geryon, a fearsome giant with 3 bodies joined at the waist. Geryon's herd was guarded by Orthrus, a two-headed dog, and the herdsman Eurytion. Heracles' journey to Erythea was an adventure in itself. He traveled in a golden cup given to him by the sun god Helios, sailing across the vast ocean. Upon reaching the island, he swiftly defeated Orthrus and Eurytion with his club. Geryon, alerted to the intruder, attacked Heracles, but the hero's poisoned arrows quickly brought down the triple-bodied giant. As you envision Heracles sailing in his golden cup, imagine yourself floating effortlessly on a calm sea of tranquility. The gentle rocking of the waves lulls you deeper into relaxation, each breath bringing you closer to peaceful slumber. The 11th labor took Heracles to the western edge of the world once more, this time to retrieve the golden apples of the Hesperides. These magical apples were wedding gifts to Hera from Gaia, the earth goddess, and were zealously guarded by the Hesperides nymphs and a 100-headed dragon named Ladon. Heracles, knowing he couldn't defeat the dragon alone, sought the help of the Titan Atlas, who held up the heavens on his shoulders. Heracles offered to hold the sky, while Atlas retrieved the apples. Atlas, glad for a respite from his eternal task, agreed. When Atlas returned with the apples, he was reluctant to take back his burden. But Heracles, clever as he was strong, tricked Atlas into holding the sky once more. He asked Atlas to take the weight for just a moment, while he adjusted his cloak to pad his shoulders. Once Atlas took the sky, Heracles picked up the apples and left. As we near the end of our tale for tonight, imagine the weight of the sky on Heracles' shoulders. Now, feel that weight lifting from your own shoulders. Let any burdens or worries you carry float away, leaving you light and at peace. The 12th and final labor was perhaps the most dangerous of all. Heracles was tasked with descending into the underworld itself to capture Cerberus, the 3-headed guard dog of Hades. This fearsome beast had the tail of a serpent and manes of snakes growing from its 3 heads. Before entering the underworld, Heracles was initiated into the Eleusinian mysteries, ancient religious rites that were said to prepare one for the afterlife. Thus prepared, he descended into the realm of the dead. There, he encountered the souls of those he had known in life, including the centaur Chiron and Theseus, whom he freed from their torment. Heracles approached Hades directly, asking for permission to take Cerberus. Impressed by the hero's bravery, Hades agreed, on the condition that Heracles subdue the beast without weapons. Using his incredible strength, Heracles wrestled Cerberus into submission, dragging the creature up to the world of the living. Having completed this final task, Heracles returned Cerberus to the underworld, thus fulfilling his penance and achieving immortality. His labors complete, Heracles was welcomed to Olympus as a god, his mortal essence burned away by Zeus's thunderbolts, leaving only his divine nature. As our story comes to a close, imagine yourself like Heracles, shedding the cares and worries of your day. Feel them burning away, leaving only peace and tranquility. The rain continues to fall softly outside, a gentle reminder of the world beyond your dreams. Heracles' journey teaches us that no matter how difficult the challenges we face, with perseverance, courage, and sometimes a little help, we can overcome them. As you drift off to sleep, carry with you the strength of Heracles, the wisdom of the gods, and the peace of knowing that you too can face whatever labors tomorrow may bring. Sleep now, dear listener, and may your dreams be filled with the wonder and magic of the ancient world. Good night and sweet dreams. In the annals of Greek mythology, few tales are as captivating as that of Perseus and Medusa. As you settle in, allow the gentle patter of rain to wash away your cares, and let us journey back to a time of heroes and monsters. Perseus was born under extraordinary circumstances. His mother, Danae, was the daughter of King Acrisius of Argos. The king, fearing a prophecy that his grandson would one day kill him, locked Danae away in a bronze chamber. But Zeus, ever the crafty one, transformed himself into a shower of gold and visited Danae, resulting in the birth of Perseus. Acrisius, upon discovering the child, cast both mother and son into the sea in a wooden chest. But fate had other plans. The chest washed ashore on the island of Seriphos, where Perseus grew into a strong and capable young man under the care of a kindly fisherman named Dictys. As Perseus came of age, his life took an unexpected turn. King Polydex of Seriphos desired Danae for himself and sought to rid himself of Perseus. The king devised a plan, announcing his engagement and requesting that all his subjects bring gifts. Perseus, being poor, had nothing to offer. Polydex seized this opportunity, feigning disappointment, and suggesting that only the head of Medusa would suffice as a gift. This was no small task, for Medusa was one of the Gorgons, terrifying creatures with snakes for hair, whose gaze could turn any living thing to stone. As you listen to this tale, feel the weight of Perseus's challenge. Let the tension in your body melt away, just as Perseus had to let go of his fears to face the impossible task before him. Perseus, though daunted, was not without divine aid. Athena, the goddess of wisdom, and Hermes, the messenger god, came to his assistance. They provided him with vital tools: a polished shield, winged sandals, a magical wallet, and the helm of invisibility from Hades himself. Imagine, if you will, the young hero preparing for his journey. The weight of the shield in his hand, the lightness of the winged sandals on his feet. With each breath you take, feel yourself becoming lighter, more prepared for whatever challenges you may face in your dreams. Guided by the gods, Perseus made his way to the lair of the Gorgons. The cave was a place of eerie silence, broken only by the soft hissing of the snakes that adorned the Gorgons' heads. Perseus approached with caution, his heart pounding, yet his resolve unwavering. Using the polished shield as a mirror, Perseus was able to see Medusa's reflection without looking directly at her. This clever strategy allowed him to avoid her petrifying gaze. With precise movements, he positioned himself, raised his sword, and with one swift stroke, severed Medusa's head. As the rain continues to fall outside, creating a soothing rhythm, allow yourself to sink deeper into relaxation. Just as Perseus overcame his greatest challenge, let any lingering tensions or worries drift away from you. But Perseus's trials were not over. From Medusa's severed neck sprang Pegasus, the winged horse, and Chrysaor, a giant wielding a golden sword. Perseus, using the helm of invisibility, managed to escape with Medusa's head safely tucked away in the magical wallet. As Perseus fled, the other two Gorgons, awakened by the commotion, gave chase. But thanks to his winged sandals and the helm of invisibility, Perseus evaded them, soaring over land and sea. Imagine yourself floating effortlessly, just as Perseus did, high above any troubles or concerns. Perseus's journey home was fraught with adventure. He used Medusa's head to turn the Titan Atlas to stone, creating the Atlas Mountains. Later, he rescued the princess Andromeda from a sea monster, using the Gorgon's head once again to defeat the beast. Finally returning to Seriphos, Perseus found that King Polydectes had been cruel to his mother in his absence. In a moment of poetic justice, Perseus revealed Medusa's head at the king's court, turning Polydectes and his conspirators to stone. With his quest complete, Perseus gifted the head of Medusa to Athena, who placed it upon her shield, the Aegis. The hero then ruled Turins and Mycenae, living out his days in peace and prosperity. As our tale draws to a close, reflect on the journey of Perseus. His story teaches us that with courage, cleverness, and a little divine assistance, even the most daunting of tasks can be overcome. Let this thought comfort you as you drift closer to sleep. The rain continues its gentle song, washing away the day's concerns. Like Perseus after his great quest, allow yourself to settle into a state of peaceful accomplishment. Your journey through this day is complete, and now it's time to rest. Feel the soft embrace of your bed, as comfortable as the recognition Perseus received upon completing his heroic deeds. With each breath, sink deeper into relaxation, knowing that you too have the strength within you to face whatever challenges tomorrow may bring. As sleep begins to envelop you, picture a world where heroes walk among us, where gods whisper guidance on the wind, and where even the most fearsome monsters can be overcome. This is the world of myth, of legend, and of dreams. Let the steady rhythm of the rain be your lullaby, carrying you gently into the realm of sleep. Here, like Perseus, you may soar on winged sandals through skis of endless possibility. Your own heroic dreams await, full of adventure and wonder. And so, dear listener, as your consciousness begins to drift, remember the courage of Perseus, the wisdom of Athena, the cleverness of Hermes. These qualities reside within you too, ready to aid you in your own quests, both in sleep and upon waking. The night deepens, and with it, the invitation to rest grows stronger. Allow yourself to accept this invitation, to close your eyes and follow Perseus into a world of mythic dreams. Sleep now, and may your night be filled with the wonder and magic of the ancient tales. In the realm of ancient Greek mythology, few tales are as captivating as that of Perseus and Andromeda. This story of bravery, love, and destiny begins with a young hero named Perseus, born of both mortal and divine blood. Perseus was the son of Zeus and the mortal woman Danae. From birth, his life was marked by danger and adventure. When he was just an infant, Perseus and his mother were cast into the sea in a wooden chest by his grandfather, who feared a prophecy that foretold his death at the hands of his grandson. But the gods had other plans for Perseus. Zeus guided the chest safely to the island of Seriphos, where Perseus grew into a strong and courageous young man. It was on this island that Perseus's greatest adventure would begin, setting in motion a chain of events that would lead him to his destined love, Andromeda. One day, King Polydex of Seriphos set his sights on Danae, Perseus's mother. To rid himself of Perseus, the king tricked the young hero into promising to bring him the head of the Gorgon Medusa, a terrifying creature whose gaze could turn any living thing to stone. Perseus, bound by his word, set out on this seemingly impossible quest. But he was not alone. The gods favored him, and he received divine gifts to aid in his mission. From Athena, he received a polished shield. Hermes lent him winged sandals and a curved sword. The nymphs provided a magical wallet to safely store Medusa's head, and Hades himself gave Perseus a helmet of invisibility. Armed with these gifts, Perseus journeyed to the lair of the Gorgons. Using the reflection in his polished shield to avoid Medusa's petrifying gaze, he swiftly beheaded the monster. With Medusa's head secured in the magical wallet, Perseus began his journey home. As you listen to this tale, allow the courage of Perseus to inspire you. Let the tension in your body melt away, just as Perseus's fear dissolved in the face of divine support. Breathe deeply, feeling the strength of the hero flow through you. On his return journey, Perseus came upon a sight that would change his life forever. Flying over the kingdom of Ethiopia, he spotted a beautiful young woman chained to a rock by the sea. This was Andromeda, daughter of King Cepheus and Queen Cassiopeia. Andromeda's mother, Queen Cassiopeia, had boasted that her daughter was more beautiful than the Nereids, the sea nymphs. This angered Poseidon, god of the sea, who sent a terrible sea monster to ravage the coast of Ethiopia. To appease the god and save their kingdom, Cepheus and Cassiopeia were forced to sacrifice their daughter to the monster. Perseus, moved by Andromeda's beauty and the injustice of her fate, vowed to rescue her. He approached King Cepheus and Queen Cassiopeia, offering to slay the sea monster in exchange for Andromeda's hand in marriage. The desperate parents agreed, and Perseus prepared for battle. As you imagine this scene, feel the anticipation building. But let it not disturb your relaxation. Instead, let it wash over you like gentle waves, carrying you deeper into a state of peaceful alertness. The sea churned as the monster approached. Its massive form rose from the depths, scales glistening in the sunlight, its roar echoing across the water. Perseus, with his winged sandals, took to the air, circling the beast. The battle was fierce. Perseus darted and weaved, avoiding the monster's snapping jaws and thrashing tail. He struck with his curved sword, but the creature's hide was too tough. The fight seemed to stretch on endlessly, neither side gaining the upper hand. In this moment of struggle, Perseus remembered the power he carried with him, Medusa's head. With a swift motion, he pulled the Gorgon's head from the magical wallet and held it before the sea monster. In an instant, the creature's thrashing ceased, its body turning to stone and sinking beneath the waves. As the monster vanished beneath the sea, feel the tension release from your own body. Let each muscle relax, one by one, as if the weight of stone were melting away from you, leaving you light and at peace. With the monster defeated, Perseus freed Andromeda from her chains. The kingdom rejoiced, and preparations for the wedding began immediately. However, their happiness was short-lived. Phineus, Andromeda's uncle to whom she had previously been promised, arrived with his supporters to claim her. A clash ensued in the palace. Swords were drawn, and chaos erupted. Perseus, outnumbered, found himself backed into a corner. Once again, he reached for Medusa's head. Warning his allies to avert their eyes, Perseus revealed the Gorgon's visage to Phineus and his men, turning them all to stone. With peace restored, Perseus and Andromeda were finally wed. Their union was blessed by the gods, and they lived a long and happy life together. Perseus would go on to fulfill the prophecy, accidentally killing his grandfather with a stray discus, and eventually becoming the king of Turins and Mycenae. As our tale draws to a close, reflect on the journey of Perseus and Andromeda. Their story teaches us about the power of courage in the face of seemingly insurmountable odds, the strength found in love, and the twists of fate that can change our lives in an instant. Let these themes settle in your mind like gentle rain, nourishing your thoughts as you drift closer to sleep. The challenges Perseus faced may seem far removed from our daily lives, but we all encounter our own monsters, our own moments of being chained by circumstances beyond our control. Remember that, like Perseus, you too have unseen strengths and allies. In your darkest moments, you may discover gifts you never knew you possessed. And like Andromeda, sometimes salvation can come from the most unexpected places. As you lie here, allow the rhythm of your breath to mimic the gentle lapping of waves on a peaceful shore. Imagine the warmth of the sun on your skin, like the love between Perseus and Andromeda, a protective, comforting presence. Feel your body becoming heavier, sinking deeper into relaxation. The battles have been fought, the monsters turned to stone. Now is the time for rest, for peace, for the deep, rejuvenating sleep of heroes. Let the mythical world of Perseus and Andromeda fade gently into the background of your mind. A beautiful tapestry of adventure and love that blankets your thoughts as you drift off to sleep. The gods watch over you, just as they watched over our heroes, guiding you towards sweet dreams and restful slumber. And so, with the echo of ancient myths in your ears and the soft patter of rain in the background, allow yourself to surrender to sleep. For in sleep, we all become heroes of our own tales, adventurers in the vast realms of our dreams. Good night, and may the gods grant you peaceful slumber. In the annals of Greek mythology, few tales are as captivating as that of Theseus and the Minotaur. This story of bravery, cunning, and the triumph of human ingenuity over monstrous adversity has echoed through the ages, whispering to us of the power of determination and the strength of the human spirit. Our tale begins on the island of Crete, where King Minos ruled with an iron fist. Minos had a dark secret, one that cast a shadow over his entire kingdom. Hidden within the twisting corridors of an elaborate labyrinth dwelt a terrifying creature, half man, half bull, known as the Minotaur. This beast was the shameful offspring of Minos' wife, Persephone, and a magnificent bull sent by the sea god Poseidon. Minos, unable to bear the thought of his shame being known, commissioned the brilliant inventor Daedalus to construct an intricate maze to house the monster. The labyrinth was so complex, so bewildering, that once inside, escape was impossible. As you listen to this tale, allow the complexity of the labyrinth to mirror the letting go of your thoughts. Just as one might wander the twisting paths, let your mind gently drift, turning this way and that, but always moving towards the center of relaxation. To appease the voracious appetite of the Minotaur, King Minos demanded a terrible tribute from the city of Athens. Every 9 years, 7 young men and 7 young women were to be sent to Crete, where they would be cast into the labyrinth to meet their doom at the hands of the monstrous Minotaur. Twice this grim tribute had been paid, and as the time for the third approached, the people of Athens were gripped by fear and despair. It was in this dark hour that a young prince named Theseus stepped forward, volunteering to be one of the 14 sent to Crete. His plan was bold: to slay the Minotaur and end the cruel tribute once and for all. As you picture Theseus, standing tall and resolute, feel that same strength within yourself. With each breath, imagine drawing in the courage of a hero, letting it fill your body and mind with a sense of calm determination. The journey to Crete was long and fraught with danger, but Theseus and his companions finally arrived at the court of King Minos. There, fate took an unexpected turn. Ariadne, the daughter of Minos, saw Theseus and was immediately struck by his bravery and beauty. She knew she could not bear to see him meet the same gruesome fate as those who had come before. In secret, Ariadne approached Theseus with an offer of help. She gave him a ball of thread, a simple tool that would prove to be the key to his survival. Ariadne instructed Theseus to tie one end of the thread to the entrance of the labyrinth and to unwind it as he ventured deeper into the maze. This thread would serve as his lifeline, allowing him to find his way back once his task was complete. As we speak of this thread, imagine a similar line of tranquility unwinding within you. With each breath, this soothing thread extends further, reaching into every part of your body, guiding you deeper into a state of peaceful relaxation. Armed with this gift and his own unwavering courage, Theseus entered the labyrinth. The darkness was all-encompassing, the silence broken only by the distant echoes of his own footsteps and the occasional bestial growl that sent shivers down his spine. Yet Theseus pressed on, his hand never leaving the thread that was his lifeline. Deeper and deeper he went, the passages twisting and turning, doubling back on themselves in maddening loops. But Theseus did not falter. He knew that somewhere in this maze of stone and shadow, his destiny awaited. As you follow Theseus in your mind's eye, let the twists and turns of the labyrinth lull you. Each turn is a letting go, each new passage a deeper descent into tranquility. The complexity of the maze becomes a soothing rhythm, guiding you towards the center of your own peaceful slumber. At last, in the very heart of the labyrinth, Theseus came face to face with the Minotaur. The creature was even more terrifying than the stories had claimed, a massive, hulking form with the head of a bull and the body of a man. Its eyes gleamed with a primal hunger, its breath hot and fetid in the close air of the labyrinth. For a moment, Theseus stood frozen, the full weight of his task crashing down upon him. But then he remembered all those who had come before him, all those who had been sacrificed to this monster. He thought of Athens, of his father, of Ariadne, who had risked so much to help him. With these thoughts steeling his resolve, Theseus raised his sword and prepared for battle. The fight was fierce and desperate. The Minotaur's strength was unmatched, its fury uncontrollable. But Theseus was quick and clever. He ducked and weaved, avoiding the creature's crushing blows. He led the Minotaur on a dance through the narrow corridors, using the beast's size against it, letting it exhaust itself in its rage. As the battle rages in our story, let it contrast with the growing peace within you. Each clash of sword against horn, each bellow of the Minotaur, serves only to highlight the deepening calm of your own state. The tension of the fight releases any remaining stress in your body, allowing you to sink even further into relaxation. Finally, seeing his opportunity, Theseus struck. His sword found its mark, and with a roar that shook the very foundations of the labyrinth, the Minotaur fell. The beast that had terrorized Crete and Athens for so long was no more. Exhausted but triumphant, Theseus began the long journey back through the maze. The thread that Ariadne had given him proved true, leading him unerringly back to the entrance. As he emerged from the labyrinth, blinking in the sudden sunlight, he was greeted by the joyous cries of his companions and the astonished stares of the Cretan court. Theseus had done what no one thought possible. He had entered the inescapable labyrinth, faced the unconquerable Minotaur, and emerged victorious. The cruel tribute was at an end, and the people of Athens would live in fear no longer. As our tale draws to a close, let Theseus's triumph wash over you. Feel the relief, the joy, the sense of a great burden lifted. Just as Theseus emerged from the dark labyrinth into the light, allow yourself to drift towards the warm, comforting embrace of sleep. The story of Theseus and the Minotaur teaches us many things. It speaks of the power of courage in the face of seemingly insurmountable odds. It reminds us that even the most complex problems can be solved with ingenuity and perseverance. And it shows us that sometimes the simplest tools, like Ariadne's thread, can be the key to overcoming our greatest challenges. As you lie here on the cusp of sleep, take these lessons with you into your dreams. Remember that within you lies the strength of Theseus, the wisdom of Ariadne, the ability to navigate your own labyrinths and emerge victorious. Let the echo of this ancient tale be a lullaby, soothing you into a deep and restful sleep. As your breathing slows and your body relaxes, picture yourself standing at the entrance of your own personal labyrinth. But this maze is not one of fear or challenge. Instead, it is a gentle path leading you deeper into the realm of dreams. With each breath, you move further along this path. The twists and turns guide you gently, each step taking you closer to the center of perfect relaxation. And there, in the heart of your labyrinth, waits not a fearsome Minotaur, but the promise of sweet, rejuvenating sleep. So close your eyes, brave wanderer, and let sleep claim you. For in your dreams, you are the hero of your own epic tale, capable of overcoming any obstacle, solving any puzzle. Rest now and awaken renewed, ready to face whatever labyrinth the new day may bring. in the annals of Greek mythology. Few tales capture the spirit of adventure and heroism quite like the story of Jason and the Golden Fleece. As you settle in, allow the gentle patter of rain to carry you back to a time of gods and heroes, where great quests awaited those brave enough to answer the call. Our story begins in the kingdom of Iolcos, where a young prince named Jason was raised far from the royal court. His uncle, Peleus, had usurped the throne from Jason's father, and now ruled with an iron fist. As Jason grew into a strong and noble young man, he decided it was time to claim his rightful place as king. Imagine, if you will, the bustling marketplace of Iolcos. The air is thick with the scent of spices and the chatter of merchants. Through this crowd strides Jason, his heart set on confronting his uncle. But fate, as it often does in these tales, had other plans. As Jason approached the river that separated him from the palace, he noticed an old woman struggling to cross. Without hesitation, he offered to carry her across. Little did he know that this act of kindness would change the course of his destiny. For you see, dear listener, the old woman was none other than the goddess Hera in disguise. Pleased by Jason's compassion, she decided to become his patron, watching over him in the trials to come. As you rest, consider how a simple act of kindness can often lead to unexpected blessings in your own life. Upon reaching the palace, Jason boldly declared his right to the throne. Peleus, a cunning and deceitful king, feigned agreement. He promised to abdicate if Jason could complete a seemingly impossible task: to retrieve the golden fleece from the distant land of Colchis. The golden fleece, a magical artifact of immense value, was the hide of a golden ram sent by the gods. It hung in a sacred grove in Colchis, guarded by a fearsome dragon that never slept. Peleus was certain that this quest would lead to Jason's doom. But Jason, emboldened by his encounter with Hera, accepted the challenge. He began to gather a crew of the greatest heroes in Greece for his voyage. These heroes, known as the Argonauts, would become legendary in their own right. As you lie there, letting the sound of rain soothe you, imagine the excitement and anticipation as these heroes gathered. There was Hercules, the strongest of men, Orpheus, whose music could charm the very stones, Atalanta, the swift huntress, and many others, each with their own unique skills and stories. Together, they built a magnificent ship called the Argo, guided by the wisdom of Athena herself. As the ship set sail, the crowd cheered, their hopes and dreams carried on the winds that filled its sails. Close your eyes and picture yourself standing on the shore, watching the Argo disappear into the horizon, the salty sea breeze caressing your face. The journey to Colchis was fraught with perils. The Argonauts faced fierce storms that threatened to dash their ship against rocky shores. They encountered strange and dangerous creatures, each a test of their courage and skill. through it all, Jason's leadership and the unity of his crew saw them through. One of their most harrowing encounters was with the Harpies, vicious bird women, who tormented the blind prophet Phineus. The Argonauts drove the Harpies away, and in gratitude, Phineus gave them vital information about the dangers that lay ahead. As you relax deeper into comfort, reflect on how, even in our darkest moments, unexpected help can light our way forward. After many trials, the Argo finally reached the shores of Colchis. But their greatest challenges still lay ahead. The king of Colchis, Aeates, had no intention of giving up the golden fleece without a fight. He set Jason a series of impossible tasks, each more dangerous than the last. It was here that fate intervened once more. Aeates' daughter, Medea, a powerful sorceress, fell deeply in love with Jason. With her magical aid, Jason was able to complete the king's tasks. He yoked fire-breathing bulls to a plow and sowed a field with dragon's teeth, from which sprang fully armed warriors. As you drift closer to sleep, imagine the field of battle, the glint of bronze armor in the sun, the clash of swords. Yet through it all, Jason remains calm, protected by Medea's magic. Let that same sense of protection envelop you now, keeping you safe and warm as you journey towards peaceful slumber. The final task was to defeat the sleepless dragon that guarded the golden fleece. Here again, Medea's magic proved invaluable. She concocted a potion that put the dragon to sleep, allowing Jason to claim the prize at last. As the dragon's eyes closed, feel your own eyelids growing heavy, the world of myth and legend blending seamlessly with the realm of dreams. With the golden fleece in hand, Jason and the Argonauts began their long journey home. But their adventures were far from over. They faced new challenges, including the treacherous passage between Scylla and Charybdis, monsters that guarded a narrow strait. Scylla, with her 6 heads and 12 feet, snatched sailors from the decks of passing ships. Charybdis, a massive whirlpool, threatened to swallow entire vessels. The Argonauts had to navigate this perilous passage with all their skill and courage. As they thread their way through danger, let any tensions in your body unwind, flowing away like water. Throughout their voyage, the bond between Jason and Medea deepened. Her love for him was fierce and unwavering, a force as powerful as any they encountered on their journey. Yet this love, like many things in Greek mythology, would prove to be both a blessing and a curse in the years to come. At last, after many months at sea, the Argo returned to Alcos. Jason presented the golden fleece to his uncle Peleus, expecting him to honor his promise and step down from the throne. But Peleus, true to his deceitful nature, refused to relinquish his power. It was Medea who took matters into her own hands. Using her magic, she tricked Peleus' own daughters into killing him, believing they were restoring his youth. With Peleus gone, Jason finally claimed his rightful place as king of Iolcos. The story of Jason and the Golden Fleece teaches us many things. It speaks of the power of perseverance, the importance of friendship and teamwork, and the unpredictable nature of fate. As you rest, consider how these themes might apply to your own life's journey. Jason's quest reminds us that great achievements often require us to venture into the unknown, to face our fears, and overcome seemingly impossible odds. Yet, it also warns us about the dangers of ambition and the sometimes tragic consequences of our choices. As our tale comes to a close, let the gentle rhythm of the rain outside blend with the ebb and flow of your breath. Like the Argo on the wine-dark sea, let yourself be carried along by the currents of sleep, drifting peacefully into a world of dreams. Perhaps in your dreams, you too will sail with the Argonauts, feel the spray of the sea on your face, and glimpse the golden gleam of the fleece. Or perhaps you'll find yourself in Colchis, walking through the sacred grove where the fleece once hung, now peaceful and serene. Whatever visions may come, know that like Jason, you have the strength and courage to face whatever challenges tomorrow may bring. For now, though, let all thoughts of quests and trials fade away. Allow yourself to be enveloped by the warmth and safety of your bed, as comfortable and welcoming as the deck of the Argo to its weary crew. Sleep now, dear listener, and may Morpheus, god of dreams, grant you visions as wondrous as the Golden Fleece itself. Good night and sweet dreams. In the realm of Greek mythology, few tales are as poignant and heart-wrenching as that of Orpheus and Eurydice. It is a story of love, loss, and the power of music that transcends even the boundaries of death. As we delve into this ancient tale, allow the gentle patter of rain to lull you into a state of tranquil reflection. Orpheus was a legendary musician, poet, and prophet in ancient Greek religion and myth. The son of the muse Calliope and either King Oeagrus of Thrace or the god Apollo, Orpheus possessed a gift for music that was unparalleled. His melodies were so beautiful that they could charm all living things, coax the trees and rocks into dance, and even divert the course of rivers. Eurydice was a woman of exceptional beauty and grace. When Orpheus first laid eyes upon her, he was instantly smitten. Their love blossomed quickly, a romance as beautiful and harmonious as Orpheus's most enchanting melodies. The two were soon wed, their happiness seeming as eternal as the gods themselves. But fate, as it often does in Greek mythology, had other plans. On their wedding day, as Eurydice walked through a meadow with her bridesmaids, she was bitten by a venomous snake. The poison acted swiftly, and Eurydice died, her spirit descending to the underworld. Orpheus was devastated, his grief so profound that his mournful songs made the nymphs and gods weep. Unable to accept the loss of his beloved, Orpheus made a decision that few mortals would dare. He resolved to descend into the underworld itself and plead with Hades and Persephone, the rulers of the realm of the dead, to return Eurydice to the world of the living. As you listen to this tale, allow yourself to sink deeper into relaxation. Feel the weight of your body melting into your bed, each breath drawing you further into a state of peaceful calm. The sound of rain outside your window blends with the story, creating a cocoon of tranquility around you. Armed with nothing but his lyre, Orpheus began his perilous journey to the underworld. At the entrance, he encountered Cerberus, the monstrous three-headed dog that guarded the gates. But even this fearsome beast was no match for Orpheus's music. As the first notes of his lyre rang out, Cerberus's eyes began to droop, and soon the guardian of the underworld lay in a deep slumber. Orpheus pressed on, his music clearing a path through the shades of the dead. Even the fearsome Furies, with their snaky hair and bloody eyes, were moved to tears by his sorrowful melodies. At last, he stood before the thrones of Hades and Persephone. There, in the silent halls of the dead, Orpheus began to play. His music, more beautiful and more sorrowful than any he had ever created, filled the cavernous space. He sang of his love for Eurydice, of the joy she had brought to his life, and of the unbearable pain of losing her. His song was so moving that it touched even the cold heart of Hades himself. As you continue to relax, imagine the haunting melody of Orpheus's lyre. Let it wash over you, carrying away any lingering tension or worry. With each note, you drift further into a state of peaceful serenity. Moved by Orpheus's music and his unwavering love, Hades and Persephone agreed to release Eurydice. However, they set one condition. Orpheus must lead Eurydice out of the underworld, but he must not look back at her until they both reached the upper world. If he turned to look at her before then, she would be lost to him forever. Overjoyed, Orpheus agreed to the terms. He began his ascent, the sound of Eurydice's footsteps behind him, a constant reminder of his love. The journey was long and treacherous, filled with winding paths and steep climbs. All the while, Orpheus resisted the overwhelming urge to turn and look at his beloved. As they neared the exit, doubt began to creep into Orpheus's mind. What if the gods had tricked him? What if Eurydice wasn't really behind him? The silence from his wife, who had been forbidden to speak during their ascent, only fueled his uncertainty. Just as they were about to step into the light of the upper world, Orpheus's resolve finally broke. He turned to look at Eurydice, to reassure himself that she was truly there. For a brief, joyous moment, their eyes met. But then, with a soft cry, Eurydice began to fade. "Farewell," she whispered, as she was pulled back into the depths of the underworld. Orpheus reached out to her, but his hands grasped only empty air. In that moment of weakness, he had lost her forever. As you continue to drift towards sleep, let the gentle rhythm of the rain outside soothe you. Allow the rise and fall of your breath to mirror the ebb and flow of the story, carrying you deeper into relaxation. Devastated by his failure, Orpheus returned to the world of the living. But he was a changed man. His music, once capable of charming all living things, now spoke only of sorrow and loss. He wandered the earth, inconsolable, refusing the company of any other woman out of loyalty to Eurydice. Some versions of the myth say that Orpheus eventually met a violent end at the hands of the Maenads, the frenzied female followers of Dionysus. They tore him to pieces in their wild revelry, his head and lyre floating down the river Hebrus, still singing mournful songs. Yet even in death, the story of Orpheus and Eurydice lived on. It became a testament to the power of love and music, and a cautionary tale about trust and patience. The ancient Greeks saw in this myth a reflection of the human struggle against fate and the inevitability of death. As our tale draws to a close, allow yourself to reflect on its deeper meanings. Like Orpheus, we all face moments of loss and doubt in our lives. And like him, we must learn to trust in the unseen, to have faith in the journey even when the path seems dark and uncertain. Perhaps the true lesson of Orpheus and Eurydice is not about the power of music to overcome death, but about the importance of looking forward, of trusting in the process of life and growth. Sometimes our greatest challenge is not in achieving our goals, but in resisting the urge to look back, to question our progress before the journey is complete. As you drift closer to sleep, carry with you the melody of Orpheus's lyre. Let it remind you of the beauty that can be found even in moments of sorrow, and of the enduring power of love. Allow the gentle rain outside to blend with the music in your mind, creating a soothing lullaby that carries you into peaceful slumber. Remember, like Orpheus descending into the underworld, sometimes we must journey through darkness to find our light. And even when we face setbacks or losses, the music of life continues to play, guiding us forward with its gentle, persistent rhythm. As your consciousness begins to fade, imagine yourself standing at the threshold between waking and sleeping, much like Orpheus at the boundary between the underworld and the world of the living. But unlike Orpheus, you need not look back. Trust in the journey of sleep, knowing that rest and rejuvenation await you. Let the story of Orpheus and Eurydice fade into the background of your mind, a gentle echo that carries you into the realm of dreams. May your sleep be deep and restful, filled with the sweet melodies of myth and the soft patter of rain. Good night, dear listener, and may the gods grant you peaceful slumber. In the annals of Greek mythology, few tales are as epic and far-reaching as the story of the Trojan War. This conflict, which would shape the destinies of gods and mortals alike, began not with the clash of swords or the launch of 1,000 ships, but with a golden apple and a beauty contest among goddesses. Our story begins at a grand wedding celebration on Mount Olympus. Peleus, a mortal hero, was to wed the sea nymph Thetis. All the gods and goddesses were invited to this joyous occasion, save for one Eris, the goddess of discord. Angered by her exclusion, Eris decided to crash the party in her own mischievous way. As the festivities were in full swing, Eris silently slipped into the banquet hall. In her hand, she held a golden apple, its surface gleaming with an otherworldly light. With a smirk, she tossed the apple into the midst of the revelers. As it rolled across the floor, all eyes were drawn to the inscription upon its surface: for the fairest. Immediately, 3 powerful goddesses laid claim to the apple: Hera, the queen of the gods, Athena, the goddess of wisdom and war, and Aphrodite, the goddess of love and beauty. Each believed herself to be the most beautiful, and thus the rightful owner of the golden prize. Their argument grew heated, threatening to overshadow the wedding celebration. Zeus, the king of the gods, found himself in a precarious position. He knew that choosing between the goddesses would only incur the wrath of those not chosen. In his wisdom, or perhaps to avoid the conflict himself, Zeus declared that a mortal should be the judge of this contest. He selected Paris, a prince of Troy, to make the fateful decision. Hermes, the messenger god, was dispatched to inform Paris of his important task. The young prince, who had been tending his flocks on Mount Ida, was both honored and terrified by the responsibility thrust upon him. How could a mere mortal judge the beauty of goddesses? As you listen to this tale, allow the weight of Paris's decision to settle upon you. Feel the cool breeze of Mount Ida against your skin, the soft grass beneath your feet. Let the tension in your body release, just as Paris must have tried to calm his nerves before the arrival of the 3 goddesses. When the goddesses appeared before Paris, each tried to sway his decision in her favor. Hera, resplendent in her regal attire, promised Paris power and dominion over all of Asia if he chose her. Athena, her gray eyes shining with intelligence, offered him unparalleled wisdom and skill in battle. Lastly, Aphrodite stepped forward, her beauty already dazzling the young prince. She promised him the love of the most beautiful woman in the world, Helen of Sparta. Paris, perhaps swayed by his youthful desires, chose Aphrodite as the fairest, awarding her the golden apple. In that moment, he sealed not only his fate, but that of his entire city. For while Aphrodite celebrated her victory, Hera and Athena seethed with anger and resentment, vowing to see Troy fall for this perceived slight. As you contemplate Paris's choice, let your own decisions and worries fade away. Like the golden apple rolling across the floor of Olympus, allow your thoughts to gently come to rest. Each breath you take brings you closer to a state of peaceful relaxation. True to her word, Aphrodite led Paris to Sparta, where he met the beautiful Helen. Helen, however, was already married to King Menelaus of Sparta. Despite this, or perhaps because of Aphrodite's divine influence, Helen fell deeply in love with Paris. In a decision that would spark a war, Helen left her husband and kingdom behind, fleeing with Paris to the city of Troy. Menelaus, enraged by this betrayal, called upon his brother Agamemnon, the powerful king of Mycenae, to help him reclaim his wife. Agamemnon saw an opportunity not just to aid his brother, but to conquer the wealthy city of Troy. He summoned the great heroes and kings of Greece, binding them to an oath to join the expedition against Troy. Among these heroes were names that would become legendary: clever Odysseus, mighty Ajax, swift-footed Achilles. Each brought their own strengths and flaws to the impending conflict. As ships were built and armies gathered, the seeds of a 10-year war were sown. Imagine the coastline of Greece, dotted with 1,000 ships preparing to set sail. The air is filled with the shouts of soldiers, the creaking of wood, the fluttering of sails in the wind. This cacophony of war preparations gradually fades in your mind, replaced by the gentle lapping of waves against the shore, lulling you into a deeper state of relaxation. Back in Troy, King Priam received his son Paris and his new bride Helen with mixed emotions. While he welcomed them, he also feared the retribution that would surely follow. The Trojan Prince Hector, Paris's noble brother, prepared the city's defenses, knowing that the Greeks would not let this affront go unchallenged. As the Greek fleet finally set sail for Troy, the gods took sides in the coming conflict. Hera and Athena, still smarting from Paris's judgment, sided with the Greeks. Aphrodite, having orchestrated the events, stood with the Trojans. Other gods and goddesses chose their allegiances, turning what might have been a mortal war into a cosmic conflict. The stage was now set for a war that would last a decade, claiming the lives of heroes, shaping the fates of nations, and leaving an indelible mark on the tapestry of Greek mythology. But as the winds filled the sails of 1,000 Greek ships, as the walls of Troy stood strong in anticipation, neither side could have foreseen the true cost of the conflict to come. As we pause in our tale, with war looming on the horizon, allow yourself to drift further into relaxation. Let the tensions of conflict wash away from your body. Imagine yourself as a peaceful observer, watching the events unfold from a place of calm detachment. The story of the Trojan War reminds us that even the smallest actions, a tossed apple, a beauty contest, a choice made in the heat of passion, can have far-reaching consequences. Yet, in this moment, your only choice is to relax, to let go of the day's concerns, and to allow sleep to gently embrace you. As you lie here, feel the weight of history and myth settling around you like a comfortable blanket. The gods and heroes of our tale fade into the background, their conflicts and passions giving way to the peaceful stillness of the night. With each breath, you sink deeper into tranquility, drifting closer to the realm of dreams. Remember, like the ebb and flow of the seas that carried those ancient Greek ships, your breath has a natural rhythm. Focus on this gentle cycle, letting it carry you further from the waking world and closer to restful sleep. The battles of Troy are distant echoes now, replaced by the soothing cadence of your own relaxed breathing. In your mind's eye, see the golden apple that started it all. Watch as it slowly dissolves, taking with it any lingering tensions or worries. You are safe here, far from the conflicts of gods and mortals, cradled in the peaceful embrace of night. Allow yourself to drift, knowing that, like all great stories, this one too shall find its resolution in time. As the stars twinkled in the night sky, casting their gentle light upon the sleeping world, we continue our journey through the epic tales of Greek mythology. Tonight, we delve into one of the most famous conflicts in ancient lore, the Trojan War. This legendary battle between the Greeks and the city of Troy would shape the course of history and inspire countless stories for generations to come. Our tale begins with the seeds of discord sown at a divine wedding. The goddess of discord, Eris, angry at not being invited to the celebration, cast a golden apple inscribed with the words, "For the fairest," into the midst of the festivities. This simple act would set in motion a chain of events that would lead to one of the greatest wars the ancient world had ever seen. Three powerful goddesses, Hera, Athena, and Aphrodite, each claimed the apple as their own. Unable to resolve the dispute themselves, they turned to Zeus for judgment. But even the king of the gods was reluctant to choose between them, fearing the wrath of those he did not select. And so, Zeus decided to pass the responsibility to a mortal man, a Trojan prince named Paris. As you listen to this tale, allow the gentle rhythm of the rain to wash away your cares. Let each drop be a soothing reminder that even the greatest of conflicts eventually come to an end, giving way to peace and tranquility. Paris, though a prince, had been raised as a shepherd, unaware of his true identity. When the three goddesses appeared before him on Mount Ida, each offered him a tempting gift in exchange for the golden apple. Hera promised him power and kingship over all of Asia. Athena offered wisdom and skill in battle. But it was Aphrodite's offer that swayed the young prince's heart. She promised him the love of the most beautiful woman in the world, Helen of Sparta. Imagine, if you will, the weight of such a decision resting upon your shoulders. As you lie there, comfortable and at peace, let the tension of that moment melt away. Allow yourself to sink deeper into relaxation, knowing that in your dreams, all choices are without consequence. Paris chose Aphrodite, setting in motion events that would lead to war. For Helen, the woman promised to Paris, was already married to King Menelaus of Sparta. When Paris visited Sparta, he and Helen fell deeply in love, their passion kindled by Aphrodite's divine influence. In the dark of night, fled together to Troy, leaving behind a furious and heartbroken Menelaus. The betrayal of Menelaus would not go unanswered. He called upon his brother, King Agamemnon of Mycenae, to help him reclaim his wife and his honor. Agamemnon, seeing an opportunity to expand his power, agreed. He sent word to all the kings and princes of Greece, reminding them of an oath they had once sworn to protect Helen's marriage. And so, the greatest army ever assembled in ancient Greece prepared for war. As you listen, feel the weight of your body sinking deeper into your bed. Let the tension of conflict melt away, replaced by a sense of peace and tranquility. The wars of ancient myths need not trouble your dreams. Among the great heroes who answered the call were Odysseus, the clever king of Ithaca, Ajax, a warrior of immense strength, and Achilles, the greatest warrior of his age, whose name would become legend. Each brought their own ships, men, and unique skills to the Greek cause. The journey to Troy was not without its challenges. The Greek fleet gathered at Aulis, but found themselves unable to sail due to contrary winds. The seer couches revealed that the goddess Artemis was angered by Agamemnon and demanded the sacrifice of his daughter, Iphigenia, to allow their passage. It was a cruel choice that weighed heavily on the king's heart, but in the end, his ambition won out, and Iphigenia was sacrificed. As we speak of these difficult choices, remember that you are safe and warm in your bed. The conflicts of myth and legend cannot touch you here. Let each breath draw you deeper into a state of peaceful relaxation. With the winds now in their favor, the Greek army finally set sail for Troy. They landed on the shores near the great city, their thousands of ships stretching as far as the eye could see. The Trojans, led by King Priam and his sons, the noble Hector and the passionate Paris, prepared their defenses. The war that followed would last for 10 long years. It was a conflict filled with heroic deeds, tragic losses, and the fickle interventions of the gods. The Greeks, unable to breach Troy's mighty walls, settled in for a lengthy siege. Battles raged on the plains before the city, with heroes from both sides clashing in epic duels. Achilles, the mightiest of the Greek warriors, brought terror to the Trojan forces. His divine armor, forged by the god Hephaestus, made him nearly invincible. Yet even Achilles was not without vulnerability, for his heel, the spot where his mother had held him when dipping him in the river Styx, remained his one weak point. As you listen to tales of these legendary heroes, let their strength flow into you. Feel a sense of calm resilience spreading through your body, allowing you to relax even more deeply. The war saw many great duels and battles. Ajax and Hector fought to a standstill, exchanging gifts after their duel as a sign of mutual respect. Odysseus and Diomedes embarked on a daring night raid into the Trojan camp. And Paris, whose actions had sparked the war, proved to be a skilled archer, his arrows guided by Apollo. But But it was the conflict between Achilles and Hector that would become the stuff of legend. When Achilles' beloved friend Patroclus fell in battle at Hector's hands, his grief and rage knew no bounds. He returned to the fight with a vengeance, cutting down Trojan warriors like wheat before a scythe. Hector, knowing he could not hide behind Troy's walls forever, faced Achilles in single combat. Their duel was fierce and terrible, watched by both armies and the gods themselves. In the end, Achilles' divine speed and strength proved too much for even the mighty Hector. With his dying breath, Hector pleaded for his body to be returned to his family for proper burial. As we speak of these intense moments, remember that you are safe and at peace. Let the conflicts of myth wash over you like gentle waves, lulling you further into a state of deep relaxation. Achilles, still consumed by rage and grief, refused Hector's last request. He tied Hector's body to his chariot and dragged it around the walls of Troy for 12 days. This desecration horrified both Greeks and Trojans alike, and even the gods took pity on Hector. It was King Priam, in an act of incredible bravery and desperation, who finally changed Achilles' heart. The old king snuck into the Greek camp and begged Achilles to return his son's body. Moved by Priam's grief and reminded of his own father, Achilles finally relented. This moment of compassion amidst the horrors of war reminds us that even in our darkest moments, our humanity can shine through. As you lie there, comfortable and at ease, let this lesson settle into your heart. In your own life, remember that kindness and empathy have the power to overcome even the deepest of conflicts. The war, however, was far from over. Achilles, despite his might, was fated to die before the fall of Troy. Paris, guided by Apollo, shot an arrow that found Achilles' vulnerable heel, bringing down the greatest of Greek heroes. Ajax and Odysseus fought over Achilles' divine armor, a conflict that would lead to Ajax's tragic suicide when the armor was awarded to Odysseus. As our tale of the Trojan War draws to a close for tonight, let the rhythm of the rain outside remind you of the ebb and flow of conflict and peace. Allow yourself to drift deeper into relaxation, knowing that even the greatest of wars eventually find their end. In your own life, when faced with conflicts that seem insurmountable, remember the lessons of the Trojan War. Like Achilles finding compassion, or Priam finding courage in grief, you too have the strength within you to face any challenge. But for now, let all thoughts of conflict fade away, replaced by the peaceful embrace of sleep. As you continue to relax, know that our journey through the tales of ancient Greece is not yet over. In our next story, we will explore the clever strategy that finally brought an end to the long siege of Troy. But for now, allow yourself to sink deeper into comfort, letting the gentle rain and the echoes of myth carry you off to the land of dreams. As the siege of Troy stretched into its 10th year, both the Greeks and Trojans grew weary of the endless conflict. The walls of Troy stood strong, seemingly impenetrable, and the Greek forces, led by Agamemnon, were no closer to victory than when they first arrived on the shores of Asia Minor. It was in this moment of desperation that Odysseus, the clever king of Ithaca, devised a plan that would forever change the course of history. Odysseus proposed the construction of a giant wooden horse, a structure so massive and impressive that it would capture the curiosity of the Trojans. This horse, he argued, would be presented as a gift to the goddess Athena, a symbol of the Greeks' surrender and departure. But hidden within its hollow belly would be a select group of Greek warriors, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. As you listen to this tale of cunning and deception, allow yourself to sink deeper into relaxation. Feel the weight of your body pressing gently into your bed, each breath carrying you further into a state of peaceful calm. The story of the Trojan horse, like the ebb and flow of the tides, will guide you towards the shores of slumber. The Greek army set to work, led by the skilled craftsman Hephaestus. They labored day and night, shaping the massive wooden structure with meticulous care. The horse took form, its body rising tall and proud, its features carved with exquisite detail. As the Greeks worked, they filled the air with loud lamentations and the sounds of ships being prepared for departure, all part of their elaborate ruse. Inside the walls of Troy, curiosity began to grow. The Trojans, who had spent a decade watching their enemies from afar, now saw a flurry of activity in the Greek camp. They observed the construction of the great horse with a mixture of suspicion and wonder. What could this strange offering mean? As you picture this scene in your mind, let the rhythmic sound of woodworking tools blend with the gentle patter of rain outside your window. Allow the steady, calming rhythm to lull you deeper into relaxation, your thoughts drifting like clouds across a peaceful sky. When the horse was complete, the Greeks made a show of departing. They burned their camps and set sail, leaving behind only the horse and a single Greek soldier named Sinon. The Trojan sentries, watching from the city walls, could hardly believe their eyes. After 10 long years of war, could victory truly be at hand? The Trojans emerged from their city, cautious at first, then with growing excitement. They surrounded the horse, marveling at its size and craftsmanship. Sinon, playing his part perfectly, allowed himself to be captured. He spun a tale of persecution at the hands of Odysseus, claiming the horse was an offering to Athena, meant to ensure the Greeks' safe passage home. As you listen, imagine the mix of emotions coursing through the Trojan people: relief, joy, and lingering doubt. Let these feelings wash over you, then slowly ebb away, leaving behind a sense of deep tranquility. Your body feels heavy and comfortable, sinking deeper into your bed with each passing moment. Despite warnings from the priest Laocoon and the prophetess Cassandra, the Trojans were swayed by their desire for the war to be over. They decided to bring the horse into their city as a trophy of their long-awaited victory. The gates of Troy, which had stood firm for a decade, were opened wide to admit the wooden behemoth. The horse was so large that the Trojans were forced to tear down a portion of their own walls to bring it inside. As you envision this scene, let it serve as a metaphor for releasing any lingering tensions or worries. Just as the walls of Troy came down, allow the barriers around your mind to gently crumble, opening the way for deep, restful sleep. That night, the Trojans celebrated their apparent victory with feasting and wine. The sounds of music and laughter filled the air, a joyous cacophony after years of war. But as the night wore on and the city fell into a deep, wine-induced slumber, the true purpose of the horse was revealed. In the quiet hours before dawn, Sinon crept to the horse and opened a hidden door. From within emerged the Greek warriors, led by Odysseus himself. They silently made their way through the sleeping city, killing guards and opening the gates to admit the rest of the Greek army, which had secretly returned under cover of darkness. As you picture this stealthy operation, let your own thoughts become quieter and more still. The Greeks move silently through your mind, gently ushering away any lingering wakefulness, preparing you for the deep, restful sleep that approaches. The ensuing battle was swift and decisive. The Trojans, caught completely off guard, were unable to mount an effective defense. The city that had withstood a decade of siege fell in a single night, its streets running red with blood, its buildings engulfed in flames. Yet even as we recount this tale of destruction, let it not disturb your peace. Instead, focus on the gentle sound of rain, its steady rhythm a constant reminder of the calm that surrounds you. Let each drop be a soothing whisper, carrying you further into tranquility. The fall of Troy marked the end of an era, the conclusion of a war that had lasted a generation. It was a testament to the power of cunning over brute force, a reminder that even the mightiest walls can fall if the mind behind them falters. As our tale draws to a close, allow the lessons of the Trojan horse to settle gently in your mind. In life, as in war, appearances can be deceiving. The gifts we receive may not always be what they seem, and true strength often lies in wisdom rather than force. Let these thoughts drift through your consciousness like leaves on a gentle stream, carrying you towards the peaceful shores of sleep. Your body feels heavy and relaxed, your mind calm and at ease. The story of Troy, like the city itself, fades into history, leaving behind only the soft patter of rain and the promise of restful slumber. As you drift off, remember that like Odysseus, you too possess the strength and cleverness to overcome any obstacles that may face you. But for now, let all thoughts of challenges and victories fade away. Allow yourself to be carried into the realm of dreams, where the wooden horse of sleep stands ready to transport you to a world of peace and restoration. Sleep now, dear listener, and may your dreams be as epic as the tales of ancient Greece, yet as gentle as the rain that falls outside your window. Good night and sweet dreams. In the annals of Greek mythology, few tales are as captivating as that of Odysseus and the Cyclops. As you settle in, allow the gentle patter of rain to carry you back to a time of heroes and monsters, where cunning and strength were tested against the forces of the mythical world. Our story begins with Odysseus, the clever king of Ithaca, as he and his crew sailed the wine-dark seas on their long journey home from the Trojan War. Their ships, battered by storms and guided by the fickle winds of the gods, approached a mysterious island shrouded in mist. As they drew near, Odysseus, ever curious and bold, decided to explore this unknown land. He chose 12 of his bravest men to accompany him ashore, leaving the rest to guard the ships. The island seemed bountiful, with lush green pastures and the bleating of sheep and goats echoing across the hills. As you listen, imagine the salt spray on your face, the gentle rocking of the waves beneath you. Let the rhythm of the story lull you into a state of peaceful relaxation, your body sinking deeper into comfort with each breath. Odysseus and his men soon came upon a massive cave, its entrance wide and inviting. The cave was filled with wooden pails brimming with milk, and racks upon racks of aging cheese. It was clear that someone or something lived here, tending to the flocks they had seen. Despite the warnings of his men, Odysseus insisted they wait for the owner to return. His curiosity, both a blessing and a curse, would not let him leave without discovering who inhabited this strange island. As the sun began to set, casting long shadows across the land, they heard the thunderous approach of the cave's resident. A giant figure appeared, driving a great flock before him. It was a Cyclops, a fearsome one-eyed giant named Polyphemus, son of Poseidon himself. Feel the tension in your body begin to release as you listen. Like Odysseus and his men in the cave, you are safe and hidden from the world outside. Let each word wash over you like gentle waves on a shore. The Cyclops entered his cave, rolling a huge boulder across the entrance to keep his flock secure. It was only then, as he began to milk his goats and sheep, that he noticed the intruders. His single eye widened in surprise and then narrowed with malice. Odysseus, drawing upon his legendary charm and wit, attempted to appeal to the giant's sense of hospitality. He spoke of Zeus, the protector of travelers and guests, and asked for the Cyclops' kindness and aid. But Polyphemus scoffed at these words. He cared nothing for the gods or their rules. Instead, he snatched up 2 of Odysseus's men and devoured them on the spot, washing down his grisly meal with great gulps of milk. As horrifying as this moment was, allow the steady sound of rain to remind you that you are far from danger. You are safe, warm, and protected as you drift deeper into the story and closer to sleep. Trapped in the cave and facing a dire fate, Odysseus knew he had to formulate a plan. The next day, while the Cyclops was out tending his flocks, Odysseus found a massive wooden staff in the cave. He and his men sharpened one end and hardened it in the fire, creating a formidable weapon. That evening, when Polyphemus returned and devoured 2 more of the crew, Odysseus put his plan into action. He offered the Cyclops strong wine he had brought from his ship. Polyphemus drank deeply, enjoying the potent grape, and asked Odysseus his name. With a sly smile, Odysseus replied, "My name is Nobody." The Cyclops, his wits dulled by the wine, laughed at this and promised that he would eat Nobody last, as a gift for the delicious drink. As you listen, feel the cleverness of Odysseus seep into your own mind. Let your thoughts become as fluid and adaptable as his, flowing gently like a stream towards the sea of sleep. Soon, Polyphemus fell into a drunken slumber. Odysseus and his men seized their chance. They took the sharpened staff and with all their might drove it into the Cyclops' single eye. The giant's agonized roar shook the very walls of the cave. Other Cyclopes on the island heard the commotion and gathered outside, calling out to know what was wrong. Polyphemus, in his pain and confusion, bellowed, "Nobody is attacking me. Nobody is trying to kill me." The other Cyclopes, hearing this, assumed that Polyphemus was simply having a nightmare or had gone mad. They left him to his apparent delusions, unknowingly leaving Odysseus and his men to enact their escape. As dawn approached, Odysseus devised the final part of his plan. He and his remaining men tied themselves to the undersides of the Cyclops' largest sheep. When Polyphemus rolled away the boulder to let his flock out to pasture, he felt the tops of the animals to ensure the humans weren't riding them. But he did not think to check underneath. Let the ingenuity of this plan wash over you. As Odysseus and his men clung to the soft wool of the sheep, allow yourself to sink deeper into the soft comfort of your own bed, safe and warm. One by one, Odysseus and his men escaped the cave, clinging to the bellies of the giant sheep. Once outside, they quickly made their way to their ship, driving some of the Cyclops' flock before them as both provisions and proof of their incredible adventure. As they pushed their ship out to sea, Odysseus, unable to contain his pride, called out to the blind Cyclops, revealing his true name and boasting of his victory. This moment of hubris would have far-reaching consequences, as Polyphemus called upon his father, Poseidon, to curse Odysseus' journey home. And so, Odysseus and his remaining crew sailed away from the island of the Cyclopes, having narrowly escaped death through cunning and bravery. But But the curse of Poseidon would ensure that their journey home would be long and fraught with perils. As our tale comes to a close, reflect on the cleverness of Odysseus, the power of quick thinking in the face of danger. Let the rhythm of the story and the sound of the rain guide you towards peaceful slumber, knowing that like Odysseus, you too can overcome any obstacle that tomorrow may bring. Allow your mind to drift now, floating on the wine-dark sea of sleep, rocked gently by the waves of myth and legend. Your journey, like that of Odysseus, continues on through the night, safe and protected in the realm of dreams. In the vast expanse of the wine-dark sea, where waves crash against rocky shores and the wind whispers tales of adventure, we find ourselves continuing the epic journey of Odysseus. As you settle deeper into your comfortable rest, allow the gentle rhythm of the rain to carry you along on this mythical voyage. Odysseus, the clever king of Ithaca, had been sailing for years, desperate to return home after the Trojan War. His journey had been fraught with perils, each more dangerous than the last. But now, as his ship approached the island of the Sirens, he faced a challenge that would test not only his strength, but his wisdom as well. The Sirens were creatures of haunting beauty, their voices so enchanting that they could lure even the most strong-willed sailors to their doom. Their song promised knowledge and bliss, but those who listened found only death on the jagged rocks that surrounded their island. As you listen to this tale, imagine the salt spray on your face, the gentle rocking of the ship beneath you. Let the tension in your body ebb away like the receding tide, carried off by the soothing sound of the rain. Odysseus, ever cunning, had been warned of the Sirens' power by the sorceress Circe. She had told him that no mortal man could resist their song, but she had also given him a strategy to survive. As the island came into view, Odysseus put his plan into action. He ordered his men to plug their ears with beeswax, rendering them deaf to the Sirens' deadly melody. But Odysseus, driven by an insatiable curiosity, wanted to hear the song for himself. He instructed his crew to tie him tightly to the ship's mast, no matter how much he might beg to be released. As you picture this scene, feel the smooth wood of the mast against your back, the rough ropes securing you in place. Let this imagery anchor you, grounding you in a deep sense of peace and security. As the ship drew closer to the island, the air seemed to shimmer with an otherworldly beauty. The Sirens began their song, their voices weaving a tapestry of sound, so exquisite it seemed to come from the heavens themselves. They sang of glory and knowledge, of secrets long forgotten, and wisdom beyond mortal ken. Odysseus, bound to the mast, felt the full force of their enchantment. The song filled his mind, promising everything he had ever desired. It spoke of home, of his wife Penelope and his son Telemachus. It offered him glory greater than any he had won at Troy, knowledge that would make him the wisest of all men. As you listen, allow the tension of Odysseus's struggle to flow through you, and then release. With each breath, sink deeper into relaxation, knowing that like Odysseus, you too can weather any storm or temptation. Odysseus strained against his bonds, his face contorted with longing. He cried out to his men, begging them to release him, to let him swim to the sirens and claim the prizes they offered. But his loyal crew, their ears stoppered with wax, could not hear his pleas. They rowed on, their muscles straining with the effort. In your mind's eye, see the determination on the faces of the crew. Feel the strength of their unity. Let this image of steadfast loyalty soothe you, reminding you of the power of friendship and trust. The ship passed the island, the siren's song fading into the distance. Only then did Odysseus's men remove the wax from their ears and untie their captain. Odysseus slumped against the mast, exhausted but triumphant. He had heard the siren's song and lived, gaining the knowledge they offered without paying the ultimate price. As the tension of the moment dissipates, allow your own body to relax completely. Feel the weight of your limbs sinking into your bed, supported and safe, just as Odysseus was supported by his ship and crew. This tale of Odysseus and the sirens teaches us about the power of temptation and the strength required to resist it. It reminds us that sometimes, to achieve our goals, we must bind ourselves to our principles, relying on the support of those we trust to see us through difficult times. In your own life, you may face sirens of a different kind, temptations that call to you with sweet voices, promising easy rewards. Like Odysseus, you have the strength to resist, to stay true to your course, even when it seems difficult. As you drift closer to sleep, consider the sirens in your own life. What songs do they sing to you? What temptations do you face? Know that, like Odysseus, you have the wisdom to recognize these challenges and the strength to overcome them. Let the sound of the rain remind you of the endless sea Odysseus sailed, each drop a moment in the great journey of life. Allow the rhythm to lull you, carrying you gently towards the shores of sleep. Odysseus's journey was far from over after his encounter with the sirens. He would face many more challenges: the monsters Scylla and Charybdis, the temptation of the lotus eaters, the wrath of the god Poseidon. But with each trial, he grew stronger, wiser, more determined to reach his home and family. As you lie here, safe and comfortable, know that you too are on a journey. Each day brings new challenges, new sirens to resist, new storms to weather. But like Odysseus, you have the strength within you to face whatever comes. The sirens' island faded into the mist behind Odysseus's ship, becoming nothing more than a memory, a story to be told in years to come. In the same way, let the cares and worries of your day fade away, becoming distant and unimportant as you sail towards the peaceful waters of sleep. Imagine yourself now on Odysseus's ship, the danger past, the open sea before you. Feel the gentle rocking of the waves, the cool breeze on your face. The sky above is a canopy of stars, each one a guiding light on your journey. As your breathing slows and deepens, picture the constellations wheeling overhead. There's Orion the hunter, his belt a line of brilliant stars. There's the Great Bear dipping towards the horizon. And there, low in the sky, is the star we know as Polaris, the North Star, constant and unchanging, a beacon to guide weary travelers home. Let these stars be a comfort to you, a reminder that no matter how dark the night, like Odysseus, you are on a journey, and like him, you will find your way home. As we leave Odysseus sailing towards his next adventure, allow yourself to drift deeper into relaxation. The sound of the rain mingles with the imagined lapping of waves against the ship's hull, creating a soothing lullaby. Remember, the journey is just as important as the destination. Each challenge Odysseus faced shaped him, made him stronger, wiser, more resilient. In the same way, each experience in your life, whether joyful or difficult, is shaping you, helping you grow and learn. As sleep draws nearer, let go of any remaining tension in your body. Feel the weight of your eyelids, the heaviness of your limbs. Like Odysseus after his ordeal with the sirens, allow yourself to rest, to recover, to prepare for whatever tomorrow may bring. In the realm of dreams, perhaps you too will sail wine-dark seas, face mythical creatures, and uncover ancient wisdom. Or perhaps you'll simply float, peaceful and content, on a calm ocean of rest. Whatever dreams may come, know that like Odysseus, you are strong enough to face them. As we conclude this tale of Odysseus and the sirens, carry with you the lessons it offers. Remember the power of resisting temptation, the strength found in loyalty and friendship, and the wisdom gained from facing our challenges head-on. Let the gentle rain outside and the calm within guide you now into a deep and restful sleep. May your dreams be sweet, your rest rejuvenating, and may you wake ready to face your own odyssey with courage and determination. Sleep now, dear listener, and may Morpheus, god of dreams, grant you visions as wondrous as the tales of old. Good night, and safe travels in the land of dreams. In the vast tapestry of Greek mythology, few tales are as captivating as that of Odysseus and the enchantress Circe. As you settle in, allow the gentle patter of rain to wash away your cares, and let us journey to a time of gods and heroes, of magic and transformation. Our story begins with Odysseus, the clever king of Ithaca, and his crew, weary from their long voyage home after the Trojan War. Their ships, battered by storms and trials, approached a lush, mysterious island shrouded in mist. This was the domain of Circe, a powerful sorceress known for her mastery over herbs and potions. As the crew's feet touched the sandy shore, they marveled at the dense forests and the sweet, intoxicating scent that hung in the air. Odysseus, ever cautious, decided to split his men into two groups. He would remain with the ships, while his trusted friend Eurylochus led a scouting party inland. Eurylochus and his men ventured deeper into the island, the lush foliage brushing against their arms, the ground soft beneath their feet. Soon, they came upon a clearing where a magnificent palace stood, its walls gleaming like polished marble in the dappled sunlight. From within the palace came the most beautiful singing, a melody so enchanting that it seemed to weave through the very air itself. The men, drawn by the irresistible song, approached the entrance. There, they found a woman of otherworldly beauty, her long hair flowing like liquid gold, her eyes shimmering with an inner light. This was Circe, the mistress of the island. With a warm smile and honeyed words, she invited the weary travelers inside, offering them rest and refreshment. The men, their guard lowered by her charm and the promise of comfort, eagerly accepted. Circe led them to a grand feast hall, where tables groaned under the weight of sumptuous dishes and golden goblets filled with sweet wine. As you listen, imagine the tantalizing aromas that must have filled the air, the glint of candlelight on polished surfaces, the soft rustle of rich fabrics. The men, overcome by hunger and exhaustion, fell upon the feast with gusto. They drank deeply from the goblets, savoring the rich flavor of the wine. But unbeknownst to them, Circe had laced the drinks with a powerful potion, one of her own devising. As the last drops of wine passed their lips, a strange tingling sensation began to spread through their bodies. To their horror, they felt themselves changing, their limbs shortening, their skin sprouting coarse hair. In mere moments, where once stood proud Greek warriors, there now huddled a group of grunting, snuffling pigs. Only Eurylochus, who had hesitated at the threshold, suspicious of such easy hospitality, escaped this fate. He watched in terror as his comrades were transformed, and then herded into a sty by Circe, who laughed with cruel delight at her handiwork. Eurylochus fled back to the ships, his heart pounding, his mind reeling from what he had witnessed. When he reached Odysseus and recounted the tale, the clever king knew he must act quickly to save his men. Odysseus set out alone towards Circe's palace, his mind racing with plans and strategies. As he journeyed through the forest, he was met by Hermes, the messenger god. Hermes, taking pity on Odysseus, gifted him a magical herb called moly, which would protect him from Circe's enchantments. With the moly tucked safely away, Odysseus approached the palace. Just as before, Circe greeted him with a beguiling smile and offered him wine. But when Odysseus drank the potion and remained unchanged, Circe knew she faced no ordinary mortal. Impressed by Odysseus's resistance to her magic, Circe realized this must be the legendary hero she had heard so much about. She invited him to share her bed, but Odysseus, ever cunning, refused unless she swore an oath to do him no harm and to release his men. Circe, intrigued by this man who could resist her charms and match her in wit, agreed. She restored Odysseus's crew to their human forms, their bodies transformed once more, this time from swine back to men. As you continue to relax, picture the joy and relief on the faces of Odysseus's crew as they regained their human shape. Feel the tension leaving your own body, just as it must have left theirs in that moment of restoration. Odysseus and his men remained on Circe's island for a year, enjoying her hospitality and the respite from their long journey. Circe, smitten with Odysseus, shared her vast knowledge with him, teaching him about the creatures and perils he would face on the remainder of his voyage home. During their stay, Circe and Odysseus grew close. She was drawn to his intelligence and bravery, while he admired her power and wisdom. Their relationship was complex, a meeting of two formidable minds and strong wills. As the seasons turned and a year passed, Odysseus's men began to long for home. They reminded their leader of his promise to return to Ithaca, to his wife Penelope and his son Telemachus. Odysseus, torn between his growing affection for Circe and his duty to his family and kingdom, knew it was time to leave. Circe, understanding the pull of home and destiny, did not try to keep Odysseus against his will. Instead, she provided him with valuable advice for the next leg of his journey, warning him of the dangers he would face and how to overcome them. As Odysseus and his crew prepared to depart, Circe stood on the shore, her golden hair whipping in the wind, her eyes filled with a mixture of sadness and admiration. She knew that Odysseus's path lay elsewhere, but a part of her would always remember the year they shared. The tale of Odysseus and Circe teaches us about the power of wisdom and cunning in the face of enchantment, and the complexity of human relationships. It reminds us that even the most alluring temptations can be resisted with strength of will and clear purpose. As you drift closer to sleep, consider the transformations in your own life. Like Odysseus's men changed from men to beasts and back again, we too undergo changes. Sometimes we may feel lost or transformed by circumstances beyond our control, but with perseverance and a little magic, we can always find our way back to our true selves. Let the gentle rain outside be like Circe's soothing song, lulling you into a peaceful state. Allow your body to relax, feeling as though you too are on a distant, magical island, far from the cares of the everyday world. As our story comes to a close, imagine Odysseus's ship sailing off into the horizon, Circe's island slowly fading from view. Like Odysseus, you too are on a journey, but yours is a journey into the realm of dreams. Let the rhythm of the waves and the whisper of the wind carry you gently into slumber. Remember, even in our deepest transformations, our essence remains. As you sleep, may you find the wisdom of Odysseus, the magic of Circe, and the comfort of home, all wrapped in the soft embrace of your dreams. As the gentle rain continues to fall outside, let us journey back to ancient Greece, where the legendary hero Odysseus finally returns home after his epic 10-year voyage. Close your eyes and imagine the rocky shores of Ithaca, where the sea breeze carries the scent of salt and adventure. Odysseus, the clever king of Ithaca, had spent a decade fighting in the Trojan War and another 10 years trying to return home. His journey had been fraught with peril, facing monsters, enchantresses, and the wrath of gods. But now, at last, he stood on the shores of his beloved homeland. As Odysseus stepped onto the familiar sand, he felt a wave of emotion wash over him. The years had changed him, weathered his face, and hardened his heart. He knew that his homecoming would not be simple, for in his absence, suitors had laid siege to his household, vying for the hand of his wife, Penelope. With the guidance of the goddess Athena, Odysseus disguised himself as a beggar. His own appearance had changed so much that even if he walked into his palace undisguised, few would recognize him. This disguise would allow him to observe and plan without raising suspicion. As you listen to this tale, allow the rhythm of the falling rain to lull you deeper into relaxation. Feel the tension in your body melting away, just as Odysseus's disguise melted away his identity. Odysseus made his way to the swineherd's hut, where he found his loyal servant, Eumaeus. The old swineherd, not recognizing his master, welcomed the stranger with the hospitality that was sacred in ancient Greece. As they sat by the fire, Odysseus listened to tales of his own absence, learning of the troubles that had befallen his household. In the warmth of the hut, surrounded by the sounds of the gentle rain outside, Odysseus's heart ached for his family. He thought of his wife, Penelope, who had remained faithful all these years, cleverly deceiving the suitors. He thought of his son, Telemachus, who had grown from a boy to a man in his absence. Let the sound of the rain outside blend with the imagined crackling of the fire in Eumaeus's hut. Allow yourself to sink deeper into comfort and tranquility as we continue our story. The next day, disguised Odysseus made his way to the palace. The once proud halls were now filled with the raucous laughter and disrespectful behavior of the suitors. They feasted on Odysseus's livestock and drank his wine, all while plotting to win Penelope's hand and take control of Ithaca. Penelope, ever faithful and clever, had managed to keep the suitors at bay for years with a cunning trick. She had promised to choose a husband once she finished weaving a burial shroud for Odysseus's elderly father, Laertes. But each night she would undo the day's work, ensuring the task was never completed. As you listen, imagine the soft whisper of thread being woven, then unraveled. Let this rhythmic image soothe your mind, much like the endless cycle of the tides upon the shore. Odysseus, still in disguise, observed the chaos in his home. He saw his son, Telemachus, now a young man, struggling to maintain order among the unruly suitors. The hero's heart swelled with pride at his son's bravery and determination. With each passing moment, allow yourself to drift deeper into relaxation. Like Odysseus, patiently waiting for the right moment to reveal himself, let your conscious thoughts gently recede, making way for peaceful slumber. Penelope, hearing of the arrival of a stranger, decided to hold a contest. She brought forth Odysseus's great bow, a weapon so mighty that only he could string it. She declared that whoever could string the bow and shoot an arrow through 12 axe handles would win her hand in marriage. One by one, the suitors tried and failed to string the bow. Their attempts were futile, for the bow recognized not their touch. As you imagine this scene, feel the tension in your own body release, much like the unsuccessful attempts to draw the mighty bow. When it came time for the disguised Odysseus to try, he took the bow in his hands. The familiar weight of the weapon stirred memories of battles long past. With practiced ease, he strung the bow, the sound of the taut string resonating through the hall like a musical note. In one fluid motion, Odysseus knocked an arrow and let it fly. The shaft whistled through the air, passing cleanly through all 12 axe handles. A hush fell over the assembled crowd, broken only by the gentle patter of rain outside. As the suitors realized the true identity of the beggar, chaos erupted. Odysseus, with the help of his son Telemachus and a few loyal servants, engaged in a fierce battle against the suitors. The clash of swords and the cries of battle filled the air. Yet, as you listen to this tale of conflict, allow your own body to remain calm and at peace. Like the eye of a storm, find stillness within yourself, untouched by the turmoil of the story. Odysseus's skill and cunning, honed by years of warfare and adventure, proved superior. One by one, the suitors fell, until at last, the hall was cleared of those who had sought to usurp his throne. With the battle won, Odysseus finally revealed himself to Penelope. But after so many years and so much deception, Penelope was cautious. She tested him, asking about their marriage bed, a secret known only to them. Odysseus described how he had built their bed around an ancient olive tree, its trunk serving as one of the bedposts. This intimate knowledge proved his identity beyond doubt, and Penelope at last embraced her long-lost husband. As husband and wife reunited, let a sense of completion and contentment wash over you. Like Odysseus finally at rest in his own home, allow yourself to settle into a deep, peaceful state. The tale of Odysseus's return teaches us about perseverance, loyalty, and the enduring power of love. It reminds us that no matter how long the journey or how great the obstacles, home is where the heart truly belongs. As our story comes to close, imagine the sound of the rain outside blending with the gentle lapping of waves on the shores of Ithaca. Let these soothing sounds carry you deeper into relaxation, drifting towards the realm of dreams. May your own journey through the night be peaceful, guided by the wisdom of Odysseus and the faithfulness of Penelope. Allow sleep to embrace you, knowing that, like our hero, you too have the strength to overcome any challenge that may come your way. As you drift off, remember that every journey, no matter how long or difficult, eventually leads us home. Let this thought comfort you as you sail into the calm seas of slumber, where adventures of your own await in the world of dreams. In the early days of the world, when the Olympian gods had just come to power, there lived a titan named Prometheus. Unlike many of his kin who opposed Zeus and the new order, Prometheus possessed a keen intelligence and a deep compassion for the fledgling race of humans. Prometheus watched as humans struggled in their primitive state, shivering in the cold and cowering in the dark. He saw their potential, their capacity for greatness, but also their vulnerability. In his heart, he knew that these fragile creatures needed something more to survive and thrive in the harsh world. And so Prometheus made a fateful decision. He would steal fire from the gods and give it to humanity. This act of defiance against Zeus would change the course of history and spark a conflict that would echo through the ages. Under the cover of night, Prometheus crept into Olympus, his heart pounding with both fear and determination. He knew the consequences of his actions could be severe, but his resolve was unshakable. With great care, he approached the divine hearth, where the eternal flame of the gods burned bright. With nimble fingers, Prometheus plucked a small ember from the fire and concealed it within a hollow fennel stalk. As he made his escape, he could feel the warmth of the flame against his chest, a beacon of hope for humanity. Descending from Olympus, Prometheus brought the gift of fire to the mortal world. As he approached the first human settlement, he could see the wonder in their eyes, the reflection of the flames dancing in their curious gazes. "Behold," Prometheus said, his voice gentle yet filled with purpose, "I bring you fire, a gift from the heavens. With this, you shall no longer fear the dark or tremble in the cold. This flame will be your protector, your tool, and your companion." The humans gathered around, mesmerized by the flickering light. Prometheus showed them how to tend the flame, how to use it for warmth and cooking, and how to carry it from place to place. As the knowledge spread, a new era of human civilization began to dawn. But Zeus, the king of the gods, was not pleased. he had intended for humans to remain weak and subservient, easy to control and manipulate. The gift of fire threatened to elevate them, to give them power that Zeus believed should belong only to the gods. In his anger, Zeus devised a cruel punishment for Prometheus. The Titan was seized by Hephaestus, the divine blacksmith, and Kratos and Bia, the enforcers of Zeus's will. They carried him to the distant Caucasus Mountains, where he would face his fate. There, on a remote peak, Prometheus was chained to a rock. The bindings were unbreakable, forged by Hephaestus himself. But this was not the extent of his punishment. Zeus sent an eagle, a magnificent and terrifying creature, to visit Prometheus each day. The eagle's task was grim and relentless. Every day, it would descend upon the bound Titan and tear out his liver, feasting upon the organ as Prometheus watched in agony. And every night, as the Titan's immortal body healed, his liver would regrow, only to be devoured again the next day. This torment was meant to last for eternity, a constant reminder of the price of defiance against the will of Zeus. Yet, despite his suffering, Prometheus remained unbroken. He took solace in the knowledge that his gift to humanity would forever change their destiny. As the years passed, the fire that Prometheus had given to humans spread across the world. It illuminated caves and warmed hearths. It forged tools and weapons. It cooked food and kept predators at bay. With each passing generation, humans grew more adept at harnessing its power. Fire became the catalyst for human progress. It allowed for the development of metallurgy, enabling humans to create stronger tools and more effective weapons. It provided light in the darkness, extending the hours of productivity and fostering communal gatherings. The gift of fire also sparked the human imagination. As they gazed into the flames, humans began to see beyond their immediate surroundings. They started to dream, to create art, to tell stories, and to contemplate their place in the vast cosmos. Meanwhile, Prometheus endured his punishment, his body racked with pain, but his spirit undiminished. He could see, from his lofty perch, the gradual advancement of human civilization. Cities rose from the plains, ships sailed across vast oceans, and the light of human knowledge began to rival the brilliance of the stars. Centuries turned to millennia, and still Prometheus remained bound. But he was not forgotten. Tales of his sacrifice spread among humans, passed down from generation to generation. He became a symbol of defiance against tyranny, of the power of knowledge, and of the indomitable human spirit. In some versions of the myth, Prometheus's suffering eventually came to an end. Heracles, the great hero and son of Zeus, happened upon the Titan during his travels. Moved by Prometheus's plight and impressed by his unwavering resolve, Heracles slew the eagle and broke the chains that bound the Titan. Whether freed or not, Prometheus's legacy lived on in every flame that burned in the mortal world. His gift had irreversibly changed the course of human history, setting them on a path towards greatness that not even the gods could have foreseen. As we reflect on this ancient tale, we can see echoes of Prometheus's gift in our own lives. Every time we strike a match, light a candle, or warm ourselves by a fire, we are benefiting from his ancient act of defiance and compassion. The story of Prometheus reminds us of the power of knowledge and the importance of compassion. It teaches us that progress often comes at a cost, but that the betterment of others can be worth even the greatest personal sacrifice. As you drift towards sleep, think of the warmth of a gentle flame, of the light it casts in the darkness. Let it remind you of the potential within yourself, the spark of creativity and courage that lies in every human heart. May your dreams be illuminated by the fire of knowledge, and may you wake refreshed, ready to carry your own light into the world. For in each of us burns a flame, a gift from Prometheus, waiting to ignite our own acts of courage and compassion. In the annals of Greek mythology, few tales are as profound and cautionary as the story of Pandora's box. This ancient myth speaks to the very nature of humanity, our curiosity, and the consequences of our actions. As you listen, allow the gentle patter of rain to lull you into a state of tranquil contemplation. Long ago, in the age when gods walked among mortals, the Titan Prometheus stole fire from Mount Olympus and gifted it to humanity. This act of defiance enraged Zeus, the king of the gods, who sought to punish both Prometheus and mankind for this transgression. Zeus, in his infinite cunning, devised a plan that would forever change the course of human history. He commanded Hephaestus, the divine craftsman, to create a being of unparalleled beauty and grace. This creation would be the first woman, and her name was Pandora. Hephaestus set to work, molding clay with his skilled hands, breathing life into the form before him. As Pandora took shape, each of the gods bestowed upon her a unique gift. Aphrodite granted her beauty, Hermes gave her the power of persuasion, and Athena taught her the arts of craftsmanship. But Zeus had one final gift in mind, one that would seal the fate of humanity. He presented Pandora with a beautiful box, intricately carved and adorned with precious gems. The box was sealed tight, and Zeus gave Pandora strict instructions never to open it. As you listen to this tale, feel the weight of curiosity that Pandora must have felt. Allow your own thoughts to settle, like leaves gently falling in a tranquil forest. Let the rhythm of the rain outside soothe your mind, carrying you deeper into this ancient story. Zeus then sent Pandora to Earth as a gift to Prometheus's brother, Epimetheus. Despite Prometheus's warnings to never accept gifts from the gods, Epimetheus was captivated by Pandora's beauty and welcomed her into his home. And so, Pandora began her life among mortals, the mysterious box always within reach, its contents unknown but ever tempting. Days turned to weeks, and weeks to months. All the while, Pandora's curiosity grew. The box called to her, its mystery an irresistible lure. She would often find herself standing before it, her hand hovering over the lid, wondering what secrets it might contain. As you lie there, imagine the torment of such curiosity. Feel the tension between desire and restraint, like the moment before rain falls from a heavy cloud. Let this feeling wash over you, then release it with each breath, sinking deeper into relaxation. One fateful day, when the weight of her curiosity became too much to bear, Pandora made a decision that would alter the course of humanity forever. With trembling hands, she lifted the lid of the box, just a fraction at first, then wider. In that instant, a great whoosh filled the air as the contents of the box burst forth. But these were no ordinary treasures. From the depths of the box emerged all the evils of the world: sickness, death, sorrow, and strife. They scattered to the winds, spreading across the earth, infecting every corner of human existence. Pandora, horrified by what she had done, quickly slammed the lid shut. But it was too late. The evils had escaped, and the world would never be the same. Humanity, which had known only peace and contentment, was now beset by suffering and hardship. As this part of the story unfolds, let the sound of the rain outside remind you of the tears Pandora must have shed. Allow any tension in your body to release, flowing away like water down a stream, leaving you in a state of deep, restful calm. Yet all was not lost, for at the very bottom of the box, trapped beneath the weight of all the world's evils, there remained one final gift: hope. When Pandora reopened the box, hopping to undo her mistake, this last spirit emerged. Hope fluttered out into the world, a beacon of light in the darkness that had been unleashed. This tiny spirit, delicate yet resilient, became humanity's greatest strength. In the face of all the hardships now present in the world, hope gave humans the courage to persevere, to dream of better days, and to strive for happiness despite their newfound struggles. As you contemplate this turn in the story, imagine hope as a soft, warm light within you. With each breath, feel this light grow stronger, filling you with a sense of peace and possibility. Let it spread through your body, from your core to the tips of your fingers and toes. The myth of Pandora's box teaches us that even in our darkest moments, hope endures. It reminds us that while life may bring challenges and sorrows, we always have within us the strength to face them. Like the rain that nourishes the earth, our struggles can lead to growth and resilience. This ancient tale also speaks to the dual nature of knowledge and curiosity. While Pandora's actions brought suffering into the world, they also gave humanity the gift of hope. It is a reminder that every action has consequences, both seen and unseen. As you drift closer to sleep, consider the balance in your own life between curiosity and caution, between the desire for knowledge and the wisdom to know when to leave some mysteries unexplored. Let these thoughts gently swirl in your mind, like leaves caught in a soft breeze. The story of Pandora's box has echoed through the ages, a testament to its profound impact on human thought and culture. It has been retold countless times, each version adding new layers of meaning and interpretation. Yet, at its core, it remains a story about the fundamental nature of the human experience. In many ways, we are all like Pandora. We face choices every day, some small, some monumental. And like her, we must live with the consequences of our actions, both the joys and the sorrows they bring. But we also carry within us that final gift from the box, the unquenchable spark of hope. As you lie here, listening to the gentle rain, let Pandora's story remind you of your own resilience. No matter what challenges you may face in your waking life, you too carry hope within you. It is always there, waiting to be called upon in times of need. Allow your mind to drift now, floating on the sea of myth and meaning. Feel the weight of your body sinking deeper into restful relaxation. The rain outside continues its steady rhythm, a lullaby from the natural world, inviting you to let go of conscious thought. In these final moments before sleep claims you, picture a small box in your mind's eye. But unlike Pandora's box, this one contains only your hopes and dreams. As you drift off, imagine opening this box, releasing your aspirations into your subconscious, where they can take root and flourish. Remember, dear listener, that like hope emerging from Pandora's box, each new day brings fresh opportunities. As you sleep, may your dreams be filled with possibility, and may you wake renewed, ready to face whatever challenges may come, armed with the eternal gift of hope. Now, as our tale of Pandora's box comes to a close, allow yourself to slip gently into the realm of sleep. The rain continues its soothing song, a reminder of the constant ebb and flow of life. Rest easy, knowing that even in times of darkness, hope remains, an ever-present light guiding us toward brighter tomorrows. In the lush forests of ancient Greece, there lived a nymph named Echo. Her voice was as melodious as a bubbling brook, and her laughter could make even the sternest of gods smile. But Echo had a habit that would soon lead to her downfall. Echo was known for her love of conversation. She could talk for hours, weaving tales and jests that kept her listeners enthralled. However, she often used her gift of gab to distract Hera, the queen of the gods, while Zeus, Hera's husband, dallied with other nymphs. One day, Hera discovered Echo's deception. The goddess's anger was as fierce as a summer storm. With a wave of her hand, Hera cursed Echo, declaring that from that day forward, the nymph would only be able to repeat the last few words spoken to her. Echo was devastated. Her greatest joy had been taken from her. She retreated deep into the forest, her heart heavy with sorrow. As you listen to Echo's tale, feel the weight of silence settling around you, like a soft, comforting blanket. Meanwhile, in another part of the forest lived a young man named Narcissus. He was blessed with extraordinary beauty, his face as perfect as a masterpiece sculpted by the gods themselves. Narcissus was aware of his beauty and took great pride in it, often spurning the advances of those who fell in love with him. One day, as Narcissus was hunting in the forest, Echo caught sight of him. Instantly, she fell deeply in love. She longed to speak to him, to express her feelings, but her curse prevented her from initiating a conversation. As you rest, imagine the dappled sunlight filtering through the leaves, the soft rustle of the forest around you. Let the peacefulness of nature envelop you, just as it surrounded Echo and Narcissus. Narcissus, sensing he was being watched, called out, "Who's there?" Echo, bound by her curse, could only reply, "Who's there?" Intrigued, Narcissus looked around, saying, "Come here." Echo joyfully repeated, "Come here." This exchange continued, with Echo only able to repeat Narcissus's last words. Frustrated and confused, Narcissus finally shouted, "Let's meet here." Echo, her heart soaring with hope, echoed, "Meet here," and emerged from her hiding place. But when Narcissus saw Echo, he was repulsed by her desperate affection. He cruelly rejected her, saying, "I would rather die than let you touch me." Echo, heartbroken, fled deep into the forest. There, she wasted away until only her voice remained, destined to repeat the words of others for eternity. As you listen, let the tension in your body melt away, like Echo's form fading into the forest. Each breath you take brings you closer to a state of peaceful relaxation. The story, however, does not end with Echo's fate. The goddess Nemesis, who punished those guilty of arrogance, heard of Narcissus's cruelty. She decided to teach the vain young man a lesson he would never forget. One hot summer day, Nemesis lured Narcissus to a clear, still pool of water. As Narcissus knelt to quench his thirst, he caught sight of his reflection in the water, but he didn't realize it was merely an image. Narcissus instantly fell in love with the beautiful face staring back at him from the pool's surface. Allow yourself to sink deeper into comfort, like Narcissus sinking into the depths of his own reflection. Feel the weight of your body melting into your bed, every muscle relaxing. Narcissus was mesmerized by his own beauty. He reached out to touch the face in the water, but as his fingers disturbed the surface, the image rippled and distorted. Distressed, Narcissus tried again and again to embrace his reflection, but each time it slipped away from him. For days and nights, Narcissus remained by the pool, unable to leave the beauty he saw reflected there. He forgot to eat, forgot to drink, forgot everything but the lovely face in the water. Slowly, he began to waste away, his beauty fading like the last light of sunset. As Narcissus's life ebbed away, he whispered to his reflection, "O marvelous boy, I loved you in vain." From somewhere in the forest, Echo's voice sadly repeated, "I loved you in vain." Finally, Narcissus's body gave out, and he died there by the pool. In the place where his body had lain, a beautiful flower grew, the narcissus, with its bright yellow center surrounded by delicate white petals, forever gazing down at its own reflection in the waters. As you drift towards sleep, imagine yourself as that narcissus flower, gently swaying in a soft breeze, your roots deep in the cool earth beside a tranquil pool. Let all your cares and worries float away on the surface of the water. The tale of Echo and Narcissus teaches us about the dangers of excessive pride and the pain of unrequited love. It reminds us to be kind to others and to look beyond surface beauty to the true nature within. Echo, though cursed, found a kind of immortality in her voice, which still reverberates in caves and valleys to this day. And Narcissus, in death, became a symbol of renewal and spring, his flower blooming each year as a reminder of his story. As you continue to relax, think about the echoes in your own life, the words and actions that resonate beyond their initial moment, and consider the reflections you see of yourself, not just in mirrors, but in the eyes and hearts of those around you. Let the gentle rain sounds washing over you become Echo's soft voice, repeating soothing words of comfort. Allow the darkness behind your closed eyes to become the still surface of Narcissus's pool, reflecting only peace and tranquility. Remember, like Echo, we all have the power to impact others with our words, even if we can't always control how they're received. And like Narcissus, we all have beauty within us, but it's important to look beyond the surface and appreciate the beauty in others as well. As you edge closer to sleep, imagine the forest where Echo and Narcissus's story unfolded. The trees stand tall and ancient, their leaves whispering secrets to the wind. The ground is soft beneath you, cushioned with years of fallen leaves and moss. In the distance, you hear the faint sound of water. Perhaps it's the pool where Narcissus met his fate, or maybe it's a stream where nymphs like Echo once played. The sound mingles with the patter of rain, creating a soothing symphony of nature. Feel yourself becoming one with this peaceful forest scene. Your breathing slows to match the gentle rhythm of the breeze rustling through the leaves. Your body feels heavy and comfortable, sinking deeper into relaxation with each passing moment. As you hover on the edge of slumber, remember that like Echo and Narcissus, we are all part of the grand tapestry of nature. Our stories interweave with those of others, creating a rich and complex world of experiences and emotions. Let the last echoes of this tale fade into the night, carrying you gently into the realm of dreams. There, perhaps you'll wander through ancient forests, hear the whispers of nymphs, or gaze into clear, still waters that reflect not just your face, but the very essence of who you are. Sleep now, knowing that even in sleep, you are part of this endless cycle of stories, each night adding its own unique thread to the grand narrative of your life. Good night and sweet dreams. In the realm of ancient Greece, where gods and mortals intertwined, there lived a young woman named Arachne. Her tale is one of pride, skill, and the consequences of challenging the divine. As you listen, let the gentle patter of rain outside soothe your mind and body, preparing you for a peaceful slumber. Arachne was a mortal woman, born in the kingdom of Lydia. From a young age, she displayed an extraordinary talent for weaving. Her tapestries were so exquisite that people would travel from far and wide just to catch a glimpse of her work. The delicate threads seemed to dance under her skilled fingers, creating images so lifelike they appeared to breathe. As Arachne's fame grew, so did her pride. She began to boast that her skill surpassed even that of Athena, the goddess of wisdom and crafts. Word of Arachne's claims reached Mount Olympus, and Athena, curious about this mortal's audacity, decided to pay her a visit. Disguised as an old woman, Athena approached Arachne and warned her against such hubris. "My child," she said, her voice crackling with age, "it is dangerous to compare oneself to the gods. They do not take kindly to such boasts. Perhaps you should ask Athena for forgiveness." But Arachne, blinded by her own self-assurance, scoffed at the old woman's words. "I have no need to ask forgiveness," she declared, her voice ringing with confidence. "Let Athena herself come down and compete with me. Then we shall see whose skill is truly superior." At these words, the old woman's form shimmered and changed. The wrinkles smoothed away, the gray hair turned to lustrous black, and there stood Athena in all her divine glory. The goddess's eyes flashed with a mixture of anger and anticipation. "Very well, Arachne," she said, her voice resonating with power. "Let us have our contest." As you listen to this tale, feel the tension in your body begin to melt away. Let the sound of the rain outside blend with the story, creating a cocoon of tranquility around you. Breathe deeply and slowly, allowing yourself to sink deeper into relaxation with each breath. The competition began, and both Athena and Arachne set to work on their looms. Their fingers flew over the threads, weaving intricate patterns and vivid scenes. Athena chose to depict the gods in all their majesty, showing scenes of their power and the punishments they meted out to mortals who defied them. Her tapestry glowed with an otherworldly light, each thread seeming to pulse with divine energy. Arachne, on the other hand, took a bolder approach. She wove scenes of the gods' follies and misdeeds, showcasing their mistakes and moments of weakness. Her work was undeniably beautiful, each detail rendered with perfect clarity and artistry. But the subject matter was a clear challenge to the gods' authority. As the contest drew to a close, both tapestries were revealed in all their glory. Athena's work was magnificent, a testament to the gods' power and majesty. But even she had to admit that Arachne's skill was extraordinary. The mortal's tapestry was flawless, each scene captured with breathtaking realism and beauty. For a moment, silence reigned. Then, Athena's eyes narrowed as she examined Arachne's work more closely. The goddess's face darkened with anger as she saw how the mortal had portrayed the gods. In a fit of divine rage, Athena tore Arachne's tapestry to shreds. As you continue to relax, imagine the threads of tension in your own body unraveling, just as Arachne's tapestry did. Let each muscle group release and soften, from your toes all the way up to the crown of your head. Allow yourself to sink deeper into comfort with each passing moment. Arachne, seeing her masterpiece destroyed and realizing the gravity of her actions, was overcome with shame and despair. In her anguish, she took a rope and hanged herself. Athena, seeing the tragic result of their contest, felt a pang of regret. She had not meant for the punishment to be so severe. In a moment of compassion, Athena decided to give Arachne a form of immortality. She sprinkled the lifeless body with the juice of aconite, a magical herb. As the liquid touched Arachne's skin, her body began to shrink and change. Her hair fell away, extra legs grew from her sides, and her fingers elongated into delicate, thread-spinning appendages. Arachne had been transformed into the first spider, destined to weave for all eternity. And so, every spider you see today is a descendant of Arachne, forever spinning webs of intricate beauty. As this tale comes to close, reflect on the lessons it holds. Pride can be a double-edged sword, driving us to great achievements, but also blinding us to our own limitations. And even in moments of anger or judgment, Tea-Titan Tales, let these thoughts gently drift through your mind as you continue to relax. Feel the weight of your body sinking deeper into your bed, supported and comfortable. The sound of the rain outside creates a soothing rhythm, washing away any lingering tension or worries. In the quiet of the night, imagine Arachne's descendants spinning their delicate webs. Each thread is a reminder of the beauty that can come from even the most challenging circumstances. As you drift closer to sleep, picture these webs gently catching your thoughts and worries, holding them at bay so you can rest peacefully. Remember, like Arachne, we all have unique talents and gifts. But true wisdom lies in recognizing our place in the grand tapestry of life, appreciating the skills of others, and approaching our own abilities with humility and grace. As your breathing becomes slower and deeper, allow the story of Arachne and Athena to fade into the background of your mind. The gentle rain continues to fall, creating a protective curtain of sound around you. Each drop is like a tiny lullaby, singing you softly towards sleep. Your body feels heavy and warm, perfectly relaxed as you hover on the edge of slumber. The world outside fades away, leaving you in a cocoon of comfort and tranquility. As you let go of the last threads of wakefulness, know that you are safe, protected, and free to drift into the realm of dreams. May your sleep be as peaceful as a spider's silk floating on a gentle breeze, and may your dreams weave stories of beauty and wonder. Good night, dear listener, and sweet dreams. In the ancient kingdom of Phrygia, there once lived a king named Midas. His tale is one of desire, consequence, and the true meaning of wealth. As you listen, allow yourself to sink deeper into relaxation, letting the gentle patter of rain outside soothe your mind. King Midas was known throughout the land for his immense wealth. His palace was filled with treasures beyond imagination, yet he always craved more. Gold was his obsession, its gleam captivating him day and night. As you picture this king surrounded by his riches, feel the weight of your own worries melt away, replaced by the warmth of contentment. One day, as Midas walked in his lush garden, he came upon a strange sight. There, sleeping off the effects of too much wine, was Silenus, the companion of the god Dionysus. Midas, recognizing the satyr, treated him with kindness and hospitality for 10 days and nights. As you imagine this scene, let your own body settle more comfortably, embracing the softness beneath you. When Dionysus learned of Midas's kindness to his friend, he appeared before the king and offered to grant him any wish. Without hesitation, Midas made his request. "I wish that everything I touch would turn to gold," he said, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Dionysus, knowing the folly of such a wish, granted it nonetheless, a sad smile playing on his lips. At first, Midas was overjoyed. He touched a twig, and it transformed into a golden branch. He plucked a rose, and it became a delicate golden flower. The king danced with glee, touching stones, furniture, and the walls of his palace, turning everything to shimmering gold. As you envision this magical transformation, let a wave of peaceful enchantment wash over you, carrying away any lingering tension. However, Midas's joy was short-lived. As he sat down to enjoy a feast, he discovered the terrible consequence of his wish. The succulent fruits turned to hard gold in his mouth. The wine became liquid gold, impossible to drink. Slowly, the horror of his situation dawned on him. In that moment, Midas realized that his greed had robbed him of life's simple pleasures. But the worst was yet to come. As his beloved daughter ran to embrace him, Midas instinctively reached out to her. In an instant, she was transformed into a golden statue, her laughter silenced, her warmth gone. Midas fell to his knees, weeping, the full weight of his mistake crushing him. As you listen, let compassion fill your heart, knowing that even in our darkest moments, Titan Thales, desperate and repentant, Midas prayed to Dionysus, begging the god to remove this gift that had become a curse. Dionysus, moved by the king's genuine remorse, appeared once more. He instructed Midas to wash his hands in the Pactolus River, telling him that its waters would remove the golden touch. Without hesitation, Midas rushed to the river. As he submerged his hands in the cool, flowing water, he felt the power leaving him. The golden touch washed away, carried downstream by the current. As you picture this scene, imagine your own worries and tensions being gently carried away by the soothing sound of rain outside your window. Midas then gathered water from the river and rushed back to his palace. With trembling hands, he sprinkled the water over his daughter, his heart pounding with hope. Slowly, the golden sheen faded, and color returned to her cheeks. She took a breath, then another, and opened her eyes. Midas embraced her, tears of joy streaming down his face. From that day forward, Midas was a changed man. He opened his palace to the people, sharing his wealth and finding joy in generosity. He learned to appreciate the simple pleasures of life, the taste of fresh bread, the scent of blooming flowers, the warmth of a loving embrace. As you reflect on this transformation, allow yourself to sink even deeper into a state of peaceful contentment. The river Pactolus, it is said, still carries flecks of gold to this day, a reminder of King Midas and his golden touch. But more valuable than any gold are the lessons learned from his tale. As you drift closer to sleep, consider the true riches in your own life, the love of family and friends, the beauty of nature, the peace of a quiet moment. This story of King Midas reminds us that true wealth lies not in gold or material possessions, but in the experiences we cherish and the love we share. It teaches us the importance of gratitude for what we have, rather than constantly craving more. As you lie here, cozy and comfortable, take a moment to appreciate the simple joys in your life. The tale of Midas also speaks to the power of redemption. No matter our mistakes, teach us, as Midas was given a second chance. We too can always begin anew, washing away our past errors and embracing a wiser path forward. As the gentle rain continues to fall outside, creating a soothing rhythm, allow the wisdom of this ancient tale to settle in your mind. Feel the tension in your body melting away, replaced by a deep sense of peace and contentment. Your breath becomes slow and steady, matching the tranquil pace of the story. Imagine yourself now as the observer of your own life's treasures. Picture the faces of loved ones. Recall moments of joy and laughter. Feel the warmth of kindness given and received. These are your true golden touches, more precious than any metal, more lasting than any wealth. As you continue to relax, drifting closer to sleep, know that like Midas, You have the power to shape your perspective, to choose what you value most. Let go of the need for more and embrace the abundance that already surrounds you. With each breath, feel yourself becoming heavier, more at peace. The rain outside seems to whisper ancient secrets, the wisdom of countless stories carried on each droplet. As you listen, let your mind become quiet, allowing the gentle patter to wash away any remaining thoughts or worries. You are safe, comfortable, and surrounded by the true wealth of peace and contentment. And now, as our tale of King Midas comes to close, allow yourself to drift gently into the realm of dreams. Here, in this space between waking and sleeping, you are touched not by gold, but by the soft, comforting embrace of restful slumber. May your dreams be filled with the riches of love, joy, and peace, more precious than all the gold in the world. And so, dear listener, as we come to the end of our mythical journey through the realms of gods and heroes, I hope these tales have brought you comfort and peace. Remember that within each story lies a piece of ancient wisdom waiting to be discovered. The strength of Zeus, the depths of Poseidon's oceans, the courage of heroes facing impossible odds. All of these can inspire us in our own lives. As you drift towards sleep, let the echoes of these myths resonate in your mind. Allow the gentle rain to wash away your worries, just as the waters of Lethe washed away memories in the underworld. Think of Hypnos, the god of sleep, spreading his wings over you, bringing the gift of rest and rejuvenation. His gentle touch soothes your body, relaxing each muscle, each thought slowing to a peaceful calm. Imagine yourself on Mount Olympus, resting on a bed of soft clouds, the troubles of the mortal world far below. Here, in this realm of dreams, you are safe and at peace. The muses sing you a lullaby, their harmonious voices blending with the patter of rain. Each drop is a note in their celestial song, lulling you deeper into tranquility. As Selene, goddess of the moon, guides her chariot across the night sky, she casts a soft, silvery light upon you. Her gentle radiance is a blanket of serenity, wrapping you in its comforting embrace. With each breath, feel yourself sinking deeper into relaxation. The rhythm of your breathing becomes one with the ebb and flow of Poseidon's tides, steady and soothing. Know that Morpheus, shaper of dreams, stands ready to paint your sleep with the most beautiful visions. Let your mind wander freely through the landscapes of myth and legend he creates for you. As you teeter on the edge of slumber, remember that like the heroes in our tales, you too have the strength to face whatever challenges tomorrow may bring. But for now, rest easy, safe in the knowledge that the gods watch over your sleep. May Nyx, goddess of night, envelop you in her dark, star-speckled cloak, guarding your rest until Eos, goddess of dawn, gently wakes you with her rosy fingers. Sleep now, dear listener, Let the world of myths and legends merge with your dreams, carrying you to realms of wonder and peace. Good night, and may the gods grant you the sweetest of slumbers.